Channel points are on sale for 16 seconds. Fire sale. (180-second ad break starting). Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel. (180-second ad break starting). Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel. 180-second ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
What's up, gamers? How we all doing today? How's everybody doing? Congratulations on being first. Dust, how we doing? Welcome in. We do have a lot of drama, a lot of news, a lot of things, a lot of stuff to talk about. Boop, 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 boop. Pushing all the wrong buttons. We got so much going on. There's so much happening in the world. And it's gone crazy. Crazy, I tell you. It's maddening. It's absolutely maddening. It's wild, crazy stuff. Wild, crazy things have been happening. So many wild and crazy things. We're going to go over a good amount of it, a little bit. We're going to touch on a few things. We're going to touch on a few things. We can't cover everything in 4 hours, but we're going to cover a good bit of it. So we'll go over a little bit of everything. Let me do this. We'll just get that underway. We might not be taking as many ad breaks, so if you don't want to deal with ads, make sure you subscribe. Use that prime. Use that prime. All right, let's just get into it, shall we? We're going to start off with Guild Wars 2 news. The Guild Wars 2 community. We got this post on the 30th of June that brought a lot of people back into the Guild Wars community with this little loot, and then what looks like the elite spec background. A lot of people have been looking into the background to try and find little teasers. There's a lot of different speculations. They keep dropping different ones. So there's tons of different, I'm assuming these are elite specs, because they've been dropping them slowly over the past couple weeks that are going to lead up. This is the most recent one here. People have been trying to guess what is what elite spec goes to what class. I personally can't wait to find out which of these go where and for what. The game came out in 2012, I do believe. Came out in 2012, and it hasn't lost traction. This game is still widely popular. They're coming out with new expansions and new things for the game. And I think a lot of people just don't give it as much credit. There's too many people that are into the Final Fantasy franchise, which I think is just, it fell off with 14. I know everyone was super excited about it, but I personally don't like it, and I think it's garbage. Why elite classes and not new starters? People have been asking for new races and classes and stuff, but I think they're trying to focus on building these new elite specs for what is to come in the future, to be honest. I'm assuming they're going to come out with new DLC. So they do have a roadmap that they've released a while ago, probably about a year ago, where they talked about they were going to try and release new expansions and DLCs, I think every year, question mark. We aren't sure, but this game is leaps and bounds better than any other RPG MMO I've ever played. As far as like just the age of it, they use a totally different art style than other games do. They use what I like to call a painterly style, where they basically have taken their art that they make for teasers and different things like that. They've taken that art and implemented it into a game. Whereas a lot of people are like, I like realistic graphics, blah, 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 blah. That's not why I play games. I play games because I live in the real world where I have realistic graphics with my eyeballs. Why do I want to play a game that looks like the real world when I can immerse myself in something that's not like the real world? Isn't that why we all play games? To take a break from reality? Isn't that what we do? Isn't that our thing, right? As gamers, we want to break from reality, so we don't want anything hyper realistic. That's why I don't play with like heavy mod packs on Minecraft. Like, I want to play a game that reminds me of the good old days when it was, 8-bit, 16-bit graphics. Side scrollers were the hot new thing. I know a lot of my friends can't play some of the new games because it gives them motion sickness, because they're so used to side scrollers. So, I mean, that's the thing. RuneScape has realistic graphics. Yeah, I'm not a fan of RuneScape either. Not a big fan of that. I played it once, and I immediately stopped. I didn't even care for it. I don't know, even old school RuneScape was not a good game to me. a game to me has story and depth. That's why I do enjoy Minecraft, because there's a lot of lore and story and depth to it that not many people know about, and the game doesn't even have to tell you the story within it. The ultimate graphics wasn't to your liking. I'm just not a fan of certain things for games, right? We all have our preferences with games. You know, there's people that mod games till their computer is melting, till their computer turns into a fire. I don't want that. I want to play a game. Now, next on the list, we have this. And this is a big deal for some people out there. Starting July 15th, YouTube will only pay creators who use their real voice and produce original content. The following will not be eligible for monetization: reused or repurposed videos, copied content, low effort uploads, fully AI generated videos. This could hurt a lot of reaction channels and a lot of news channels. I know there are a few people in the VTubing space that use voice changers and such. So this could hurt a lot of content creators out there that rely on, you know, YouTube monetization. This could change the space. So with YouTube making this change, we could see other platforms also following suit, right? We could see Twitch doing this, we could see Kick doing this, we could see anyone doing this. There's so much out there as far as, especially the AI generated videos. Those are going so crazy hard right now, and they're going viral, which is very, very dangerous. I don't know if you guys pay attention to the Starbound Bulletin, sorry. So the Starbound Bulletin I try to keep up with as frequent as possible in the Discord. If you guys aren't in the Discord, make sure you join up. In the Starbound Bulletin, I actually found a video of the godfather of AI. The person that helped pioneer AI himself said in the interview to learn to be a plumber, because soon AI is going to be taking everyone's jobs. So learn a trade. And there's not a lot of people out there that took the time to do those things, right? There's not a lot of people that enjoy those jobs or find them fulfilling as far as just humans go. I don't know about any of you guys in chat, but when I was in high school, we had the option, when you were a junior, senior, you could go to a career center, which was basically you would go to your normal high school classes, and then the other half of the day, like after lunch or before lunch, you would spend the other half of the day learning a trade for the entire day, the entirety of the day. I did electronics. I was focusing on robotics at the time because robotics was quite popular and very, very much looking for a lot of engineers and things like that. And then when you graduated from those schools, you essentially had associate's degree. And you had college credits that already applied to your trade that you were studying. So I don't know how many people jumped on those buses and went to trade schools or had the option to go to trade schools. I don't know how frequent that is. Like, I don't know how many people had that option in high school where they're junior or senior and they could go to an actual trade school and learn a trade instead of just going to high school and then going to college and going through that routine, right? So this whole thing, like low effort uploads, not sure what they mean there. Not sure if that means slop content or like low effort edits or low effort. What does that mean? What does low effort uploads means? You went to pilot school? Yeah, see, there's a lot of different trades that you could learn. You know, I'm sure different areas offer different things too. Like my area offered building trades, welding, mechanic, like car mechanic, electronics, business management, cosmetology, human resources, law enforcement, and park ranger. I don't know what that's actually called. I don't know the actual word of that. I don't know if that falls under human resources. I'm not totally sure. I went for electronics. I was always interested in electronics. Even as a kid, when my mom got me my first Nintendo and she repaired it, I was like sitting there watching her. Forest Services, is that what it's called? I'm not sure. But I live in a very rural area. So like you basically you have two choices. You could either move out, go to college, move to a city, or you could take over the family farm in this area. So there's not much as far as like factory work or anything like that. You have to drive about an hour or so in any direction to get a good factory job in this area where I'm from. Copied content. So this could mean that reaction channels and reaction content is not going to be monetizable anymore. People using other people's content for fair use, which kind of screws over the fair use law, right? There's probably a lot of content creators that are going to have a conniption fit over this, and it's going to be starting in 5 days. So when we all get our lovely Guild Wars 2 update and we're all happily playing with our new elite specs and having a good time with Guild Wars 2, YouTube is changing their monetization rules for eligibility. Reused or repurposed videos. I see a lot of people do this on YouTube, which I think is the part of the low effort uploads. I feel like these two go together, right? That's just my personal opinion. I feel like those two go together for sure. Virus, welcome in. How we doing? So this could be a massive change for content creators who are on YouTube, or for people who make a living making content, right? Doing good. That's good. Glad to hear it. I don't know where this is going to sit. We're going to have to wait and see when the 15th rolls around. I'm guessing it's more towards the reaction videos. That's what I'm assuming with the Ethan Klein lawsuits coming out for copyrighted content, right? Since he got his video authorized by the Congress, that they are now changing this because people are suing each other for using copyrighted content or not following the fair use law. The fair use law is very easy to do. It's giving substance to the content you're reacting to. You're giving a whole new take. You're reacting to the content. You're giving your opinion about the situations that are happening. It's not a hard concept to grab as far as like when it comes to react commentary. You can't just sit there and watch someone's copyrighted content and think that it's gonna be okay. So YouTube will remove their trending page, and I think this is because of AI videos. So they are getting rid of their trending page coming soon, and I think this is because of the AI videos that are popping up, and those videos are obviously trending. They're going viral, and it's causing a lot of problems with their algorithm and how their algorithm functions. Because on YouTube, it's not like it is for streaming platforms, right? So how YouTube works is, since they started out as a video platform where they focused on people posting videos and making content that way, their whole algorithm is based around watch time. So if you're making short YouTube videos that are easily digestible, 20 to 30 minutes, they're also changing how they're running ads. So those people who make fast-paced gameplay videos or make fast-paced videos where it's switching topics and just going from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, they're not pushing those as much because ads can't be played on there. They want people to do it more like television. They want people to edit more like television, where there's either a mid-roll ad or there's certain spots where ads can be fit in naturally. So when you're making any kind of YouTube video, people are always thinking fast-paced, ADHD, got to keep them engaged, this, that, or the third, which is a thing, right? You want to keep people engaged, you want to keep people watching your video, you want the watch time to go up, so that way the algorithm will push your video to new viewers. This is definitely because of the AI videos coming out and being so widely popular. And like I said before, the godfather of AI has said to get a trade job because AI is going to take all of our jobs. We don't know if AI might get good enough to where they're going to be the ones doing live streaming now. So AI could be taking content creator jobs on top of many other jobs that are out there that people have relied on for years. They could implement AI, I'm sure, for call centers and things like that. Like, you can train an AI so easily to recognize voice and talk to another person, and entire call centers will just be ran by an AI, ran by a computer that's someone sitting at making sure that the AI is responding properly to what the problem is, and they don't have to do anything besides monitor it. Beetle's working on that. Yeah, Beetle and 150,000 other people. Beetle's not the only one that has created an AI VTuber at all. There's mountains of videos out there of people that have done it themselves as well. Beetle was just the first one to do it and make it, what's the word I'm looking for? Popular. Right? Beetle made Neurosama, and Neurosama was very popular because everyone thought it was cool. It was a new thing in the space. Not anyone has that. There's also even a program that's based on Neurosama that I think is where you have like AI pets, right? You can have AI pets that basically chat can ask it a question, you can give it a personality, and then it can respond. That's kind of my whole idea for Omega eventually, is to be able to watch the screen, be able to interact and banter and do things like that. Doug, I think, uses a very basic AI code that reads chat and then compiles things based on chat's what chat is telling them. And I watched that video of Neurosama and Doug's AI playing GeoGuessr, and Doug's AI was getting influenced heavily by the humans out there trying to troll and stuff, which was funny. It was content, right? That's good content. But his code is, I wouldn't say it's sloppy because I'm not a coder, because we're going to get into that later as well, because we have something that has been going on in that world as far as the whole Stop Killing Games movement, which we'll touch on that in a second. This is definitely because of the AI videos for sure. So this is the whole Pirate Software situation. Pirate Software has lost nearly 50K Twitch followers in the past 30 days. And this is due to his hot take on the Stop Killing Games movement. Now, here's what I think about the Stop Killing Games movement. If I lived in Europe, I would sign it in a heartbeat. And if I have any EU friends out there, please go sign that. Please go be a part of that, because we need that to happen. And there has been a lot of drama that has come up because of this initiative. And as soon as Pirate Software started talking about it, everyone was just like, yeah, middle finger, we're going for it. We don't care. We want to stop killing games. And I think it's because his game would technically fall under those laws in Europe, where he would have to keep it alive, or, you know, it would have to be kept alive. And I don't think many Western game developers like the plan of that. And I think this is hilarious. You've lost 50K of your Twitch followers in the past 30 days. I stopped following this guy a while ago when I kind of realized that when he would do game dev streams, that he would never do any coding. Ever. He would never write any code. He would just have code pulled up and he would be yapping with chat, or he would pull up his subscriber account on YouTube, or just doing a bunch of other things and not like actually coding or doing anything like that. I don't even think at Blizzard his job was to work on games. I think he was security. He was there to make sure that the developers didn't have a security breach based on them like leaving the campus to go to lunch. I don't even think he worked on any games. So how can he be this almighty coder when he was a part of a hacking development, right? Like he was a part of like making sure no one got hacked and anything like that. And there's more about this. He's lost over 100,000 YouTube subscribers in 2 weeks, and it's because of the misrepresentation of the Stop Killing Games campaign, and later criticized it himself. So these two, he's digging himself a hole that not even dirt stairs could get him out of. And I think that he needs to either stop doubling and tripling down, because he's making this whole situation terrible. I used to respect the dude, but now I'm not sure anymore. See, I was in the same boat because I ran into a situation where one of my friends who streams got a hold of pirate software, so that way my Twitch channel didn't get taken down because I got follow botted. And I had a recording. I sent all the recordings to Twitch staff and all that stuff, and they made sure that my channel didn't get hit with anything or falsely accused of anything. So that's why I stayed live when it happened. Some of you that were here for it remember it. Some of you weren't here, heard about it, but we're not going to talk about it. But this guy has been doing a disservice to himself. Not only himself, but his community that he's built, and he has like more respected this guy. You're one of 100,000 people that have just not wanted to watch this guy's content anymore. That is a huge thing. And even Notch, the almighty powerful Notch, responded to Pirate Software's criticism of the Stop Killing Games campaign. If buying a game isn't a purchase, then pirating it isn't theft. And that's Notch. That is the Minecraft creator. You signed the initiative since I'm from Europe. I appreciate you, Morn. I appreciate you very much for doing that. If I was from Europe, I would absolutely sign it. I would berate my wife to sign it. I would do all I could to make sure that passes. Even though there was a 5-page thing that came out from somewhere. I don't know where that went. I thought I had it pulled up, but I guess I didn't. There was a 5-page pamphlet that Europe came out with, like fighting back against all the signatures that were coming through. And even it says here, just verifying that, yes, that is what I was talking about. If buying a game is not a purchase, then pirating them is not theft. Basically doubling down right there. Like Notch is basically saying that if buying a game isn't a purchase, you don't own the game, then that means you could just pirate them. Right? I mean, Nintendo's showing this all tenfold right now. A lot of people, when I read the new terms of service for the Switch 2, and I was trying to basically tell people don't buy the Switch 2, because if you do anything that goes against this terms of service, they hold the right to brick it, and you're also not purchasing it, you're renting it. You don't own your Switch 2. You essentially are renting it. And now Nintendo is in a lot of hot water with, like, the country of Brazil is suing Nintendo for that TOS that they've came out with, and I think that's great. Someone was going to do it eventually, right? And they've already bricked tons of people's Switch 2s already. It's happening. They're calling it Switch 2 because it's making people switch to PC. Beautiful. I love that. But when I saw the terms of service, I immediately read those things. Ever since I got with the terms of service with one of my jobs, I read those, and if I don't understand things, I'll have friends of mine who are lawyers or attorneys sit down with me and read them through with me to make sure I understand everything properly. I will not ever not read terms of service. Even if something is updated, I will go through that terms of service and make sure it says the same stuff that it said before and it didn't change. Because we all know that some companies are not transparent enough to be dealing with those things, and they don't want people to read those terms of service because they have sketchy things in there. We do need consumer protection. I'm mixed, to be honest, but we do need consumer protection. Are not caught up with today's digital age. So my whole thing is back in the day, when you bought your Nintendo, your original NES system, and it broke, you owned it. You were allowed to fix it, modify it, even up to the new Xbox, the first Xbox system, which was that was the time that I really got into modifying game systems, which the Xbox was just a glorified PC. Let's be honest. It had a Blu-ray player. That's about the only cool thing it had about it. But you could modify your game system for whatever you wanted it to do. You could make it do whatever you wanted it to do. And now you can't do that because you don't own them. You don't own your Switch 2. You are renting it. That's what it says in the terms of service. You are essentially renting their products and you don't own them anymore. You're also not getting actual copies of the game. You're getting a digital code. You're paying $80 for a piece of paper that has a code on it. No. I want a game cartridge. I want a fucking game. So that way, I have this game. It's mine now. I paid for it. It's mine. Not yours. Mine. Ubisoft also updated their terms of service to state that something along the lines that they have the right to demand you to uninstall and destroy copies of your games. Yes, I read that as well. Copy pasted from Ubisoft. If you fail to comply with any of the terms and conditions of this EULA, upon termination for any reason, you must immediately uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product in your possession. That is so sketchy. That's so sketchy. I don't even have the Ubisoft thing on my computer anymore. I uninstalled Ubisoft a long time ago. It shouldn't be legal. No, that shouldn't be legal. That's not allowed. You bought it. You own it. That's yours now. That's my game. That's my game disc or cartridge. That's mine now. I paid money for it. It's mine. Like, I'm so glad that Brazil is going ham with Nintendo and basically just saying, hey, your Switch 2 terms of service is bull. Their economy in Brazil essentially, I think, makes it a super expensive system anyway. I don't know. I'm not from that area of the world, so I genuinely don't know. Yeah, they're getting really ridiculous. You're okay with digital as long as I have a full copy and control of the game? See, I would like to have actual copies. Like, I remember back in the day when I switched from console gaming to PC, we still had to buy, like, if you wanted the DLC, you had to go buy a copy of the disc for the DLC and install it. You had to actually go do that. You had to actually go out, purchase that DLC, load it into your PC, and sometimes you had to leave that disc in to play the DLC with the game that you had. That's when we called them expansion packs. That's right. Yeah. Like, I remember when Warcraft had that stupid expansion with the pandas. Because you can SMS chip them these days, so it's nice to be able to make copies. Yeah, like I mean, you could pirate games, right? It wouldn't be a fully unlocked version. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But I remember doing so much for my friends who wanted certain games for PC, and I would pirate them, download them, put them on a USB drive for them, and there you go. You have the game. You have a full copy of the game. Don't update it, because if it asks you to update it, you're gonna get caught. Don't do that. That was so silly. This whole situation is mind-blowing to me, though. Like, this man has dug himself a grave, doesn't even do coding on his quote unquote game dev things, and sits there and watches his YouTube subscribers. Tectone talked about the Stop Killing Games movement, talked about how it's working. We'll touch on this video in a second, because it's a part of the whole situation that we're talking about. It's just like to have my games on a bank so I don't have to switch them up as often. I mean, that's fair. I have a lot of friends who have actually have like external hard drives full of games. I saw some of his GLM code, and as someone who has experience with GLM, Pirates codes actually looks like dog shit. That's funny, because we have these two videos that we're going to talk about towards the end, where this person named Coding Jesus, who is like very, very proficient in C++, and then Quintino, who I think also interviewed Coding Jesus as well, and we're gonna touch on his code. So we'll talk about that later, because we have a few things that I really want to watch and talk about with you guys. I haven't watched any of these. That's why they're here in this tab. I make sure I have all my tabs open in a separate browser for the day, so that way if I'm watching other YouTube videos, it's a natural experience.
Stop Killing Games department, which recently I believe hit 1.2 million signatures when we only needed a million, but 1.2 to cover all of the.
That's super great. 1.2 million
fraudulent signatures. But right here, industry that's lobbying against Stop Killing Games. This industry is the same group, a trade association, to lobby against loot boxes being classified as gambling, which everybody knows they actively are, just like every.
Yeah, we all know that loot boxes are gambling, right, guys? Like, that's just gambling with extra steps. Like, loot boxes
Everybody
are definitely
knows
gambling.
that gotcha games are gambling for children. We all
know that, right? We all know that gotcha games and all that stuff, that's all gambling, and they're trying to promote it to kids.
That shit. Apparently we got some bad guys angry, but the good news is this means that the movement of Stop Killing Games is working, because if it was,
and that's good. That's good that it's working, even though it took someone being a complete idiot and giving the worst hot take ever about things. And we all know how Hero gives hot takes around here, and you know, personally, I could care less if you guys agree with them or don't agree with them. It's fine by me. We're all humans. We have our own opinions on things. EA got their slap a few times because of loot boxes. Yeah, it's stupid. Don't do it. Like, if you're gonna do any kind of gotcha game, don't promote it for kids.
They wouldn't give a fuck. Now they know they're forced to care.
Hello, I have a development on the Stop Killing Games campaign. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it's recently crossed the 1 million signature mark.
Yep,
though
1.2.
I'm assuming nothing. In fact, I've been given stats that there was a previous initiative that had.
You send me to the land of the gays. Joke's on you. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Do a better joke next time. Hecklers are schmecklers. Also be careful. Make everyone look at your profile pictures. You get exploded around here.
had 250,000 of its signatures invalidated.
Jesus.
And I could see us setting a new record there. So keep signing. That's the first thing.
Absolutely.
Second, for anyone who doubts how...
Yeah, I actually think we'll probably need around 1.4. Because with how viral this went, I
don't think they're going to need 1.4. I think they're going to need to push into 1.5, maybe even 2 million. So that way they show that they're a serious movement. Like, they're not being taken seriously because they just, a bunch of gamers are crying and whining about not being able to have their games, like, continue to stay alive, even after the developers stop giving a shit about the games. So, like, push for more. Like, you've already gotten past your goal, because they were sitting pretty steady at, like, 800,000, I do believe, or something like that. They sat there for a long time until the whole pirate software are crazy. Yeah, a lot of them are going to be invalid due to people signing while not being eligible to sign. Yeah, that's I think the whole situation
if
here.
A lot of people like faked their signatures from a different country or use some type of VPN to get around whatever security pre-measures.
That right there is the whole thing, right? Is there's probably people who are trying to help the initiative and they're using a VPN to get around whatever kind of security protocol. You had to enter your social from your country in order to be valid. See, that's the thing. I don't know how they're doing this or how they're getting around any of this unless they're just making up numbers or anything like that. But I genuinely don't know how they're getting around this or trying to be like, if you're a Westerner, you don't live in Europe, don't fucking sign it. Just tell any of your friends that live in the EU just to sign it. Like, I'm proud of Morn for signing this because this needs to happen. This needs to be done because if it happens in Europe, it might take a hold in the Western part of the world as well. You know, there's kids who probably don't know it's only Euro. They're just making a list of people to draft for World War III. Haha. Haha. I'm still waiting on that to happen, and it hasn't happened yet because, well, you know,
they already had.
The world
so
is
definitely,
in
there'll be a link in the description.
shambles.
Sign this petition if you're an EU, and let's help games stop being killed.
How powerful this initiative can be? We now have a lobbying group issuing a statement about us. Do you think if we had no chance of changing things, we would have lobbyists coming out against us? Well, a big one is Video Games Europe.
Uh-oh.
Best I can tell,
VGE.
this is essentially the voice of the industry.
Yeah,
Of course they're going...
This is a big one. If VGE is coming out and lobbying against Stop Killing Games, that tells you that they're actually going to make a change, right? So I think that this could be a huge monumental thing for gamers, and it could possibly boil over into the West and North America and South America. We all could be looking to have things being changed as far as the gaming industry is concerned. You know, that this movement has sparked fire for some people, and I think it's great.
Going to be against
This is peaceful protesting.
any proposal we make because they're ideologically opposed to us being able to retain our games.
Yeah, you want to know why? Because they want to kill games. That way they can sell us the same games over again.
And I think that's stupid. I think that's so dumb. And this is why I don't like Final Fantasy 14. Like, ever since Final Fantasy 8 or 9 or whatever, it's been the same game with the same crap over and over and over again. And I think that it's stupid. I'm kind of mixed about this whole thing. On one hand, sounds good. On another, people shouldn't buy online only trash games. On the third hand, who wants Conquered forever? I want my games forever. I don't want my games to die. I would be so mad if I bought a game and then it just died, and then they come out with a new game that's the same damn game. Like GTA, we're on GTA 6. It's the same garbage over and over and over and over again, and people eat it up. I think it's trash. Einstein said he doesn't know what will be used in WW3, but the weapons of WW4 will be sticks and stones.
They want to continue recycling the same games, killing them, and remaking the same thing because nobody fucking innovates anymore. There's like maybe one or two actually good new games a year. It's a fucking.
I don't even want to say that there's one or two. I think some of the games that people think are new games that are coming out are literally the same game with a new outfit and makeup on.
Wasteland of shit.
I really can't emphasize that enough. Even if every developer in the world was for our proposal, the industry would still be against it. Because it's not developers who make most of the big decisions. It's shareholders and companies worth billions.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, let's go.
It honestly becomes sickening. And I'm going to pull up a great Grok quote. When you
Oh god, he's using Grok. Which is why I keep going back to playing older games. I mean, that's why I'm still in love with Guild Wars 2, even though I'm technically a new player. I love that game, and the developers haven't given up on it, and they won't give up on it. I'm sure they keep giving us teasers for new stuff, as you guys saw. The solution is don't buy them and put those Quad A studios that recycle games out of business. Yeah, that would be a great idea if people would stop hyping up those quad A studio games. Like Final Fantasy 14, as soon as I saw it, I immediately thought it was garbage. You have to pay a subscription for it. Same with WoW. When World of Warcraft announced they were going a subscription-based thing, trash, garbage. You fed me a new game, quote unquote, and it's not new. It's the same thing. And you are now wanting me to pay to play it monthly? What? Yeah, it's impossible. That's true. It's impossible to get everyone to stop doing the same. I mean, there's Nintendo stands out there who were so excited about the Switch 2. And then when they bought it and their shit got bricked, now look at them. Now they're so mad about it.
kind of realize how video games and movies are being made in big 2025. Because it's not like people who have passion making video games enjoying movies / cinema, which you can also put games.
Literally. They were literally. They have an expensive paperweight now.
Because it's almost impossible once you know. Once I know what at Grok, and this is an AI Grok bot on Twitter. Once you know about the persuasive ideological biases, propaganda, and subversive tropes in Hollywood, like anti-white stereotypes, forced diversity, or historical revisionism, it shatters the immersion. Many spot these in classics too, from trans undertones in old comedies to World War II narratives, ruins the magic for some. Absolutely. Once you realize these are just...
And that's crazy that Grok said that. That's crazy that Grok said that. And they still bought the Switch 2 despite the massive number of red flags from Nintendo. Well, yeah, they wanted it. They're Nintendo stans. They love Nintendo, do or die. Bleed the red. They bleed red for Nintendo. They're ready for it. They're ready for anything Nintendo comes out with. That's why I stopped playing the Pokemon games. And I only play the old Pokemon games. That's genuinely why I stopped. After like what was it, Crystal? I think it was like Gen 3. I can't remember. I stopped playing after Crystal. Because I was like, this is the same game with no new story. There's nothing else, and they're feeding me garbage, and they're ruining a franchise that I genuinely loved as a kid. I loved that franchise so much, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I caught on very fast.
Just a bunch of out-of-touch corporate billionaires just trying to be as progressive and as woke as possible in order to look good on a PR-wise, rather than making a good fucking game. You just become disenchanted with the entire field. And it's felt with games like Dragon Age Origin and that other game with the ugly lesbian as the spaceship pilot. It's a shame.
Go through this statement quick by our
Jesus,
opposition here. We appreciate...
That's why AAA games are dead, and that's why the majority of good games that have come out are made by indie developers.
That's a crazy take too, because I've played some AAA games that are garbage, but I've played some indie games that I will forever hold near and dear to my heart.
The passion of our...
And case in point,
And like my big point here is like Phasmophobia was not initially created by a huge AAA games company at first. They were developed by like I think three or four people at first, and that was I bought a Switch 2, turned it on, turned it off, waiting for my mod chip. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Point. Let's just talk about Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. What was that? 39 devs and a dog? And they make that shit? What are we doing here, guys?
Community. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be
Dragon
an
Age
option for
Veilguard, not Origin.
companies
Sorry,
when
misspoke.
the online experience is no longer commercially
Yeah, sorry. Dragon Age Origin was amazing. I meant Veilguard. Sorry. I get the titles confused. My bad.
viable. Well, I have great news for you, Video Games Europe. We are in no way seeking to impede your right to discontinue online services. We are saying you can shut down your games whenever you want. But you have to do that responsibly.
Yep.
In a way that doesn't take back rights you already sold to customers.
Yep.
Yes, that is the initiative. They don't care if you take down your game and your online presence of the game. They care that you do it responsibly and you don't take back those rights that you already sold. That's the whole point of the initiative. Can people just not read anymore? I mean, I understand that in America there's like 44% of the country is illiterate. Like, that's an actual statistic. And what are we doing now? Are we just not reading and we're just going with what our favorite content creators say? In that case, if we're going with what our favorite content creators say, I say that you guys should subscribe to me on all platforms. You should like and subscribe and do all the things on every single platform and give me all your money because I said so. Like, what? What?
Yep.
Yeah, some people forget that companies have
And I'm not going to make sure that you have your rights that I've sold to you. I'm stealing everything. I'm stealing it all. It's all mine. Push the wrong button, so the bit went downhill.
to
But
sell
anyway,
you some rights to begin with to even play the games. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that players
you think I have money? I'll make you have money. I don't know where I was going with
are
that
given
bit.
fair notice of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection law.
Yeah, one of the biggest fucking slaps in the face was, oh God, Tribe 9. Or as people like to call it, Tribe 90K, because that's all the fucking money it made. Or Tribe 9 players, because that's all the people who they had left after 3 weeks of launch. Launching a game, a gacha game, meant to make millions of dollars in any predatory way they possibly fucking can. It's a very slippery slope, guys, but they are quite fun. Shutting down after 3 months? That's psychotic. A game that you can invest unlimited amounts of currency into, shutting down after 3 months. Like, they announced the end of service after 3 months, and the game's totality would have been around 8. What the fuck is that? That should not even be legal, bro.
Okay, well, first off, I'm not a lawyer, but this guy at WBS Legal is, and he thinks Ubisoft probably broke the law when it shut down the crew, giving players only 3 months notice, when they should have given more like 2 years. Yeah, you know, Ubisoft, one of your members. So this is probably a false statement out the gate. But you know what? That's not even our issue. So I don't even care how much notice you're giving the players.
Yep.
What I care about is that you're not depriving them of their
Just make
purchase.
me have money.
Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players, as the protections we put in place to secure players' data, remove illegal content, and combat unsafe community content would not exist and would leave rights holders liable. Okay, several things here. We have to break it down. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option. So they're saying for a new game concept, which hasn't even been made yet, sometimes there is no way they can add an end-of-life plan to the design? Their programmers' fingers simply can't type that? I would love to see them say this to a room full of developers. I think the industry would be surprised how viable it was if the law said you can't take back the limited license rights you already sold to the customer. And this next part. Yes, this part is true. Players will absolutely be getting a rougher and more wild experience playing an unsupported game. I happen to know a thing or two about that. So yes, that's the nature of anything unsupported.
Put up Ross's
That's
game
not a good
dungeon.
excuse to destroy
That's so
what
funny.
people paid.
They can always make the server and components open source. I'm pretty sure there's games out there that the fan base has taken over and made servers for it. Morn, do you not play one of those games? I'm pretty sure Morn plays a dead MMO where the fan base made a server for it. WoW, for example, Blizz shut it down. Was that a situation? Was that actually a situation? Because I don't remember WoW ever falling off like that, where people have made their own fan-made servers. I think people made their fan-mades. They reverse engineered the server code. Interesting. People did play WoW on personal servers for a time before Blizzard threatened to sue. Yeah, it's Morn's favorite MMO. It was officially shut down, and some guy literally made his own server files from scratch to support the game, to support playing the game again. And then Alice sued him, and he disappeared, but the game is still playable now thanks to this guy. See, and that's a situation. That's a situation that shouldn't happen. That's what this whole movement is about. That's stupid to me. That's stupid.
For.
Yep.
That's so dumb.
It just means they're on their own. But then they say this part. It would leave rights holders liable.
For
Okay,
what?
I am not a lawyer.
There's no way that the developers can be sued for a bad experience someone had on a private server. There's no way that's real.
But my first impression is this strikes me as very not true. The way I read this, they're saying they are incapable of writing an end-user license agreement that absolves them of all liability on shutdown. Like planning for end of life, apparently it's just not possible.
How? How is that not possible? Explain that to me. Please explain to me how, when you develop a game and you're building a business plan for the game, and you don't plan for the end of life possibility of your game. It's a possibility for every game that's ever been created. All of them. Are you kidding me? Like, it should be a part of the business plan for the game designers to actually make this a thing. It just takes some time and money. I don't even think it takes money for people to sit there and type it. I mean, I guess it will if they're getting paid, right? If it's their job to actually sit down and do it, right? TF2 is a good example of a player-run game. I mean, there's so many games out there. Like, Morn was my best example because I've watched Morn play that game and I've listened to the explanation of it. I just wanted a little bit of clarification to make sure that I was right. But I've watched Morn play that MMO and talk about it, and talk about how this guy made his own servers and made the game playable again for a community of people who didn't want it. Valve has supported TF2. It was the players that kept it running. I'm sure there's tons of other games out there that are like that too, for using that example, honestly. I mean, I'm not hip to the trend, right? I'm just here to cover the news and just give you guys my opinion and rant about how stupid I think this is, or stupid I think that is, or maybe that's a good idea, or maybe this is a good idea. I'm just a silly little VTuber here to just ramble on, talk your guys' ear off, and I'll listen to your guys' opinions as well. So, I mean, at least I'm not like some VTubers where it's like, you're an idiot, blah, 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 blah. The funniest part is that Alice called the player base of this MMO cockroaches because we refused to give up on playing the game. That's so stupid. Why? Why would you call your fan base cockroaches? Because they love your game to the point where that would be like if Nintendo called the OG Pokemon gamers cockroaches. That's like the same comparison. Like, just because I want to play my Pokemon Blue game cartridge on my Game Boy Color, I'm a cockroach. It's not an online based game at all, right? Like, that's probably not the best example I have, but it's a similar concept. I mean, for example, that'd be like if Guild Wars 2 died and then some player base figured out how to create servers and run the servers like ANET did for every player to play Guild Wars 2. Right? That was a whole thing. That was a whole thing. So like Guild Wars 2 is not going anywhere. Once End of Dragons came out, the player base skyrocketed through the roof, and they just keep coming out with content for it, and more and more players are playing that game today than ever.
It's cap.
So me, as a layman, I'm wondering what's the problem with adding a line like this to the EULA? Once our company ends support, we are not responsible for any and all issues that arise from users continuing to operate the game in a discontinued and unsupported state, and absolve ourselves from any and all liability pertaining to its continued use.
Oh my gosh, that looked like it was so hard to type out. That's not even a full paragraph. That's one sentence. That's one well thought out sentence. So you're telling me any game studios, they're too lazy to type one sentence? And how much money would that cost to type that out into your contract, to add that to your contract? I think it's just maddening to me that these people think that they could do that.
Yep.
There's probably a better way to say that, but you get the idea. They seem to be saying a line like that is just impossible to write. See, I'm puzzled by this because as a consumer, I've seen all kinds of things have support.
Yeah, there's just no way
but
they can't do that. There's no way.
I'm just
No, they're
on my
bullshitting
own.
100%.
That's a very common thing.
What about manga series when they end? Like what if publishers started saying that once this series is over, you have to burn all your copies of that manga? Like, what if that was a thing, guys? Like, that is a very similar concept of where more and we were on the same page. I love it. How many times is Nintendo getting sued for people play the original Metroid on an NES? I have no idea. I have no idea about that, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. But how many times has Nintendo sued people for playing emulators? Which is technically stealing a game. Which goes back to the whole Notch thing that pirating isn't theft. Meh? Question mark. Like, why hasn't Pokemon Fusion gotten sued yet? They're a fan-made game. They rip off all kinds of copyright laws. They've broken all kinds of copyright laws. Why hasn't that game gotten taken out yet? They just had an update, actually. That's why I couldn't play the game. That's why none of my sprites were loading up the one time we tried to play it. You don't think it's a problem that game companies are having? Probably Nintendo wants them to earn X million, so when they sue for all of it. Why don't they just sue for the rights of the game and then republish the game? Why don't they do that? Then they own the game and they can publish it. They can put it out on their Switch 2 as a new game and then brick everyone's Switch 2s for playing it. If the game is no longer being sold, then downloading a ROM of it isn't hurting anyone anymore. That's what I think. That's my actual thought. Like, if I want to play old games from the past and I want to download a ROM of it and play it on my PC because I would rather prefer to play with mouse and keyboard over a controller any day, that should be my right as a gamer. Getting sued for old games. Yeah, I don't think many companies are doing that anyway. Like with old N64 games, they're not getting sold anymore. No, I mean, the only time that they're getting sold, right, is at like, what do you want to call those places? Thrift stores. That's my best thing. Like even some thrift stores sell old game systems. Heck, there was a vintage game store in my town, well, not far from my town, and they absolutely were selling all kinds of old games and game systems and like all the proper cables and everything like that for them. So what the hell? Why aren't they getting sued and taken out? Why are they doing that? Nuclear, welcome in. How we doing? I'm rambling.
I think we need a lawyer to weigh in on this.
Legal mindset.
So if we take them at
Get
the
on it.
He yells legal mindset.
It sounds like they're concerned about
Secondhand market values, but that's genuinely sold by people who don't care about the games. They just see it as an object with resale value. That is true. There are some places, like when I was heavily into Magic the Gathering, I was all the time trying to find cards that resellers were selling cheap and they were going for high dollar value on eBay. Granted, some of them are smart about it, right? Like they'll check the resale value and they'll check to see the condition and they'll do all their research. Ooh, excuse me. They'll do all their research properly and then they'll resell. Excuse me, I've got the gassies. They'll resell the game for more than the original value, right? Because they do their research. They don't want to really lose out on anything.
about protecting customers. Okay. But their solution is customers must have their purchase taken away from them forever. We have to destroy our customers' games to protect them from themselves. I normally don't like to use this phrase because it's thrown around too much, but
I think all card games are designed for trade and resell, to be honest with you guys.
this is beyond nanny state. This is more like Terminator state. Take a game like Star Siege Tribes. For all purposes, that's a game intended to run online with other people, or over a network at the very least. It was discontinued in 2004, but you can still run it today, online. This lobbying group seems to be saying that's a liability. No one should have been permitted to run this game after 2004, and it's a mistake that this game is still allowed to exist because
Why? I don't
of
understand.
the risk to consumers.
Nah, bullshit.
How is it a risk to consumers if they want to play their favorite game online with their friends? Like, that's why I started the guild for Guild Wars 2. So that way I can play with you guys and share the experience of loving that game. So we can all do guild missions together. We can all do hero point trains together. We can all create characters and share our experience of building things in that game together. What? Huh?
We would have destroyed every last copy of it back in 2004 if we could have. We couldn't then, but we can now. So that's our business model with new games.
Okay, destroy Final Fantasy 14. Destroy your trash game that you're making people subscribe for, and it's not good. Do that. Everyone that bought Final Fantasy 14, destroy that shit. Wasn't that like an $80 game? Am I wrong? I paid like $80 for Diablo 4. I hope that game gets destroyed because of how bad it was on launch. When that game launched, I've never sworn so much in my life. Ever. Because it's a lobbying committee for big business. Big business needs you to buy a new game every year. No, they don't. Look at ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2. They come out with a new expansion. They come out with new things for the game that enhance the gameplay of the game. Like, I'm going to use Guild Wars 2 as an example because it came out in 2012 and people are still going in to play it now. Arctic Knight is one of our friends and chatters that stop in here sometime. They just started playing Guild Wars 2. They just started in 2025. I don't mind if they destroy Final Fantasy 14. You and me both.
See, I take that as extremely
We got a lot of videos to get through too.
Both customers and preservation.
Makes no sense.
So my question is, why can't we allow customers to continue playing the game, but adding a splash screen saying something
Hey May, how we doing? Welcome
like,
in.
warning, this game is no longer supported. Running it could represent a risk to your security. We assume no liability for what may happen as a result.
Absolutely.
Why can't you do that? Why can't you say that? Why can't you build your end of life plan? Which I think he wrote a pretty good sentence to let people know, like, once this game isn't supported online anymore, we're not going to be liable for anything that happens. And then why can't you put on the fan-made things that say, hey, we're not liable if anything happens or if someone hacks the server and steals all your information? You're taking a risk. I know Microsoft is changing their business model and it's working for the Xbox. I know nothing about that either. Are they just changing it for Xbox or are they changing it for like Microsoft as a whole?
That strikes me as a reasonable compromise. In addition,
I would have to agree.
Many titles
Because they're not looking to compromise. They're looking to shut down these older games. That way they can sell you the shittier remake of the same game.
Okay, well then sell me Guild Wars 3.
Yeah, no, it's just scummy. They're just fucking with us because they think that they can. And I think the Stop Killing Games movement will actually put a stop to that, I think.
are designed from the ground up to be
If anybody can stop them, it's EU consumer rights. Because, my God, they've made so many good changes in the past, like, 10 years.
online only. In effect,
It's so cringe people defend corporations. I know, they're usually, majorly, guys, this should be real. Corporations are made to make money, right? They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about Pride Month. They don't give a fuck about gay people. They don't care about, Black Lives Matter. They don't give a fuck about that. The only thing they care is getting you to think that they care. That way they can make more money.
That man said it all right there. Like, they genuinely don't care about any of these months, any of these things, any of these movements. They do it for PR. They're out to make you think that they give a shit, and then they want your money. They want all your little pocket change and lint and even the paper clip in your pocket. So that way they don't have to waste money on staples the next month.
And guys, that's even the same for even my favorite developers. Listen, I love Wuthering Waves. I think the devs that I've talked to are cool, but at the end of the day, they're a corporation, guys.
After being in the US as much as I have, I gotta say that the thing I miss the most are my consumer rights that I have in Sweden. People here are too used to getting screwed over by companies, unfortunately. That's just our country. Like, we have been, people have been brainwashed. I shouldn't say we. People have been brainwashed to the point to where, like, capitalism is the mold here. Like, even people with small businesses have a capitalistic mindset on they want to make money. They don't care how they actually present themselves to the consumer. They just want to look good in PR, and they want to look good and make people think that they care when they just care about making a living and having a bigger fish tank to live in. That's the barbarianism and capitalism. You guys are preaching. I love it. Brainwash is a good term. People will defend the company screwing them over. Yes, that's absolutely true. And if I get screwed over, I'll tell you guys right now that I don't defend anyone. That if I get screwed over, I've actually been in situations where I've had to deal with losing my job at a tattoo studio, and then me having photographic evidence, taking it to the health board and showing the health board how this tattoo studio ran, and the health board doing nothing about it. Not just me, though, as well as other people calling the health board and backing my claims that I physically gave them proof of, yet this studio is still in operation and nobody's saying a thing about it. Like, I love tattooing and piercing and body modification so much. It's been such a pivotal point in my life, to the point where I want it to grow and become better. I want it to become more mainstream. I want people with tattoos to be more accepted by just people all around. I live in such a small town, guys, and I'm so heavily tattooed that I have my wife carry the receipt out when we leave Walmart, so that way we don't get profiled and stopped, because what are we going to steal? We don't have any reason to steal anything. We can pay for our groceries. We can pay for our things. We have no reason to take anything from Walmart unless we're like weird and completely against, we're against the man. Rah, we're going to take everything. You don't deserve our money. And no, we're going to pay for our groceries because it's against the law to steal. For one, why would we do that? And for two, I get profiled everywhere I go. I've been followed in stores by security officers, or quote unquote secret shoppers, because of the way I look, because I don't present myself like a normal person. You know, I was in the heavy metal scene for a long time. I played in heavy metal bands. I was a musician. I have a certain look when I wear my clothes. You know, I wear jorts that are cut off. That's like, and I wear heavy metal t-shirts. Some of them have holes because they're so old, and I've been in so many mosh pits with them on that they just got ripped a little. I'm not going to give up that t-shirt. I'm going to keep it for the memory. Even if I have to make a blanket out of it later, I'm going to keep it for the memory. That's insane just for having tattoos and body mods. That's America. Like, you would be surprised. The only time I don't get followed around is when I go to tattoo conventions. Because everyone at that
Ad break
hotel...
in 1 minute. Want to watch it free? Subscribe to ArtMage_Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
We just got to wait for her to stop talking. Yeah, so like when I go to tattoo conventions, that's the only place that I feel comfortable because I know security is looking at me and they're like, I know exactly why you're here. You're here to go to that convention. No worries. Right down there. Like, that's the only time I ever feel comfortable. Even when I go out for food, like I'm obviously used to it now because it's been happening for like 20 years, 15 years or so. So like I'm used to people just staring at me when I go out to eat or when I like go places. I'm just used to getting stared at now. But it's just insane how this country thinks about things. Now, if I lived in Japan, I would obviously be looked at a little bit differently because they have different laws, you know, based on the Yakuza and other things like that. But let's get back into this. We're going to have ads that are going to pop up. We're probably going to let them run so that way we can get a big chunk of them gone. And we'll make sure that we can move on to our next topic because we got a couple videos, quite a few videos. We might run over 4 hours. I wouldn't say brainwash is difficult to know when companies change management at the top level that have profits and not customers in mind. I mean, that just comes with those companies need to be a little more transparent. That's why Creator Clash isn't. They're not doing it this year. Creator Clash was sold to other content creators that were supposed to save the movement, and now that Creator Clash 1 and 2, they weren't transparent with everything that happened because everyone thought that the ticket sales, all the money, everything like that was going to go to charity. It's not happening now.
Right? It's just another flavor of the same greedy shit we've always fucking seen. They're still a gotcha company at the end of the fucking day, right? If they were so good, the game would be free, right? The game would be free. A game wouldn't cost, or a character wouldn't cost $300. It is what it is, right? All companies are the same.
These proposals would curtail developer choice.
Some are better than other, but all of them are bad.
By making these video games prohibitively expensive to create. Okay, this part is a little more complicated because every game is different. But when I see this, I'm thinking of auto manufacturers saying how they can't afford to make cars if they're required to include seatbelts in them. Because no one ever made that argument back in the 60s.
He's not wrong. I remember my grandma and grandpa telling me how they didn't have car seats or seatbelts back in their cars and back in the day.
However, I think there is a big piece being left out of the discussion here. A whole lot of the complexity and cost of making an online game comes from all the microservices involved. And guess what? We don't need the vast majority of them for an end-of-life build. I talked to a developer, and he gave me a big list of examples we don't need. Payment
Pyro, how we doing? Welcome in.
processing, anti-cheat, analytics, voice chat. There's so much here that's not necessary to just run the damn game.
Yep.
In fact, I have a quote from him. We are not asking for 98% of the game. We're asking for the 2% of game logic from main gameplay functionality. Except even that's not true. We're not asking for that directly. We're asking for the same rights we already bought for the game, which they can probably fulfill by providing that 2%, as he puts it.
Yep.
So let's cut out all this extra crap before we start talking about how cost prohibitive an end-of-life build is. Now, that does mean designing games so it's easier to turn off all these microservices is a very good idea.
Absolutely.
I think that's a great idea. That's a huge list that we've been watching scroll by of things that just you don't need to run the game and play it.
And that
Yeah, now some of them might be needed, of course, if you're running like player-made servers, but this whole situation is just out of hand.
Also means it may not be practical for some existing games. Good thing for the industry, the initiative is not retroactive. And most publishers already have a local test environment for a game.
And I think that's fair.
I'm told is bad practice not to. That's half the battle right there.
It's like when they changed the Lightning charger to the USB-C charger. Like, there's no way that Apple...
Minecraft did it? Minecraft did it how? Making, like, getting rid of all this stuff and then just making the gameplay functional without needing all this stuff to have servers. Like, I understand that Minecraft, they do have, like, player-made servers and they have tons of other servers.
1 minute. Want to watch it free? Subscribe to @mage_hero VT.
He interrupts me every time.
To use that free Prime sub, baby.
All right, we're gonna let these ads run. We got like a minute left. We got a few minutes left in the game, but like I understand that like some Minecraft servers are ran by people or players, or some people host those servers on their own devices. And I understand that there's servers out there like 2B2T that are like completely just anarchy servers too, where they don't care if you use hacks or cheats or other things like that. But like this is just
will be told, and
crazy
everybody
to
who
me.
bought a Lightning charger, you need to replace with a USB-C. Right? That it would be impossible to say go back in time and fix every single video game to be run in a playable state after you've already ended of service, right? It's just, okay, you guys have fucked us enough. From here on out, no more fucking us.
So this statement...
It's possible to own your own server and run it in Minecraft. Oh yeah, you can open LAN. You can open a LAN. Like I could load up the game right now, open a LAN service, and then let you guys all join if I wanted to. I don't want to because I don't want my computer possibly getting hacked or anything like that. Because there are hackers out there who... Dust, I don't know if you were here for it, but there are hackers out there who like make bots for Discord and they do all kinds of crazy stuff like that.
You can't retroactively fix this. You just can't.
Level. I do not believe the industry when they say this is so expensive, it's not possible. Especially when it's been done many times before.
Well, I mean, if anybody said that, it's probably the Borderlands 4 devs, because I don't know how the fuck that game costs 3 times more than Borderlands 3, and it looks the fucking same. What are they doing?
This is seatbelts all over again. And how about getting input from big European developers not on this list, like CD Projekt or Larian? We welcome the opportunity to discuss a position with
80-second ad break starting.
All right, guys, we got ads coming. We're going to let them roll, and then we'll get back into the news. We'll BRB, guys. We're going to BRB. Don't go anywhere. Sit tight. Keep them hot takes heavy. I'm assuming the beatings have stopped. Nope. Just heard it. I had to say something, didn't I? Yep, alright, okay, alright, holy sh... And of course, we forgot to leave this in there. Alright, that was weird.
You ever taken your sister to the Waffle House, got back to the ranch, and realized you aren't in Alabama anymore? That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150.
Means me. Bottom left ghost is scary. What bottom left ghost? I don't know what you're talking about. Weird. Oh no, it's a necromancer. Don't worry, I'm pulling myself. What
just happened? Oh my god, what just happened?
Just know, all I have to say is once I jump off, don't let two white women make a podcast out of me. Please.
Don't let two white women make a podcast. Oh no, Sergeant, you can't leave us like that.
No,
What are we gonna do without him?
no, I didn't know.
Easy fine. Let's go. It's caffeinated. Look out.
I'm on like 4 cups of coffee, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tweaking.
Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Ludwig, who lost a bet with Iron Mouse, finally debuted their Vtuber model. And what did the community have to say? The community said we should gatekeep VTubing. And what I think we should do is maybe gatekeep your opinions to yourself and let others be creative instead of being an interaction farmer on Twitter. Stop it. Get some help.
That what you call that? That what I call what? What? Supervising? Helping? I wasn't helpful. I just stood there. I walked outside. I came around the other way. I was just like, yep. Looks like a water heater. Looks like a problem. We should fix this.
182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
I don't know what you want from me.
I'm assuming the beatings have stopped. Nope. I just heard it. I had to say something, didn't I? Yep, alright, okay, alright, holy sh...
I don't suck very often, but when I do it with confidence.
Is that so?
That is 100%. I don't suck very often, but when I do it with confidence.
Okay.
We have so many iron nuggets.
Oh
I'm
my
making
god, okay. I suck all the time.
Shrimp, lasagna, shrimp,
Lasagna,
shrimp,
the shrimp.
lasagna, shrimp, lasagna, shrimp, shrimp, lasagna. That's all. I have 8 rows horizontally and 8 rows vertically that I can use. I have 64 math, brain. Yeah, 64. Look at me go. I did it. I did it. I have 64 buttons per page. I like that very well. Something about, you know, taking away the people that he cared about and I don't know. And he followed me through a portal that can stretch over universes and time and space. Because time and space aren't real.
They're both right there.
Yoo-hoo!
Okay, I will be risking my life. I will run through.
Okay.
Oh, nope. They're not
Nope.
aggroed. Okay, they're back, I think. Alright,
Okay, next person, run through. No.
alright.
Not aggroed.
Nope, they're aggroed. They're aggroed. Nope, he's not aggroed!
Nope.
He's not aggroed! He's not aggroed! I'm gonna die! I'm assuming the beatings have stopped. Nope. I just heard it. I had to say something, didn't I? Yep, alright, okay, alright, holy sh... Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. All right, we're back.
Project Red.
Yeah, I bet you do. And those who have led the European Citizens Initiative in the coming months. Well, they'll probably be glad to know that's actually not me. I am not the official spokesperson for the initiative.
By the way, them saying that it was too expensive means it's a number higher than 0, and they don't want to waste money on something that's not going to get them more money. Which, are we really surprised they said that, guys?
I'm ineligible. I'm more of a super promoter. The reason I'm making this video is I want to inoculate people against these bad faith arguments. Remember, everything they're saying here is their excuse for taking away your purchase with no time frame given and destroying it forever. Is this a good enough excuse for you? It isn't for me.
No.
Especially when they're lying. I think that's worth taking into consideration.
Yeah.
And on that note, they also released a longer statement. But do I really need to go over this?
The really dangerous things about these organizations putting out statements like this is that we as a people have been conditioned to take all of these things at face value and not do any research into what they're saying because of how it's formatted and the way it's presented, right?
This is facts. We have been trained to take this at face value, and we don't want to do any research on it. We just want to think that, oh, they're thinking about their consumers. They care about us. They care about things that we think about. You know, they care that we buy their products. No, they just care about money.
But if you break down a lot of these things that these corporations say, and once you realize that there is, you know, I mean, this is still their opinion. This is still what they're saying, right? A lot of companies, a lot of corporations, they just lie to your ass. They do. It's like the same.
Straight face value lies.
Same thing with Genshin Impact. It's like, we heard what you've been saying, and we fixed the game according to what you guys want. And then it's like, they added 3 extra chickens to the daily check-in. It's like, brother, I don't know who you're listening to, but it wasn't any of us. Ain't nobody asked for that shit.
Yes. Why providing continued support do not work for all games? Oh, we're back to the classics. Okay, so they don't even understand what we're asking for. You know what? I'm gonna let them figure it out. I played that song enough already.
Yep.
If I have to explain that a 500th time, I want it to at least be to someone who's not being paid to undermine us.
Absolutely.
Now, they're going to be lobbying politicians with this, I'm assuming, but we can try and do our part too. If you're super motivated on this and are part of the EU, you can contact a member of European Parliament and tell them about the initiative. I've been told you should target ones in the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee. There's a link in the description below.
I love that.
Just pick one for your country, and I'm just relaying this next part. I have no idea myself, but I've been told you should maybe avoid PFE and ESN, as they're not known for doing things, is how it was explained to me. And the last bit of advice is a lot of email
That's
to them
funny.
gets very...
It sounds like some of our people in Congress and representing us.
So if you want
We
something that
don't
stands
do
out,
things
this
here,
title
guys.
was suggested to me. 1 million plus
What a
on European
shot.
Citizens Initiative. Stop destroying video games. Help us protect gamers' consumer rights. And that's all I have on Video Games Europe lobbying against us.
Great
For
fucking
now,
video, man. I really like
good
this. I
video.
can't believe I haven't subscribed already. Yo, boys, go give this video a like. Use the link down below to sign. And then if you can contact any of your local representatives of your EU country, that would help a lot. Because all we want is to just not be treated like shit. And I really don't think that's that big of a deal to ask.
I don't think that's hard of an ask either. I don't think that's a tough ask either. Sorry. iDubbbz jump scare. My bad. I thought I was in the chair that he's in. We're just gonna hop right into this one.
Aliens from Mars are watching. In
Excuse me? YouTube?
today's video,
Thank you.
Hassan has just been humiliated by a stand-up comedian. Tectone continues to absolutely roast Hassan. Ethan has caught Anissa, aka iDubbbz' husband, in several lies and has responded to her Twitter meltdown. Jellywig continues to get absolutely
Jellywig.
torched by Hassan supporters for daring to say the truth for once. And a bunch of more updates. Subscribe to automatically
Starts off strong with aliens. Yeah, even aliens are subscribed to more Pegasus.
double your pee-pee size.
Let's up those numbers, chat. Let's up those numbers. Let's up those subscriber numbers. Let's go.
And let's begin with our favorite lol cow, Hamas Piker. So basically, this stand-up comedian named Stavros has appeared on Hassan's stream and just randomly started roasting the ever-living shit out of him. Stavros clocks Hassan's Peter Pan syndrome.
People are saying
funny.
young. That's true. You're washed, bitch.
Oh, true.
You're
the same age as me.
Yeah,
Are you older than me?
I accept it. You're trying to be young. I see your big ass pants.
But look at my fucking beard. I have white
dude.
beard hairs.
No, you're. What about this fucking chain link bullshit?
What do
dude?
you mean?
You know
that's
what you're
hot.
doing. You know what you're fucking doing. I accept who I am. You're gonna pretend to be young so long. It's gonna be so fucking pathetic.
But I just I can't.
When you're 40,
Dude,
dressing when it comes back around, and you're wearing leggings.
I went to a phase party, which is already.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
exactly.
I rest my case, folks.
Burned.
I mean, he absolutely clocked them immediately. Hassan is definitely the how do you do, kids type of person. Full-grown man in his 30s trying to fit in with teenagers at a phase party. Absolutely embarrassing. I don't know what it is. I think he's really self-conscious of aging in general and just being forgotten. I think it's just a real sore spot for him, and this guy here is just sort of digging the knife. I mean, I still can't believe Hassan is like a decade older than me. He's like 34, yet he still doesn't understand basic common sense. He still doesn't know how to tell right from wrong and doesn't know that supporting terrorists is actually not a good thing. So after this, Hassan tries to switch the topic, you know, to make fun of somebody else, basically anybody but him, but he immediately gets shut down again and just insulted to his face.
Oh, that's so great. That's gold. That's gold. Imagine having someone come on your show and then they just immediately roast you for everything that you're doing in front of your large ass audience. That's so great.
Party. Like there was a guy that was even older than me.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was like, I think he was like a magician or something.
Awesome.
And he had like crazy.
So
hair.
he was a more honorable content creator than you.
Yeah, for sure.
He provided more to the.
I'm sorry, there's no other.
No,
but I saw this guy and he's like definitely in his like 40s, maybe late 40s, and he's like surrounded by these like 20-year-olds, and I was like, if I'm ever that, I need to kill myself.
When you are that?
No, I will never be that.
When
I will
you are
never.
that.
Like I don't.
He's roasting him so hard.
Like hide my age or anything. I always say I'm old, and also I have too many injuries to can't even hide that I'm like youthful in any capacity.
Sure. You also
compliment, man.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
That's awful.
Anyway, Hassan's washed. He's pretending
Yeah.
he isn't.
Yeah.
You're an old bitch, but you're having trouble with it.
I'm old. I'm washed. I'm gracefully aging.
No, you're not.
I'm gracefully aging.
No, dude.
That's what I'm doing.
I can't wait to see you pathetically try and keep up with trends your whole fucking life.
Oh my god,
this is golden. We're not even 4 minutes into the video and dude's getting roasted, torn apart.
So Hassan really thought that he could change the topic right there. You know, let's make fun of this
Isn't Hassan's crowd 13 to 28? Yeah, it's a bunch of kids that don't know what's going on in the world, and they expect Hassan to tell them what to think, and it's stupid.
random magician guy that I conveniently brought up right now. By the way, I did see that phase party while doing research for a video, and I'm pretty sure that the magician guy there was like hired to be there. So you're literally just making fun of a guy who was doing his career. Unlike you, he didn't literally specifically seek out and try to hang out with young people like you do. Hassan's strategy is pretending that everybody automatically likes him and enjoys being around him. He tries to sort of ingratiate himself in between these more popular groups, so that way he can always sort of keep his relevancy. But I feel like that facade is starting to fade now because your own friends are having to tiptoe around you, hide you from sponsorships. You can't even go on your friends' podcasts anymore like Trash Taste because you just get so much backlash. Heck, even your connection with Ludwig is getting him in trouble. It seems like you just destroyed.
He's literally ruining everything for everyone that he has ever been associated with. Like, Emerio and Extra Emily had to literally say on camera that if they run into Hassan, that's fine, but they can't just hang out with Hassan because of the sponsor of the video. Their sponsor would pull out.
Destroy everything you touch.
Like, he's a brand risk. He went on one Trash Taste episode when he was getting into his height of being a brand risk, and that video is so far disliked that it's crazy.
Touch, and that's why nobody actually wants to associate with you. You're not one of the 20-year-olds anymore. You're just a washed up political hack. It's time to accept it. Then Hassan just continues getting bullied here, and he just like has no comeback. It's sad.
Oh my god. It's gonna be awesome. You're doing fit pics
I'm
at
gonna
42.
be dressed like Brett.
Mirror selfies.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you're literally you're cruising for a Gelman existence, dude.
It's like full circle because you used to dress really awesome, and then in the future you will also dress really awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be the Brett Gelman.
You will be.
I'm gonna be the reverse Gelman, anti-Israel.
Or like I don't know. I could also see you going like the Depp route, like wearing like a lot of drapey stuff and like rings, like not quite Rick Owens, but like you know.
Yeah.
Oh god,
No,
he's getting
we're not. We can't
owned.
conceive of what that. The equivalent to that in 10 years, he will be doing it.
Oh my god.
He thinks he'll be like, oh no, I'm not doing rings or whatever, but he's gonna do whatever that thing is, and he's gonna think it's new. Those guys don't think they're lame. He's not gonna think he's lame, but he's gonna be such a fucking loser.
I have too many people in here that would rip my asshole apart if I were to do that.
Really? Really?
I don't believe that at all.
Your chat is going to rip your a-hole? How can you just straight up lie in front of their faces like that? Everybody knows you live in the biggest echo chamber known to man. You have a fanatical cult following who doesn't even question you when you support literal terrorists. So what
That's
are you talking
crazy.
about? You could literally go out on the street and shoot 10 people, murder them, and your chat would cheer. They'd type like based and put hearts for you. This guy acting like he isn't surrounded by anything but yes men is crazy. This is the first time somebody has actually called you out on your bullshit and is actually like making fun of you. And I feel like Hassan
on
is
your
just
stream, on your own show, dude. You're getting roasted on your own show.
extremely
is great.
insecure about this,
Beautiful.
like just getting old in general.
Golden.
And I feel like you don't need to be. Just sort of accept that aging is a natural process of life, nothing to be feared. Just stop pretending like you're still one of the college kids. It's weird. If you want to be taken seriously, you gotta somewhat act your age, you know? Especially in the political sphere or whatever.
Asshole apart if I were to do that.
Yeah,
like,
you would think they were flirting with you. You would be old and be like, haha, just us young chatters. We're all on the same page.
Look,
everyone who grows up has families. Dude, even Austin has like an adopted Korean son with his husband, and you're fucking still hanging on to your youth, dude.
Yeah,
that's what's gonna happen. I promise you.
I no
Chat,
doubt.
put a pin in it. 10 years from now, let's see what Hassan's doing. It's gonna be pathetic.
Put a pin in it, chat. 10 years from now, he's probably still gonna be that Rick Owens looking motherfucker that's just out here trying to be young, doesn't care that he's aging. Like, bro, when are you gonna grow up? When are we growing up? When are we gonna act our age? Oh my god.
Oh my god, he actually just took the knife and put it deep into his heart there. Because we all know that 10 years from now, Hassan will not even have a career. I 100% guarantee you this. There is no shot, no universe in which this guy survives another 10 years. Here's what's gonna happen. He's either 1, completely losing relevance. Number 2, getting checked into a mental institution. Number 3, being assassinated by one of his deranged followers who he happened to disagree with once. Or number 4, getting arrested. Or 5, all of the above, I don't know. And I want you guys to do me a favor. Send me this clip to the one person that actually remembers. Send me this clip in 10 years. And obviously, I will continue to be successful the entire time forever and ever. So I will be here on the internet to receive this clip. And I want you guys to tell me and let me know that I was right all this while back, a decade ago. And I just know that Hassan has no staying power because he's made his career. I mean, he didn't really make his career. He was gifted his career by his multi-millionaire uncle.
He's a Nepo baby. He's a Nepo baby. His uncle is like the person that runs the Young Turks, and his dad is a billionaire in Turkey, and he lives in a $3 million mansion, and he's the worst of everything. What an idiot.
But he's quote-unquote made his career from literal brain rot politics. The only reason anybody watches Hassan is because, oh well, we're on the same side of politics, might as well watch.
The difference between Hassan and other celebrities is that people like Jennifer Aniston listen to their publicist's advice and walk politics smartly. Yeah, I don't even think Hassan has a publicist at this point. He thinks he knows everything about anything. and his family isn't going to stop him from doing it.
This guy. You basically just want to hear someone who already says all the, policies you're thinking and maybe shares your radical extremist terrorist beliefs. Meanwhile, everybody else actually had to make a career from something else, starting from the bottom. Literally post like 200 videos before getting even 10 views. Actually develop a personality, a humor, something, a fan base that isn't full of terrorist supporters. I mean, it is going to be incredible, absolute cinema. This guy's going to lose all his relevance, and it's just going to be the most insane meltdown ever. That shit didn't hit hard until the last part about Hassan having no family. Don't worry, he can visit unlimited amount of brothels. That's what life's about. Right, so Tectone responded, making fun of him.
Bro, Hassan hates being called 45. It drives him insane. The fact that he has a hair transplant, the fact that he uses finasteride every day, he's willing to risk the strength of his erections to make sure that he at least appears decent on the outside. In case you don't know what I'm saying here, let me pull this up real quick. Finasteride, a medication primarily used for treating male pattern baldness and prostate enlargement,
or something,
can cause erectile dysfunction as a side effect.
It's so funny.
This guy is so willing to remove the ability of his penis from being able to fuck or breed or give up the ability to have children because this guy is like so obsessed. Or something like that. This guy is so obsessed with his appearance. He's willing to throw away anything that doesn't make him look good. His dick is floppy as a goddamn pancake, but it doesn't matter to him. Because as long as people think he looks good, that's the only thing that matters. Brother.
That's true.
Look at the glasses.
That's true.
Look at the fake hair. Look at the chain. Look at the Gucci bag. This guy wants you to think that he's cool so bad. But the reality is, underneath all the glitz, all the glam, we all know what you look like, Hassan. Without your hair, without your...
Why is he doing a Trump impression when he's talking about this? That's so funny, though.
Beard. This is what you would have looked like if...
Don't you ever insult Dana Carvey like that, ever.
If you didn't get that hair transplant. And we all know it. You're a weak man, pumping your body, full of steroids.
Bro, somebody in his chat typed Hassan has no piker. That is diabolical. Now listen, I don't know what Hassan has revealed in his past. I'm not an avid viewer, obviously. I don't know what stuff he takes or whether or not he's actually on roids. I wouldn't put it past him though. He is definitely a shortcut kind of guy. Entire career handed to him, pays for sex, went to a brothel in another country for this purpose, yet has the audacity to call other people passport bros. It's just a different level of patheticness.
I think it's crazy that he called Legal Mindset a passport bro when Hassan is literally a passport bro. Like he exposes himself by projecting onto other people, and I think it's so funny that he does that. Because like, why would you call a lawyer who has residency in a lot of Asian countries, who practices law in the state of Florida, who is an actual lawyer, why would you call them a YouTube lawyer and a passport bro? Isn't that what you do, Hassan?
He allows his girlfriend to sleep with other men. No self-respecting man does that. iDubbbz 2.0. And I think it's hilarious. He's actually getting called out, and he just couldn't come up with a single comeback, bro. Roast back a bit. Holy shit. I mean, you can easily make fun of that guy, but you just sat there and took it, bro. Then Tectone talks about how Hassan was...
Maybe that's what Hassan did when he went to those Diddy parties.
Bragging
he just sat there and
about
took
his money at a face party, despite, being a socialist.
You immediately had to brag that you make more money than everybody else.
I mean, I'm not against looking good. Again, Jennifer Aniston looks good at every stage of her life. Hassan's just an asshole. Listen, I'm not against it either. Like, if you want to work out and you want to look good and you want to do that, then do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. I'm proud of you for doing your thing. But if you're gonna literally sit there and have Peter Pan syndrome about everything, and you think that you're gonna like fit in with a crowd that is so far out, that's completely different, right? Like, Jennifer Aniston doesn't try to fit in with all these younger kids. Jennifer Aniston stays in her lane and does her own thing and actually, as a publicist and listens to those recommendations, right? Hassan doesn't care. Hassan has Peter Pan syndrome to the fullest. I'm happy my butt's naturally perfect. You know, me too. Me too.
That's crazy, bro. If you're such a communist, if you're such a socialist, why are you flexing your wealth at every opportunity to literal children?
I went to a phase party, which is already
I mean,
and you know what he did when he went to the phase party, dude? So I don't want to brag, but I'm a 45-year-old man hanging out with children. Phase up.
Oh my God, bro. Shane,
Phase up.
not one watch, but
So
two
funny.
watches. $600 t-shirt with a gold wristband and whatever the this green piece of shit thing. I got no idea what the that is. How many accessories do you have? Hassan, you know why you need to watch all that shit? Because there is nothing of substance beneath the surface. Oh my God, and 2 golden rings? There's more. Every time he moves, he spawns like 8 other pieces of gold. How much do you need to hide your insecurities? Holy,
That's crazy.
Don't tell me there's more on his other hand.
or he was a more on.
Oh my, there's more on the other hand. No, guys. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 rings on right now. He has 4.
Crazy.
So a chain.
I have
4
one
rings
ring on right now.
Sunglasses indoors. These are not glasses; they're tinted. Okay. As well as he's wearing 2 watches
they could
at
be
the
glasses,
same
right?
time
They have the
with a
they have that tinting lens shit now, right? So they could be glasses.
golden ring around his wrist and another green strap.
The ultimate champagne socialist literally got $50,000 of clothes and accessories on his body, maybe more. But then we'll say, tax the rich, eat the rich, we hate the rich. Not me though, Pokemon ass, buh. $1 million mansion, luxury supercar, constantly taking donation from his broke followers.
Oh,
Literally the
God.
opposite of every value he espouses. Go ahead and burn other people's cars, guys, but not mine. Go loot other people's businesses, but not my house, guys. If you rob my house, I'm calling the cops. I always find it so telling when people flex their belongings or their money. It just screams insecurity. You don't need to do
Absolutely.
that. People already know you are rich. You're a big creator. The only reason you would do that is to validate your own ego, especially when you're among your peers, right? You're in this little
I mean, we saw Pirate Software try to validate his own ego, and it backfired in his face, and he tripled down, and it still blew up in his face.
streamer party and you want to impress everybody. Oh, it's that political hack streamer who's like a decade older than all of us. How do I fit in? Oh, he's actually rich, guys. Like, what does that even do other than, I guess, lure in thirsty ehos, gold diggers, I guess? Absolute
Oh,
degenerate
Jesus.
freak. Dude, I'm so lucky that I had a good family environment and I grew up like, you know, watching PewDiePie, for instance, because, you know, he would teach you the values that you don't really need to constantly flaunt your rich possessions or whatever to be respected. Respect comes naturally from the kind of person you actually are and the actions you take on a daily basis. Then Tectone talks about all the chemicals he's supposedly using.
Bitch, but you're having trouble
old.
with it.
True.
I'm old. I'm washed.
I never hide my age. Gets a hair transplant, pumps steroids, uses finasteride. Yeah, I know, man. You're really embracing
Imagine.
the natural aging process. I know, bro. You're
Imagine.
so honest and truthful. Oh my God, my hero.
I'm gracefully aging.
No, you're not.
I'm gracefully aging.
Yeah, after he
kills
pumped
me every
80,000
time.
gallons
I'm
of chemicals
gracefully
into his
aging.
body. Oh man,
No, you're not.
he's gracing like a delicate little angel.
You know, I'd be really curious to see Hassan's blood work. It would be so hilarious if even the one thing that people respected him for, you know, like the good physique, even if that was a sham. If that was a sham too, that is sad. But I have a feeling that that's never gonna go public. That's never gonna drop. But yeah, I don't know. I think people are hyper obsessed over appearance these days. Someone I knew
It's
as
true.
well went for some weird surgery. I think it was like a double eyebrow slit something. They like flew to Korea or something. And I didn't understand why. They showed me like the before and after, and I was like, I literally could not tell the difference. I was like, yeah, it looks pretty good. Now I understand if you're like fake face is burnt off and it hurts for people to look at you. I mean, that makes sense. That's kind of hard to deal with on a daily basis. But a lot of these people, you know, they look great already, but, you know, society has convinced them they're not enough. They get in over their head.
Like my favorite song said, don't read beauty magazines. They will only make you feel ugly.
They get really anxious and they get really neurotic about everything. And then they make pretty stupid decisions. Bro, you're aging, admit it. But I was at the phase party. Right, moving on to the Time Magazine Top 100 Creators list. Turns out a lot of people made the list, like Theo Von, Joe Rogan, Hawk Tua Girl, and Hamas Piker. Hassan responds, honored to be on this list alongside many greats like Hawk Tua. Definitely memeing, but a very interesting list here. Apparently, Asmongold did not make the list, despite being the 8th most searched term on YouTube globally. That's actually an insane statistic. I don't know if that's accurate. So Asmon responded,
I don't know this guy. I know she's on TikTok. I don't know her. I don't know her. I don't know him. I don't know this guy. I know this guy. Okay, I know Pokemon. I know Pokemon. There, I know that one. All right, I got one. Okay, I know this guy. We know this guy. That's Hassan. Who are these people? Like, I don't even know. The Hawk Tua girl? Wait, I didn't even see her. Did she make the list? Wait.
Just to put things into perspective, they included a literal crypto scammer.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
The fact that Time Magazine most influential creators doesn't include Asmongold, XQC, or H3 is so on brand for Time, I can't even complain. Asmongold is one of the top 10 search terms on YouTube. Yeah, I know. The thing is that if they want to put me on the list, I appreciate it. If they don't want to put me on the list, that's fine.
Yeah, a lot of these people just don't really make sense here. I mean, Pokey is barely relevant. It seems like a random PR list or just like they needed to come up with a list and didn't want to do any sort of actual research to find out who's actually the most influential. Obviously, Hawk Tua ain't influencing anybody after that whole crypto scam. So I don't know. I don't think anybody should take these things seriously. It's just like the old boomer media trying to pretend like they know what's going on. I mean, if Hassan was on there, Asmon has to be there because he's way bigger and way more relevant. Anyways, moving on to Ethan's response to Anissa and her whole meltdown.
Ian won't be happy I'm doing this.
Idub's husband.
But I think
I don't think it's a shame him working out and with pre-workout steroids are not necessary unless you're trying to compete. Still need to work out with steroids. It just allows your body to build up faster and heal faster. Yeah, like, but he's using other things besides steroids, right? That was the whole thing. Like, he's using other male enhancement things so that way he looks younger.
we need more transparency. Promotion
Ian isn't really into transparency. Ian is kind of a shady dude. I think what we need is transparency right now. So
He was being too cowardly. He was trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
But I just can't.
I'm going to be brave.
Cover it up
I'm going to stand up despite what his wishes.
He's trying to stop
his wishes and tell you the truth.
Yes.
It's just like, why even word it like that?
That's catastrophic.
No, the word is diabolical, actually. But yeah, Anissa just wants everybody to know that Idubbbz was the one who wasn't happy with this, right? Idubbbz wanted to be the snake and hide everything from everyone. He didn't want any transparency. Meanwhile, the lovely and truthful and beautiful Anissa, you know, the infallible, she is the one who decided to spill the beans for everybody. What a nice person. I can't believe she did this. Amazing. What Anissa's doing here is so evil, you couldn't even put this shit in Game of Thrones. Basically what she's doing here, and I guarantee you this, okay, just this, the future prediction, Pegasus is never wrong, we know this, right? She's laying down the foundation for when she eventually divorces him, right? When all the friends and everybody asks like, oh my god, I thought you had a, you know, good marriage, everything was going well, what happened? She will point to this situation. She will be like, well, you know, we had this whole creator clash thing, and then I, the amazing Anissa, was trying to do the good thing here. You know, I was trying to reveal the truth to everybody, but then Idubbbz, this disgusting husband of mine, did not want me to. He wanted to rope me into his malicious activities. But I, the innocent queen, of course, was just trying to do the right thing all along. Absolutely masterful gambit. Not even Magnus Carlsen could come to this level of absolute genius play IQ. Then Ethan Ethan looks at an old clip where iDubbbz essentially gets caught lying here because Anissa has just exposed him.
Don't worry, Ela. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely...
Just saying that.
Dumb bitch. You're such a dumb bitch.
Like, you're just saying that. What about what? Okay,
related. I know...
The irony is insane.
Insane.
It's insane. Now, just bear in mind,
Unbelievable.
Anissa just admit, iDubbbz is trying to cover this up. But I'm going to tell you guys the truth. This event was doomed before the content
iDubbbz and
caught.
Anissa,
Bear that all in mind and listen to
married,
this.
And they were the ones. So iDubbbz's wife Anissa is the one who is like trying to expose and be like all transparent and honest, but she's trying to flip it on her husband and say that iDubbbz didn't want to be transparent and blah 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 blah, this, that, and the third. And she's basically trying to save face value because they know that they both have gotten shit on for Creator Clash, which was like a creator boxing event that was meant to be a charity event. And they skimmed 38% of ticket sales and all the money. And then the rest of it went to... The remaining percentage went to charity.
He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon? Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now with this
The who? Is there someone you know named the internet? Because that would make more sense. Yeah, my buddy Internet.
Bob Internet.
He hates Ethan. You're actually trying to blame your failure that you knew was your failure, that you knew was miserably failing.
And they're trying to blame it on other people. These creators are wild, bro. Wild. And this is what kids look up to nowadays. It's insane to me. Like, have we gotten to the point where we parent with computers and iPads to the full extent that we use that to our advantage because we're just too lazy to give a shit, teach our kids properly? Is that what it is? Is that what we're too scared of?
After the second one failed and you decided to make the third one, which failed even more spectacularly, that is my fault for responding to your fucking content cop.
Yeah, so basically Anissa exposed that iDubbbz knew, even at this time, that the event was failing, right? But he wanted to find a way to blame it on Ethan, right? That's the whole thing. The whole narrative was that Ethan is the one that crashed their charity.
In my opinion, they all just copied Jake Paul and Logan Paul's. They're just bad at it. I think Jake Paul and Logan Paul still copied people as well. Like, when they were even in the Vine days, I feel like they copied like Smosh, the original Smosh crew, because they did a lot of weird shit too. Like, I think all content creators just like do the yoink and twist. That's a thing in content creation, is the old yoink and twist. I'm going to yoink the content that you made, I'm going to twist it, and I'm going to put my own title on it and my own spin on it, which isn't creative. I mean, look at me right now. I'm doing slop content, and it's definitely not the same thing. You know, we're watching slop content while I'm making slop content, but who cares? They did, but with greater controversy. Yeah, they just did it very stupid.
Charity event because, you know, he's on
it.
this long harassment campaign or whatever. But Anissa just exposed that it was crashing in the first place already, and they just needed the scapegoat of Ethan to absolve themselves of all accountability. Then he talks about the ultimate theory, Anissa preparing to divorce Ian.
They will be divorced within a year. She's planting the seeds of trying to make him seem like a bad partner, irresponsible, shady, etc., etc. She already did it once before when she was like, I bought this cake 10 days afterwards because Ian forgot my birthday. And now it's like Ian's trying to cover up this scandal, but I'm going to step up and tell it like it is. I want you to...
That's wild, bro. It'd be crazy if he sues her for defamation.
Take in everything. Your wife hates you. She is currently laying the groundwork to ruin your life. If you can't see that, you will never see it. She just threw you under the bus. She called you a shady scammer. She made this announcement without talking with you about it first, or at least without your blessings. And just look at you.
Damn, bro. Look at him is brutal. Your wife hates you is absolutely brutal, all right? It's true, but brutal. And yeah, it really does seem like she's laying out the groundwork to abandon him in the future, right? And if you remember, the way she actually met iDubbbz...
That is no wife I know. Like, that's crazy that this scandal has like completely ruined their marriage.
And the reason she went for him is because her mom gave her 2 conditions of marrying a husband: either be Muslim or be rich, right? And iDubbbz fit the category of being this multi-millionaire YouTuber. So essentially, she admitted she was a gold digger at that time, right? So after she got with this very successful YouTuber, she ruined his life and his career, sucked all of the money and clout out of him like a blood-sucking leech, a parasite of the highest degree, right?
What a harpy.
I was gonna compare it to something in anime, but you know, I'm gonna refrain myself a little bit here. But yeah, moving on to the next host now, right? After essentially sucking iDubbbz completely dry because he's lost everything at this point. It's just completely over for him. So now the next host, all right? So watch out. This is a warning, an absolute warning to any men in the vicinity of Anissa's area.
My wife's enemies are my enemies and vice versa. I think that's how it should be, to be honest with you.
Yeah, all right.
That's just how it should be with a marriage. You should support your partner no matter what. Like if my wife's not welcome somewhere, then technically I'm not welcome there. That's how I see it.
Stay away, stay away. Then Ethan talks about how Lena never got paid.
How we doing, Giants?
Anissa
Welcome
keeps
in.
lying. She keeps lying and saying all the.
How we doing, Giants? How we doing?
Fighters were paid, and they have not paid Lena back. It's a fucking lie. She's a liar, and I don't even know that that's true that she paid everyone.
I'm doing well. We're just covering the news. We're getting into it. We're diving deep. All the hot takes all day long.
No one else back either. You're the one that called Lena and convinced her in good faith and put your reputation on the line for her.
Off to the next 3D, so ready for the weekend? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I hope you have a good weekend. Grill all the steaks, eat all the good food, soak up the sun.
Her to participate in this event.
Watch all the news unfold with all these creators being full of dramatics.
You should be taking money out of your bank account and giving it to her.
100%.
Period.
Yeah.
If the organization, Aaron Hansen, doesn't want to pay them back, then you damn well should be.
Fuck yeah.
I loved what it stood for. What's that? What did it stand for?
I don't know. What do you think?
Utter incompetency and failure and repeated failure?
I love that.
I don't like that.
I love it.
Lying about raising money for charity, failing to raise money for charity, wasting people's time.
Love it.
But it just wasn't realistic. None of it was malicious. It doesn't matter that it's malicious. It's so negligent. This is like negligent event slaughter.
Oh, don't be fooled. I mean, this was definitely malicious. I mean, you can give them the benefit of the doubt, but how many times are you going to do that? Literally, how many times? We've seen them pull the shit over and over and over again. This is like the 3rd event at this point. And yes, the first one wasn't a catastrophic failure, but again, even that one I'm skeptical of because they probably could have raised even more money. Also, she did just completely lie, saying that she paid all the fighters and compensated everyone. I don't know why she even told this lie because it's so easy to disprove. The only thing she secured was her own bottom line, which is crazy, right? The number one thing she secured was making sure her and iDubbbz actually got paid before the fighters got paid, who are not as well off as them.
Yeah, that's crazy that they skimmed off the top. They made sure that they got paid first, and then they didn't pay back the fighters who are other content creators, and they used their clout to try and push a charity event that took the remaining percentage after they skimmed the 38% off the top. I think they're trash.
And before the charity.
And all these content creators are coming out and saying like they never got paid back, they never got reimbursed for the coaches, for the gym time that they paid for all the other things that they paid for. None of them got reimbursed for it, which is stupid.
He got paid. Apparently, the kids with cancer are definitely not as well off as them, obviously. So no, I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They were literally trying to snub charity. These are not good people, all right? I feel like they just need to admit what they did and move on from the situation. Like, I feel like in a lot of these situations that we cover, if the people can just take accountability and move on, like, people will stop hounding them. For example, Ludwig, like,
It's
even
true.
though, you know,
if you can just take accountability for your bullshit and move on and learn from it and become a better person, then people won't be hounding you as much about
he
it.
probably
Do you think cancel culture doesn't work with some people?
Should have given like a way better apology or something like that. The second he gave the slightest bit of, okay, I regret my actions, everybody completely left him alone. Now everybody's on his side because Hassan and his goon squad are targeting him, which we'll cover later in this video. But yeah, it's pathetic. They completely ignore all the criticism. You know, then Ethan responds to the ugly, out of touch losers comment.
Why does bro focus more on the women and his harassment? Items made the content cop, but he's threatening Ian. I don't care, bitch. Join the club of ugly, out-of-touch losers. Why you call? Why? And again, she's so obsessed with looks. She's always.
Who's she calling ugly? You?
Yeah.
Did she see how sexy you looked in your pants today?
Loser? Are you in any position to call anyone a loser at this point? Like you are the ultimate.
I just wouldn't trust them again and accept them as a scam. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. As long as they move on, become a better person, you can show that you become a better person, right? You can do that. You can actively show that, okay, I learned my lesson. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. And then show that you won't do it again. But yeah, people aren't going to trust you. It's going to be hard to get that trust back. I mean, that's just how trust works.
Ultimate loser. You've lost everything. You have nothing. You've lost everything.
What did I say, fellas? I never clickbait. Everything I say or do is a future prediction. It actually all comes true. Whenever I say it's over, he's
more Pegasus is a fortune teller.
done. She's done. Whatever. They lost everything. It's just future facts. Nobody can ever accuse me of clickbaiting ever again.
Oh, here she is trying to get in with the girlies. Can we get a group chat with Taylor Lorenz, Denims, and Frogan? I think we got to start our own coven.
Oh my god. That is an absolute nightmare blunt rotation of people. We got Denims, 0 IQ. We got Anissa, soul-sucking harpy. We got Alyssa, which I won't even get into, as crazy as Taylor. And Taylor, #1 Hassan simp journalist. And Frogan, oh my god, she counts as 999 members in a group chat. If you try to make a group chat with her, it won't work. Like the capacity gets exceeded, right? So you need a new number beyond infinity, actually. Dude, they genuinely probably walk around with like witch aura. Like, you know, they enter a new town. Just picture this, right? They're entering a new town. They're coming down the road. The sky behind them just turns black. It starts raining, thundering, you know, like in those cartoons and shit, because they can just sense their aura. Then he pulls up a clip where Anissa says
That's
she's
so funny.
really proud of what they've done.
I'm very proud of what you've done. I'm very proud of, you know.
I am too. What is it he's done? What are you proud of? That's unbelievable. And remember, this is after they stepped away, after the content cop, and where they already knew this event was doomed. I'm so proud of us. I'm so proud of us, guys.
Talks. I'm so proud of stealing from charity, guys. I'm so proud of it. I'm proud of us for taking 38% of the money that was supposed to go to charity, and then we fooled all these content creators into punching each other in the face for charity and raising all this money for us. Oh man, I'm so proud of it.
Why are
Get the fuck out of here.
y'all controlling your fighters and telling them who they can and can't talk to after you've managed an event and you've dropped out? Y'all are weird as fuck. It was my job to communicate internally. Numbnuts. What? I thought you had nothing to do with anything. You had nothing to do with anything. She wants all the credit and none of the responsibility. It truly is mind-bending.
Really? Numbnut? What is she, 84? What kind of boomer-ass insult is that? And I just love how she pretends to have so much responsibility, but also have no responsibility at the very same time. Whatever is convenient to the situation. If you remember, when the content cops were doing well, oh, I was behind the whole thing. It was all my idea. I pushed Ian to do everything.
Oh my god, she paints. Maybe she's exactly like someone else who's a paint. Why does her fucking arm look like a flash sheet in a tattoo studio? Does she have like zero originality when it comes to getting a tattoo design? She has a mosquito on her arm. She has a mosquito right there, and she has like the little mayonnaise devil or baby or whatever the hell it is. I've seen this all over the place, this flash tattoo. She has like the mom heart too, with the banner and the regular like snake head. Now I need to get my snake head covered up because she has a snake. She's a snake.
I want all the credit
I'm
from
sad
all
now.
those millions of views on the content cop and everybody respecting Ian at that time. And now, when the content cop flops, oh, I had nothing to do with it. It was all Ian, actually. Why would you blame me, guys? Despite Ian literally citing you in the video. Absolutely pathetic. Anyways, moving on to Jellywig. Basically, last time we talked about how
You're gonna see a lot of tattoo grandmas. Yeah, that's
Ludwig
true.
gave his opinion on the Creator Class 3 situation, and he actually defended Ethan. Rare Ludwig W. But unfortunately, he is now getting torched by Hassan fans for finally saying the truth. The Hassan side of Twitter is not happy with Ludwig for his take on Idubbbz Content Cob. You hosted an event last week where you let a known alcoholic SA multiple women. I don't want to hear anything about PR from you. By the way, all these tweets have a ton of likes. Every now and then, Ludwig tries to drift into the middle ground only to crash into a rotten take. This particular one is so bad and poorly worded, it has Ethan Klein believing he is defending him. He literally is, though. This is like him donating 10K to a Palestinian charity and then going, I won't be part of Hassan's charity stream advocate much because many of y'all in my community don't F with the cause. So this is pulling a Frogan again, where Ludwig donates 10K to the charity and she calls it chump change. I think the main takeaway out of all this is how content-brained a lot of these streamers are. They don't care about the ongoing genocide because it isn't making the money. Yes, how can you possibly talk about this when there's a genocide going on? This is ridiculous. I can't.
Your generation went crazy with tattoos. Yeah, mine did as well. It's crazy. It's gonna be wild to see
believe you're making this
all the tattoo grandmas.
tweet when this.
We're all gonna be like doodle bears.
The genocide. What the heck, man? Mental illness. So Ethan responded, first giving a little backstory of Ludwig's missing spine when it comes to situations involving Hassan.
And he had Hassan in the thumbnail. And Hassan texted him while he was live and bitched him out. And he fucking erased the video and re-uploaded it with the part about Hassan cut out and the thumbnail changed. How pathetic does it get? You know, and then he lied about it. He's like, oh, the sponsor. He said the sponsor was upset because it wasn't getting enough views. And after like a few hours of being up.
Still like Ludwig, no matter because of the fact he did his Japan trip with Michael Reeves. Yeah, that was good. That was good content, right? That was real good content, actually. I'm on the fence because I used to like Ludwig, but he stopped doing Mogul Mail because he was getting all this backlash from his friends, his content friends. And he stopped doing Mogul Mail and giving hot takes about it because he couldn't be centered, right? He had to lean one side or the other and actually give an opinion, and his friends didn't like his opinion because it didn't make them look very good, so he stopped doing Mogul Mail. I'm still on the fence with Ludwig. I also don't like the fact that he kind of enabled his friend, so-called quote-unquote his friend, to drink more after blowing in a breathalyzer and having a literal alcohol content that would kill somebody. Like, he ruined his friend's career by enabling his alcoholism because of an event. He shouldn't have done that. I'm not okay with that because as a recovering alcoholic, I will forever be a recovering alcoholic.
That doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen.
It's just a total lie. Yeah. But anyway.
But like, if his apology is genuine and he moves on and he learns from it, then I could be like, all right, dude, you messed up. You learned from it. You won't do it again. Now let's move on and become a better person. That's my view on things. Trust is hard to get back with some people because that's just how some people are. That's how some people were raised. But like, if you genuinely can learn and grow and become a better human from things, fine. Will I fuck with you like as hard as I did? Probably not. Just for like the sake of safety and concern, because you could turn at any second, but you know, every human is different in this world.
Some things overcome, Ludwig.
And you know, my grandma used to say, opinions are like assholes, and everyone's got one, and some of them stink.
Because he's actually found it within his heart to be truthful about this, and I know that Hassan isn't going to like this because it goes against the narrative.
I'm not trying to be controversial here.
The fact that it's even considered controversial to state something that's plainly.
You quote, Ludwig is mean. I don't enjoy his content. Yeah, sometimes his content is pretty out there, but I will say, I will agree with Giants that the Japan trip was actually good content. Like, when he actually makes good content, I do enjoy it, because I used to be a big Ludwig fan before I started making content. And like, his VTuber appearance, that was so funny. That was so funny when he came out with his VTuber design. It was hilarious. And I thought it was fucked up that the VTuber community was like, we need to gatekeep doing this. And I'm like, we need to gatekeep creativity. Got it. Noted. Marking it down. No one's allowed to be a VTuber anymore. You can't rebrand as a VTuber after you've already shown. Okay, got it. Noted. Michael was the best choice to take on that trip. Oh yeah, it was so funny. Michael Reeves is so funny too.
The obvious is fucking bananas. I'm just reading the chat, and he has such a big crossover with Hassan, and these people are just.
I love when he made a bot to. Did you enjoy Ludwig or his co-host for the Japanese trip? I enjoyed the whole amount of content because Ludwig was an idiot, but Michael made that balance. It was like what was the show Odd Couple, where you had the person that like was hyper clean, right? And then you had the dirty, like grungy person that didn't care for cleaning. So that duo is kind of like it made it really good. It genuinely made it good. I actually followed that series. I don't follow mini series either when they start a series. Like there's a series I'm watching right now by Ryan Traherne where it's 50 states in 50 days. And I think it's a genuinely good series with him and his wife. I watch it every morning when I wake up. That's like the first video on YouTube that I watch, and then I immediately go search for news for you guys. I wake up, I get my eyes open, get all the crusties out of there, and then I turn on the Ryan Traherne video from the day, like the day of that's posted today. I watch it, makes me happy, genuinely a good guy, and then I look for all the drama. William Usman. I don't know if I know them. I'll look them up later.
So fucking washed.
I like how that's the exact reaction we had to Ethan just a while back when he was co-hosting with Hassan.
Subscribe
I can't believe
Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
Ethan.
You guys remember when Ethan and Hassan made content together? Awkward. All right, we got ads coming up. We're almost done with the video. Let's see if we can push through.
But now, luckily, he has broke free and is saying it to Ludwig now. And hopefully, Ludwig also breaks free of the clutches of the cringe Hassan audience.
One of Michael's friends when he made the old... one of Michael's friends... An old roommate from back when he made the screaming robot.
Literally just sort of hounds you at every single turn. And literally for the dumbest shit. Not for actual, justifiable shit like the whole Mango situation. But literally giving the...
Yeah, that situation is fucked in my opinion.
The right opinion about the whole Ethan situation. Basically...
Also the chess boxing event, that was good content.
Like objective facts. So then he calls out Ludwig's chat.
Ethan's harassment didn't help. Who did I harass? You mean criticizing Ian and Anissa? Harass? Dude, Ian made a video fucking Fortnite dancing with all the people that have been harassing me. And it's my fault for responding? Like, how snark brain?
Yeah, the Sea Dog Ludwig event at the end of it.
Can you be? I see people saying literal...
I mean, what if it was cheese
genocide
boxing?
Defender? Is there anything we can't make about
no
the genocide?
Everything's about that.
They're calling him a coward. They're saying, yes, I blame Ethan. His chat gets upset at him. And it's so telling. I find this whole thing so interesting. But I do appreciate Ludwig finding a little bit of a spine there and clocking the business he's standing on or whatever.
Damn, I didn't know that H3 was up to date with the Jellywig lore. I guess somebody's been watching the series. Lore. Open invitation, Ethan, to be on an episode of the most legendary saga on YouTube. Started. It would be a great crossover.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Honestly, Ludwig is going through it right now. Bro just cannot win. Like getting called out by every single side. There is no response he can give where he can just chill. But kind of expected for, cultivating and pandering to that community.
It is funny to see his chat get mad. Absolutely insane. You're defending Ethan fucking Klein. No way. Ethan supports genocide. This is it. None of this has anything to do. This is the reason, by the way, this is one of the reasons why he stopped doing mobile mail. If anybody can't see what she's
buttons,
saying
I'm
here,
sorry.
they are delusional. So everybody now is going and shitting on Ludwig. And this is the problem that these people have.
Of course they
Ludwig
are.
can have the most reasonable, well-intentioned take, and somebody will turn this into Ludwig being a Zionist.
Now click this video to have a
Wild.
wonderful day going forward. Rare
Wild.
Pegasus blessing. Cherish it while
Rare
you can, because
Pegasus
the next
blessing.
15
We're
videos are
gonna
gonna
click
have
the like.
threats. Alrighty, bye-bye.
All right, gamers, we're going to BRB and we're going to get right back into the content. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Get out of the trash. I can hear you getting in the trash.
Oh, well, guess what? I got a Joja Cola out of it.
You.
Slurp, slurp. I have plus 13 energy. Do you?
I mean, I could eat this melon.
But you gotta deliver it to someone.
Well, if I can find. Can I not break this to get out of here? Guys, I think I'm in trouble. Can you move this stuff? I think you can. Oh my god.
Oh, can you say it in Japanese? Long pause.
182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Can I not break this to get out of here? Guys, I think I'm in trouble. Can you move this stuff? I think you can. Oh my god.
You got beat to death. Yeah, we both got drugged. But she is mommy.
At least the guy didn't burn himself. What do you mean? Last time I had sex on the jacuzzi, my body got so hot the guy almost burned his dick.
What? I just want to be a window licker. I want to be like my dad. Compers, I am playing with myself.
I'm assuming the beatings have stopped. Nope. I just heard it.
I had to say something, didn't I? Yep, alright, okay, alright. Holy sh... anything.
I had a mouthful of breast meat. Is that better?
No. Because you still didn't specify if it was a man breast or a woman's breast. You don't know if that chicken was a cock or a chicken.
It's poultry. Don't matter to me.
A cock or a hen?
Oh.
Yeah, that one.
Is that the word you were looking?
Angry bees. Piece of me, angry bees. I'm a PvP master. Okay. You're not mad at me? Are you mad at me now? You just... Okay.
Oh, they're thinking of you, Archmage.
Good. I hope they all wet the bed tonight.
Easy fine. Let's go. He's caffeinated. Look out.
I'm on like 4 cups of coffee, I'm not gonna lie, I'm speaking.
Here, you want a lighter? Do you have protection?
I have a lighter.
Here you go. Oh shit.
Okay, well, guess what we get to try today? Angry bees. Piece of me, angry bees. I'm a PvP master. Okay. You're not mad at me? Are you mad at me now? You just... Okay.
They're both right there.
Yoo-hoo!
Okay, I will be risking my life. I will run through.
Okay.
Oh, nope. They're not
Nope.
aggroed. Okay, they're back, I think.
All right, gamers, we're back. How many of you know the Horse Girl game that has come out? Uma Musume. Uma Musume. Who knows about that game? Who knows about it? You guys know the lore behind the game? You guys know that these were actual Japanese racehorses, that some are still alive and or retired, and they just made it into an anime? You watched the whole anime? Yeah, the anime has lore. Like the horse girls are actually real Japanese racehorses that were some of them I think are still active. Don't quote me on that. I do know some of them are still alive and retired and living the good horse life. You don't know of this? This is about to get super spicy.
So Tyranny
I had to get chalky milk because it's so spicy.
going over some good old-fashioned gatekeeping drama.
God damn it, YouTube. I was slurping my chalky milk and you had to ruin it.
So Tyranny going over some good old-fashioned gatekeeping drama involving the franchise Uma Musume. Now, thanks to the recent English release of its gacha game, a lot of people on Twitter who literally discovered this franchise 2 months ago are now screaming and crying about tourists who are invading their favorite franchise, including some content creators who started playing this on stream, and that has...
There's so many content creators playing this on stream. Who cares? Why are you calling people let people join communities? And are my throws not working? Hang on, Dust. Hang on, let me fix it. Sorry, gamers. I'll refund that stuff. Hang on. I'll refund those. Give me a second here. I gotta drag this down on this screen. My tits are showing. I need to pull the other browser up. Manage requests. We gotta go to the last page. Holy shit, it's loading. Reject, reject. There we go. You got your points back.
Upsets these very loyal fans who, like I said, discovered this game like 2 months ago, and they're trying.
It's a game meant to be played. Get over yourself. Amen. Preach,
Trying their
Giants.
best to gatekeep these content creators and their fans, and of course, those efforts are.
Don't pull a Luna refund 2,000. Oh my god.
Failing. So before we get into all of that related drama, you might be asking, what is Uma Musume, or its English name, Pretty Derby? It is a franchise where the characters are based on real-life racehorses, and there's a lot of components to this, like I said, but an English release of their gacha game that was originally...
That's crazy. Yeah, so this was anime, was based on real-life Japanese racehorses, right? Some of them are still alive, some of them are retired, some of them are still active, and as Giant said, some of them are in the Great Horse Derby in the sky. May they all live a happy, full, horsey life. I love horses. My grandma, my uncle have horses. I've been kicked off of a horse before, and guess what, guys? I dusted it off, and I peed my pants when I got back on, because I was like 10, so I didn't know how to ride a horse, right? So I went to become okay. All right, easy. Did you guys see the meme where they had a horse wear an Elmer's glue hat and it said the naughty horses get the Elmer's glue hat? It was cracked me up.
Released in 2021, just came out at the end of June, and as you can see, one of the places you can get it is on Steam, and you can see the game. I mean, it's gorgeous, just like every other aspect of this franchise. Personally,
yes, it is a gacha game. It is a gacha game based on the anime. There was an anime that was created based on like real life Japanese racehorses, and they have a very dedicated community that's calling people tourists for trying to like join and play the game, even though I know a lot of my friends who stream as well have played this game, and I've watched, for example, Catman, Carrots, good buddy of mine, Carrots, was playing this game.
Personally, yes, I am a tourist. I have not played the gacha game yet, but I
haven't played it either. Would I try it? Absolutely. I don't even like roguelike games.
Have seen the anime, and that was so long ago that my reaction in terms of content for that was making memes for YouTube. That's how long ago it was. I was still a meme.
I have a past. I watched the anime when it came out. Yeah, I would say that you have a pass. I wouldn't call you a tourist, though.
Channel, I hadn't even made my first commentary video yet, and if you were around for that time, you deserve a veteran's discount, because that was a very long time ago. But the anime was very successful, but the biggest component of this franchise is the gacha game. Like I said, released in 2021, and right now, it has surpassed $2.5 billion in sales.
That's
in
crazy.
Japan alone. In one country, they did $2.5 billion on this gacha game. It's absolutely insane. So when the English release finally came out a few weeks ago, the numbers are crazy. And it's not too surprising. There's a lot of excitement for this release. You can see right now, in the middle of the afternoon, nearly 50,000 in-game players. It's doing really well. However, introducing a lot of new people to this franchise, there's a lot to learn.
What's this little half? What does this controller mean? That's like half grayed out, half lit up. What's that mean? Does that mean you only need half of a controller to play this game? I don't use controllers, so I don't know this stuff. What's that mean? Chat, help. I don't know what that means. Why is it like this one looks like it's like 3/4 of the way full too? Does that mean you need 3/4 of a controller to use it? I don't understand.
And this is something I also covered many years ago. People are now trying to share.
There's 50,000 people playing it right now. Holy shit.
Some of the sort of community guidelines, the official guidelines provided by the
So this is where it gets weird.
Company
is the community guidelines that were provided by the company.
Who is responsible for this franchise. And one thing they pretty much 100% do not allow, or they say they don't allow, is any 18 plus artwork of the characters. In fact, you can see the fan-created content guidelines. Works of violent, sexual, or otherwise obscene nature are not allowed. And you can also see they advocate, or they prohibit anything that advocates or criticizes political views, which I hope they enforce that one, because on the wrong side of Twitter, I can already see the artwork where they have the characters saying whatever political slop that they want to push as a part of their agenda because they want likes on Twitter and they want validation from fictional characters for their political beliefs. But anyways, this has always been a very contentious thing, and this meme is something I covered many years ago, where they talked to an artist saying this illustration violates the Uma Musume guidelines. I will report it to Pixiv. And the artist says, I do not live in Japan, so the threat of Yakuza means nothing to me. The right to sexy horses is a human right. I must contribute. What is this, Vosh? And then...
Oh, that's crazy. What is this, Vosh? Which I understand because they're canonically fucking minors. Yes, that's why they put that in their goddamn... That's why they put it in the thing. And it doesn't matter. You don't have to live in Japan. Like... It doesn't matter. They asked you not to do it. Can you just respect it? Can you respect it? And we have this frozen on screen. We just Rev's gonna read it for us. But come on, man, just respect it. Is it that hard to respect something? And their name is Lolly Philosophy. Can we just point that out real quick?
We get another here saying, please refer to the official announcement from Cygames about fan art production. And the artist says, refer to my junk in regards to how these horses make me feel.
Disgusting. That's gross. That's gross. Stop it. Please just stop doing that. Stop doing that. Get some help. Michael Jordan meme here. Exactly. I only go for the ones that are canonically of age. Cat girls, now horse girls. It's about to go back full circle with chipmunks again. But the whole thing with this, Dust, is like Giant said, is like canonically in the anime, these horse girls are underage. They are not depicted as 18 and over. They are underage. So that's why Cygames didn't want any 18 plus fan art made of them. They were hoping people would respect that. They're starting out in high school at the start of the anime. Yeah, which would make them like 13 years old. Same with the chipmunks. I don't. Those chipmunks are so old, though. They were so old now, technically.
And people have been trying the best they can to say respect the guidelines. They share the community guidelines that people are supposed to be following. But dude, as part of researching for this video, I typed in Uma Musume on Twitter. Yeah, people aren't listening. It's just littered with sexual artwork of these characters. Clearly, no one's listening. And how that's going to pan out in the future, because now we have this Western side that's not respecting the rules, we'll have to wait and see. But as I mentioned earlier...
They're not respecting the rules. That's weird that Westerners aren't respecting the rules. It's almost like another situation where they don't respect the fucking rules. What is up with Westerners and just not understanding like rules and respecting them? What is up with that? Is that like a new thing? Is that a new thing that's happening, like with the new generation of people who are like turning 18 or turning 21? Is that a new thing? Because like I said earlier, why the fuck would I steal from Walmart when I have the money to buy my goddamn groceries? Why would I do that?
Early in the video, some popular content creators have been playing this game. They discovered it recently because of the English release. One of those people includes Asmongold, and it seems really apparent that he enjoys the game and his community really enjoys the game. You can see the reaction on his YouTube video, the first one he made about this game. Overwhelmingly positive reception and a lot of new people.
And Asmongold's known for playing World of Warcraft. And his whole community is built around like those kind of games.
people being introduced to this franchise. Isn't that a good thing? People having fun and spreading this franchise to a new audience.
Isn't that what it's about, guys? Isn't that what it's about, is like having fun playing games and enjoying the game for it being a game? Isn't that what that's about? Isn't that why we play games? It should be illegal. It is technically illegal because their terms of service ask specifically to not do that. I don't understand why people still do it. And the person's name was Lolly Philosophy.
Well, it goes.
And I feel like that person's name is Lolly Philosophy because they don't understand what the word lolly means. And it baffles my mind. Funny thing, in the 90s, these games and art was shunned because of that very thought. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the 90s called it Japanimation, which got shortened to anime, but like people shunned it because of the fact that there were some stories that were told from a younger person's perspective, and that is like a whole different topic. And like the West has taken it and ran with it, and people just, people, like I said, they have their own opinions about things, and I will forever stick to that. If it's not, it should be, and if it is, then it needs to be enforced better. I don't know. Rev just said, like, he searched Uma Musume on Twitter, and it's just riddled with expletive content, expletive fan art of these underage horse girls.
Goes well on YouTube.
Riddled with it. I don't understand why people just can't look at the rules, read them, and say, oh, they don't want that to happen, let's just not do it. And then you have people like Lolly Philosophy saying, refer to my junk about how these horses make me feel. Bruh, stop it. That person needs to talk to a therapist about some shit.
But in the hellscape that is Twitter, they were furious. In fact, I talked about this briefly on the alt channel, but there was this post that went viral with 18,000 likes saying, wrap it up, fun's over, because a content creator they don't like dared to play a franchise that they...
Who the fuck is Toby? Are they the goddamn fun police? Who are they? Who? Oh my god. The internet baffles me to this day.
Enjoy, and it ruined it for them. I think there's nothing...
How? All right. Okay. You guys all know my love for Guild Wars 2. If any content creator that I don't agree with their political views or their other view on things, and they start playing a game that I like, it's not gonna fucking stop me from playing a game at all. That's never gonna stop me. If a content creator plays Phasmophobia that I don't agree with their political views or don't, excuse me, Chalky Milk's talking back. If I don't agree with like them as a content creator and they start playing Phasmophobia and getting into it, I'm not going to stop playing the game. Well, that's stupid. That's the dumbest take I've ever seen pop off the internet. I remember being scrutinized for liking anime in high school. If you liked anime, it was a small group, not like today. Absolutely. But would you collab with them? Probably not. If I don't agree with their political takes and I don't agree with how they make content, then I probably wouldn't collab with them, just because I don't want to put my community at risk. Like I always ban people and protect you guys as best as I can when it comes to those things, because I don't want any weirdos coming in here and being all fucking weird about shit. Like, I don't want that. I just ban them anyway. You know, like I'm not gonna deal with that. I don't want to put you guys through that. I don't want none of that shit to ensue. Why would I do that? Like that, I wouldn't do that. I'm not gonna stop playing a game just because someone I don't agree with how they make content or their political views or anything like that is playing the game that I love. I just makes that would be like if when we were in high school, the people that bullied us started playing a game that we liked and we stopped playing it because the bully that bullied us is playing the game now. For one, what are the chances that you're going to run into that bully in a public lobby, probably slim to none if we think about it, to be honest. And will that bully know who you are? Because sometimes back in the day, we didn't even have a voice chat for some games that were online. You know, like, it's not going to make you stop. I don't know. People are just, they're too much nowadays.
Nothing softer than someone who will literally be distraught if a content creator or someone they don't like plays a game that they personally enjoy. Like, that is the softest thing. Like, are you really a fan if you're letting that ruin it for you?
Yeah, that's true. Rev said it best. Like, you're so soft if you're letting someone that you don't like ruin your fun. You have the softest. You're just so soft. You have no exoskeleton. And two, if it's an FPS, you can live a revenge fantasy. Yeah, you could completely troll your bully if you're good at the game too. That's the best part.
But anyways, this person was just fuming. Someone saying stop overreacting. They say, no, I'm allowed to get upset when one of the most hateful, heartless individuals on the planet promotes a game to his just as hateful and heartless fan base. Yeah, step aside, dictators, murderers, all those people. The worst guy in the world is, of course, Asmongold.
Yeah. Step aside, all those bad people. Step aside. You aren't as bad as Asmongold. Rawr. I am Toby. Hear me roar.
These people need some help. Now, from one bald man to another bald man, we're going to talk about Tectone. He's kind of the main focus of this video because people are really upset at him. Now, he made this tweet saying, what am I getting myself into? Showing him downloading Uma Musume. And as you can see in this comment, not too sure, but you can probably expect a bunch of idiots or two on Twitter to rage because you played this. Exactly right. So let's see some of those quotes. This one getting 17,000.
All right, I'm just going to say this. If you can't type out the word about all the way, I will never take you seriously, ever. Like, I understand shorthand is a thing for people, and like using shorthand was like a way on the internet for a little bit, but like, I can't take this person seriously when they can't even spell the word about. And they're probably typing this from their phone. Like, bro, it will fill the word in for you if you can't spell it right. What? It's been the devil. It's the devil. It's the devil, mama.
Likes, saying the bad thing about Uma blowing is the KKK getting into it.
What the fuck?
Now, here's the thing. If you're going to like falsely accuse someone of something outrageous like this, can you at least have proper grammar in your sentence? Like, I know you're trying to say blowing up.
Please, I beg you. I'm with Rev on this one. Can you at least use proper grammar in your sentence? CC, whoever you are.
Like, it's just lazy. Like, wouldn't you put more time and effort into a tweet saying something as heinous as this? And also, I noticed the notes here, the proposed notes. So someone says, Tectone has no involvement with the KKK. Correct. But then you have someone in the no note needed section disputing that, saying comedy is legal on X. Community note here to explain the joke. It is clearly poking fun at him being a large right-wing grifter.
They're not even using the grifter word right and at all.
And this user is exaggerating Tectone's political alignment to something more extreme for the sake of humor. Yeah, this is someone who should not have access to these notes because clearly it's opinionated. They're fuming about what they're interpreting as his political beliefs. Yeah, not a great look for the note system. But of course, people would be in the reply saying, it's time to gatekeep and drive people out. And the original poster says, true. Now, like, what are these people going to do about it? Like, are you going to actually scare away people like Tectone, Asmongold, and their communities? Like, what are you going to do about it? Like,
their communities will eat you alive. I'm with the person that said stop overreacting. Get a life.
People have a panic attack if they have to talk to the cashier at the grocery store when they're checking out. And here's the best part about these people saying let's gatekeep. These people are tourists. They say that in other tweets about people who are engaging with the franchise after the English release. Just look at this person. As pointed out here, their first tweet about Uma Musume was 2 months ago. So the person who just discovered this franchise 2 months ago is going to try and dictate who's allowed in the community and who's not, to the point where they're trying to drive out content creators like Tectone and their community. And you can see when they're pressed, right? Someone says, what did Tectone do? I'm confused. And this is always a great thing to ask. When people make these wild accusations on social media, either just ask them for proof or like, what happened? And this is their answer. Harassed a teen, some kind of lesophobic stuff, and general toxicity. Can't name too many specific examples right now. Because
where are your fucking receipts? Where are your receipts? If you have no receipts for anything that he's done wrong, you're just being a hater, bro. Now you're just being a legit troll hater. Metapod, you self-destruct somehow.
Of course you can. This is what they do, right? They say, oh, there's so many things that I just can't even name a single one directly. You know, it's overwhelming. I can't even point to a specific example whatsoever, but they still feel comfortable enough to call him a KKK member, which is insane. And with people like this, they create a caricature of people like Tectone. They create this boogeyman in their mind of what he's like, because they've probably only been exposed to him through slanderous tweets attacking him, and they just kind of take those, believe them, and now, well, this is the proof of their entire...
These are the people that believe when Nintendo says that we're not gonna brick your Switch 2s, but you're also not allowed to have a Switch 2 because you're renting the you're not renting the... Hold on, how do I want to say this? These are the people that believe corporations and their little letters that they send out for people. They like believe that those corporations are actually like genuinely, they love them. They love them. Saying someone is a KKK without receipts is fucking wild. Yeah, welcome to Twitter. It's wild that people do this shit. And they're obviously like farming for content. Like clearly they're farming. If I spend $700 on something, it's fucking mine. Yeah, I agree. It's mine. And if you take it from me, I will find you. And if I see you out in public, I will throw that Switch 2 that you bricked. You made it a brick. Might as well use it like one.
Higher reasoning behind why.
Sorry, that was bad. That was a bad take right there. I apologize. Don't do that, chat. Don't ever do that.
He's a KK.
I would just be mad and probably smash it.
KK member. Absolutely insane. And of course, they would start getting bodied. Like, people are laughing at someone as fragile as this. But they say, smugly, hit tweet. If you defend Tectone, you are not welcome in our community. Yeah, thanks for being the orbiter of who's allowed in Uma Musume. And then after getting dunked on more, they say the classic line, muting this, because they can't handle people talking back. You know, every time someone says this, I will tell you.
Either that or I'm just not going to buy it. Even colleagues say it's your education, not renting it. It's yours to do with as you wish. You paid for it. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, what if colleges literally were like, you're renting the knowledge to get your dream job? And if we revoke that, then we're going to take back that knowledge. We're going to actually reserve the right to do brain surgery and take that hemisphere of your brain. We need to draw the line as consumers. Essentially, that is a thing that we all need to stand up on, right? Like, Brazil is actively suing Nintendo for their terms of service with the new Switch 2, actually. So they're taking steps. They're taking steps in the right direction, and I hope the rest of the world follows suit with that dumb shit. Because I used to love Nintendo. But then when I got to be about 14 years old, I saw that they were just producing the same shit content over and over again and all that stuff.
They did not mute this. Also, this is not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. If you're going to mute a tweet, just mute it and move on. But anyways, here's some other quotes on Tectone's post saying, if Tectone tries to join another fandom for a game I'm into, I'll effing game-end myself.
Whoa,
That seems like a bit of a harsh reaction. You know, it's something that's so emotionally unstable that, like, you would game-end yourself because a person you don't like plays the same franchise you enjoy. Seems like some pretty unhinged behavior.
That is super unhinged. Like, you need help the most. Plus, the fact that you can't play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for the Switch on the Switch 2 is fucking insane to me. You have to buy the Switch 2 version. That is so insane. I would be livid if you can't play the original Switch games on the Switch 2. I would be so livid.
But here's another one saying, I don't think cis hetero men should be allowed to play Uma Musume. Yes, that's a totally rational and normal take. They're really gatekeeping hard by pretty much ousting a large portion of the people who might play. This is the kind of slop you always see. Like, this is the safe, edgy stuff to say. Say this about any other group of people, you're getting canceled. But in this case, it's fine because, well, they're targeting straight people and men. But
what if I were to tweet out, like, I don't think the LGBTQ plus community should play Uma Musume. I don't think they should be allowed to play it. I don't think that people with the name Lolly Philosophy should be allowed to play Uma Musume. Like, what kind of unhinged, what is wrong with the world? What happened? Like, did something did every kid get dropped on their head on their way out of the birth canal? What happened?
But we know that. And here's another tweet that might make sense if you look at the last one. They say this: if a rivalry lasts longer than 4 years, then you are no longer just rivals, you are gay. Oh, of course. A classic Twitter move where they see a friendship or a rivalry and they think to themselves, this must be sexual. Yeah, not a very
that's weird.
Well-adjusted thing to think, and people are clowning on this too, saying how could they be gay when they're both carrying my children?
What?
But this person would get upset too and say, my mentions right now. I can't wait for Lolicon Twitter to get into Uma Musume and then start calling the lesbians tourists, even though they were the first. I got news for you. The people on Twitter falling into these categories, they were not the ones who were there first. I believe that was the Japanese. Yes. The ones that, were the original intended audience of this game. But whatever helps you sleep at night. And also, man,
the newest Nintendo product I own is a God tier Wii U. The newest Nintendo product, I guess, is not even a Nintendo product because I don't think Nintendo made those NES minis.
And isn't that so terrible that the gigantically successful global franchise is now being visited by people you don't like? That's crazy. You even have places like this, normies like Dexerto, posting every 2 minutes about Uma Musume because it's that mainstream right now, especially on the English side of Twitter. But anyways, this whole thing is pretty funny. The English release has brought out the worst in people, and it's just very entertaining to see happen. But for now, that's going to do for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
Thank you.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Don't get me wrong, I own a Switch. I'm just waiting to see if Nintendo management changes in the next 10 years. That's fair. I mean, my wife owns a Switch. She loves her Switch. She loves her Switch so much. She doesn't play it very much, but she loves it and she has games for it. So this is new news that is going to get a little spicy for some people. This one we'll watch first. And all I have to say is before we watch this stuff is where I'm going to paint a picture. You're 6 months old. Your parents illegally came over the border. You lived here until you were 18. They never filled out the proper paperwork to come into the country. And then when you were 18 and you go to get your driver's license, you can't provide a social security number, so you get deported. What are your feelings while you guys sit on that? We're going to watch this video.
Immigration protests have begun in Mexico, essentially rioting over the same thing Americans are, except they're on the side of mass deportations, as their version of Antifa appears to wear German symbols. Destroying restaurants while customers cower in fear on the inside. And just like all riots, they eventually turned to looting.
Crazy, dog. This is Mexico, by the way, guys.
In their destructive but mostly peaceful marches. Now, the AP did interview some of these activists.
Sus precios y desplazar a los mexicanos.
That roughly translates to anger over foreigners importing their culture, concerned over gentrification and being colonized. Now, a lot of their graffiti was profanity and outright threats towards Americans.
This is
but
wild.
others.
Okay, so this is them being upset that foreigners are coming into their country and living there, and they want them out. They want them deported. Weird plot twist, isn't it? This is a weird double standard that's happening. That's just very weird. So, and you see this sign here that says pay taxes, learn Spanish, respect my culture. Now you think, right? You think if you were moving to a whole new country that you would want to learn about their culture. You would want to learn about the language there. You would want to learn to speak the language there. You would want to learn how to assimilate as best as possible and not force them to learn to speak to you, right? Imagine if Americans were actually getting upset over foreigners coming into the country. Pyro, they are. They are. The LA riots, we're going to touch on that in a second. The LA riots were a thing. Like, they're mad because people are getting deported because people voted for Trump based on that thing. There were a lot of swing states that went red because of what Trump promised to do with ICE. So that's a thing that's happening now. Those riots are why I have a concealed carry license, even on the other side of the country. Oh, yeah. I don't trust them. I don't trust anyone either. But, like, for example, if I were to move to Japan, which is a country I really want to go to, right? If I were to, because I would love to live there. I would love to live there and experience that culture. I would take the steps to learn the language. I would do my research on the culture. Even if I have friends who live there, I would ask them about the culture. And I would do my best to assimilate when I got there, to be a part of their culture and be able to speak to them in the native tongue. You're saying what is happening now is small fry compared to how it could be. Oh yeah, you're right there. Not saying it's right. Violence is not the answer. Right. And there's a lot of people who are saying that the riots in LA were peaceful protests. And I can't, that to me is like you're turning a blind eye to what actually was. Okay. Like, to my understanding, a peaceful protest would be doing a march, not vandalizing anything, not blowing up anything, not catching anything on fire, not causing riot police to throw flashbangs and gas canisters at you. You're misconstruing the situation at hand, for sure.
Carried signs saying, pay taxes, learn the local language, respect our culture, and this is not your home. It's almost like they want the same exact thing the American far-right wants, but for Mexico, as it shouldn't be controversial to request foreigners that want to take residence in the country to learn the local language, where there's massive pushback to force American truckers to learn English, as when driving a semi, reading street signs is kind of important, where we've recently seen places like Japan use language as almost a barrier against foreigners. But then again, Japan has zero chill when it comes to this sort of thing. The point being, it's just interesting how at the same time we're seeing anti-ICE riots over deportations to Mexico,
I might be going to another country, but I also did my research and picked one that has a very, very high English first language. Yeah, that's also a thing too. Like, if you like, I would have trouble learning a language because of dyslexia and numeralexia. So I would just in general have trouble learning the language, but I would do my best to try to learn the language so that way I could at least try to speak to them, at least do my best, right?
Mexico is seeing
Look, I love this is spot the difference, right? It says protests in Mexico, pay taxes, learn Spanish, respect my culture. Protests in America, immigrants make America great.
Deportation riots over immigration from the U.S.
I feel this cannot be retroactively enforced, but we need to enforce the laws set forth. When it comes to birth citizenship, if your parents are on a visitor visa, your child is also a visitor until you become a legal citizen. Yeah. There was actually a lot of people who use their kid being born here as an anchor baby, is what they're called. And I don't agree with that. I think because my family immigrated here, I wouldn't be in this country if my family didn't leave post-World War II Germany as Jewish people seeking a better place to live at all. I would be a German citizen, and that's what it would be, right? Like, my family came here properly, went through Ellis Island, did all the proper paperwork, did everything that they needed to do after World War II ended, and after they lost tons of family members due to what happened over there. Right? So, imagine German hero. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ja, das Boot. I used to, my grandpa would always ask us grandkids if we speak Dutch, like sprechen Sie Deutsch, and we would have to say nein. Because we were kids and we didn't know. We had no idea. And I'm definitely interested in learning the culture and history. Yeah, that's different than people just immigrating there and wanting to live there and not pay their taxes, not do anything like that. It's wild to me that people don't think about that. Learning a language is easier than ever these days. Duolingo is free. I've actually never tried Duolingo, but I've heard not good things from like local people about their language. And like I know Duolingo is supposed to be like the basics, quote unquote, like helping learn the basics. And of course, like language evolves. Right? Like every language has their own slang words. Every language evolves over time, and they add like borrowed words from different, like Japan has a lot of borrowed words from English because they don't have a word for certain things, right? So like that's just a thing culturally that happens over time.
Ironically angry over the same exact thing over completely opposite reasons, as the mass importation of cheap labor depresses wages and increases housing costs, while the importation of wealthy residents causes inflation and increases housing costs. Meanwhile, the only people profiting from these crisis side, I don't know. It's just the wealthy elites that benefit from the disintegration of the middle class. As when you look more into this story, Mexico News Daily covered the protest, stating they're against the American gentrification, how they're not expatriates, they're invaders, citing the lockdowns in America that caused mass migration into their cities, as a laptop class enjoyed the cheap cost of living while collecting their American salary, raising the cost of living for Mexicans, pushing them out of the city, as they even covered this exact situation back in 2022, calling it a foreign invasion. Interesting how this was around the same time at the Mexican border coming into the US, but our media refused to refer to it as an invasion.
That's crazy that our media refused to call it an invasion when Mexico is calling it an invasion that we're doing right now. My great-grandparents went opposite sides of the war. My great-grandfather was Irish and my great-grandmother was Hungarian. Yeah, that's a thing. That's why America was called a melting pot, right? Like we have a little bit of everything from everywhere all over the world. We're not our own people anymore. Like we never really were. Technically, we were immigrants anyway. Like we were settlers to start with that came from England to get away from religious persecution. That's what we were. We were all British immigrants at one point. That's how we started. Hello, Mexico. Welcome to the problems of America. I mean, that's the crazy thing is people aren't seeing this. They're not seeing these things, and they're not looking at the situation like that. They're looking at the situation like, oh, well, people who immigrated here and are here illegally deserve to be here. That's not how American laws work, though. You should do it the right way. And I don't think a lot of people understand, like, even where I lived, I worked for a contractor who hired immigrants, and they didn't pay their taxes. They can't pay their taxes because they don't have a social security number to pay their taxes with. So how can you say that these people are adding to taxes when they can't even pay their taxes? I don't understand. Now, are some of these people trying to immigrate from slums or like gang infested neighborhoods? Probably, right? We don't know why they're coming over here. They just they're looking at it as a grass is greener on the other side type situation, and they want that situation.
As I don't think a single person in America would call Mexico racist for pointing out the economic issues immigration can cause. It's just interesting to see the American mainstream media try to cover these mirror image movements, as the New York Times can kinda cover this objectively, where they default back into the protest was initially peaceful, finally admitting how it turned violent, according to the Associated Press, but then reporting the groups were angry over American imperialism, as a surge of Americans helps businesses and landlords, but makes it unaffordable to locals who only average to make $370 a month. It's almost like Mexico really wishes they had a Trump, or at the very least, a JD Vance.
We're done.
Oh my God, that was a hot take. That was such a hot take.
Importing foreign labor, we're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages.
As that's exactly what every citizen wants to hear from their leader in every country. It reminds me of all the people watching and sharing on Disney's Black Panther
in Mexico, the international community,
where essentially T'Challa, an unelected king, uses brute force and power to push the same exact ideals as America first. And although they're not the same exact thing, it's crazy how all these people claim to hate Trump.
Shared ideas between Black Panthers, Wakanda, and the MAGA movement. National self-resilience, yes. Avoids foreign dependencies, Wakanda. We're going to read the Wakanda side, and then we're going to read the manga side, okay? We're going to read these. So, national self-resilience, yes. Avoids foreign dependencies. Border protection, yes. Keeps outsiders out. Cultural preservation, yes. Maintains traditions and heritage. Skepticism of globalism, yes. Distrust of global institutions. Strong leadership, yes. Monarchy centered in T'Challa. I don't think I said that right. For MAGA, it says national self-resilience, yes. Focus on domestic protection. Border protection, MAGA, yes. Immigration control, wall, etc. Cultural preservation, yes. Emphasis on traditional American values. Skepticism of globalism, yes. Rejects global entanglements. Strong leadership, yes. Personally driven politics. Very weird. What was that about BP? Oh, I said it right. BP, they're comparing the Wakanda traditions and these ideals to MAGA, which is like Trump's movement for politics, right? They're comparing their ideals together from the Black Panther movie.
Or the MAGA movement, but if you paint those same ideals on Mexico or a Marvel superhero, they're suddenly cheering it on. Because they don't despise this mentality, they've just been brainwashed to hate America. As just yesterday, we covered how the US is doing what other countries dream of. And as what appears to
We'll
be the
watch that
US
video in a second.
military is now combing the streets of Los Angeles, people are noticing the typical LA traffic has basically disappeared. But here comes California's saddest sobbing senator to cry over how intimidated he is, and Governor Newsom to pledge his allegiance to the undocumented.
I want folks to know we have your back, and we'll continue to come back and do what we can to protect our diverse communities, to protect the spirit that defines the best of this city and our state.
We have to think Wakanda is still just a quote-unquote village they have had for years and years. They are a tribe. Yes, right. They're just comparing the ideals, right? They're just comparing those two ideals, which is a very very big leap gap right there between those. But you know, people will latch on to anything. Look at what happened when the immunizations cause autism thing. There would be like 9,999 different scientific reports that say no, it doesn't, and then there'll be one scientific report that says yes, it does, and all those online Google Karens would grab that one report and be like, see, I knew it was true type shit. Plus they have some, to be honest, I guess more powerful than nukes and don't want it falling into the wrong hands. Oh, something more powerful than nukes and they don't want it falling into the wrong. Well, yeah, that's fair.
And to push back against this cruelty. To push back against this cruelty.
Why do you say it twice?
That is being perpetuated by the President of the United States.
I simply can't imagine Mexico, Japan, or any first world country deporting Americans illegally staying in their country, then seeing their politicians telling their citizens, I stand with the people that didn't follow our legal system to stay here. Regardless of any economic hardship it'll cause you, the tax-paying, law-abiding citizen that votes. As they desperately try to paint this as a racial issue, when the Democrats...
Unfortunately, unless Wakanda was very rich in resources, it's very science fiction. It would more like pre-WW2 Japan. That's fair.
Democrats continue to lose support for minorities. Donald Trump still supports legal immigration.
Today you receive one of the most priceless gifts ever granted by human hands. You become a citizen.
Want to watch it free? Subscribe to ArtMage_Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub baby.
But let's talk about like any one of those politicians from Japan or Mexico. If they say that we are sticking up against the people who illegally immigrated here, you would never see that happening. You would never ever see those politicians standing up for illegal immigrants saying that you broke our rules, so we're going to stand up and fight for you. None of those politicians in Japan, for one, would do that. They would never do that. Never in a million years. They would never ever stick up for anyone who broke their laws that was an immigrant from there. Or an immigrant to there, sorry. You would never ever see them do that.
Citizen of the United States.
We got an ad break coming up,
States
chat.
of America. What an honor. I welcome you into our national family. No matter where you come from, you now share a home and a heritage with some of the most exceptional heroes, legends, and patriots to ever walk the face of the earth. All of the triumphs and glories of American history now belong to you.
While the left can't help but put out the most mind-numbingly dumb statements.
As far as I'm concerned, you randomly kidnapping folk and you throwing them out of the country against their civil rights, against their constitutional rights. And frankly, how would they feel if some other country decided that they were going to just start throwing people randomly in our country? Like that is absolutely insane.
They're doing it in Mexico right now. Are you stupid?
So yes, all I gotta say is y'all need to get these fools out of here.
Yes, Congresswoman, I wouldn't like if some other country cleared out their prisons, and with the support of some other country's NGO, had them shipped to Biden's wide-open borders to immediately be granted entry, a debit card, and a free flight to a free hotel, all paid for by my tax dollar. But again, It's not like the left dislikes this train of thought. They just default to disliking whatever Trump does because of obedience to the Democrats. As why would you think critically about your own personal values when you can just parrot your NPC talking points? So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Alright gamers, we'll be right back and we'll get back into it, okay? Don't go anywhere, just sit tight, we'll be RB. We're probably going extra long, don't go anywhere.
Doing that all the time. I'm floating.
Yes, you were flying.
You are flying. How are you flying?
How are you flying?
Whoa! I mean, I was.
You take damage.
Toma! We're trying to make friends. That's not how we make friends.
How old are you? Are you here? Are you French? Are you French bread pizza? Are you applesauce? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you far? Are you near? Where are you? Is this Brittany, bitch?
You can do a very small gesture, and that is buying them some flowers. This will stun lock them. They will be very happy. It'll make...
Ame-chan bought me flowers for Valentine's Day. I've never cried so hard in my life. That was the sweetest thing that any woman has ever done for me. And I will forever remember that until the day I die. There's a phrase that I heard a long time ago that men only get flowers at their funeral. And they will never ever be able to enjoy it. That was the first time that someone got... I still have them. They're still in this house. They're probably dead and so far gone right now, but I literally still have those dead flowers.
Why isn't this working? Her ass is impervious. You know, this gives a whole new meaning to buns of steel.
I'm back, Goliath. I must escort you for things so I can buy stuff to sell for gold. I love gold. I love gold.
Will just sound sticky. You know, this is my homage to Blair, a friend who is a sticky sus tuber. Blair, if you're in chat and you're listening, these villager breeders are for you. The basement floors are so sticky.
Oh, holy cow, I'm crying. Oh, that's funny.
182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Giants game of 414 is now a member of the Zodiac.
Me freaking
Welcome
out.
to the observatory.
Are they not coming in now?
Why do I have two cameras? I have two cameras in my inventory.
Holding the third one. You want a third one in your inventory?
Donovan D. Dawson's a dirty dog. And he farts in the garden wearing his car keys, or looking for his car keys.
Oh god, ow. Oh, why? Why? Help me, Tom Cruise. Help me, baby Jesus. Help. You guys done? No, one long cat. I love how the long cat starts it.
I'm excited. I can't wait then.
Right, Mr. Fishy? We're so excited. We can't wait. We can't wait. Mr. Fishy. It's exciting. Look happy. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought the fish should be a little more happy about it.
I prefer Rush E. That's my favorite song to goon to. I try to goon to the tempo of the song. It's like the ultimate edge, the ultimate edging device. You know, it starts off real slow, gets real fast, and then it slows back down. Really pulls you back into the gear.
You start with C-Bat, and then you go to Rush E. Like C-Bat is like level 1, and then the Rush E is like the highest level of goon you can possibly reach.
You know what's weird,
It's
guys?
like professional goon. Will just sound sticky. You know, this is my homage to Blair, a friend who is a sticky sus tuber. Blair, if you're in chat and you're listening, these villager breeders are for you. And the basement floors are so sticky. Hello, gamers.
Move.
I'm more concerned that someone accused my wife as an illegal without due process because she did come here legally and got her citizenship. ICE is scary. They don't play around. They haven't been grabbing anyone who is illegally here, though. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Oh, I see Giants is on the green team now. Giants switch teams. Oh no, what are we gonna do? We should cancel Giants on Twitter. Ah! All right, let's get into it.
LA literally looks like a scene out of The Patriot, and that's exactly what I voted for. As Fox News shows us, massive ICE raids have begun in the sanctuary city of Los Angeles, even carrying American flags as hundreds of Border Patrol agents arrived to clear MacArthur Park, with Julio Rosas posting they even brought back the armored cop cavalry.
Yo, they brought back the armored cop cavalry is crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Now, LA Mayor Karen Bass posted this video of the raid, captioning it with, "Minutes before 20 kids were playing, then the military comes through. The second I heard about it, I went to the park to tell them to end it." And on brand, the local Karen did arrive, as Bill Malusian shows her getting on the phone surrounded by the press. Later reporting the Border Patrol chief that she
their horse and diamond armor is crazy.
Spoke to stated, "I don't work for Karen Bass. Get used to us, as this will be normal very soon. We go anywhere, anytime we want in Los Angeles." This type of energy is exactly what I voted for, as I once lived near MacArthur Park, and I knew it as a place that looked pretty in pictures and TV, but was basically a lawless, homeless encampment in real life. So when the city is literally burning down, Mayor Bass is too busy partying in Africa. But when the feds come in to enforce the law, our local Karen is mere minutes away to accomplish nothing but a couple sound bites for the press.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass. Oh my
Any
God.
comment, Mayor Bass?
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, any comment?
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave.
What are you gonna do? You work for the president. You aren't gonna do anything.
This is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Just wait and see.
Mayor Bass,
They will be leaving.
Just wait and see, bro. The person that runs the organization says they're not their boss. They're not gonna listen to you.
And interestingly, when she posted her outrage on social media, she's just seeing more popular responses calling for her resignation, replying that she's crying that the kids aren't playing, but didn't seem to care that they were playing alongside criminals, with several people posting about how bad the area is on the daily. With
Good night, Dust. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. We're gonna keep going. We got a few more videos. There's a new one that came out that Rev put out 3 hours ago. So we were covering the news while Rev was making videos. Yeah, the mayor has no say over ICE. That's true. The mayor can't do shit.
With Traffic News LA showing us MacArthur Park is no place for kids to play. As just a few months ago, even the Los Angeles Times had the mayor acknowledging how bad it is, reporting on the gang shootings, substance use, syringes, and homelessness, highlighting how the park vendors are a staple of the immigrant community, selling stolen property, substances, and even firearms. You'd think a city that just had to lay off several police employees would gladly accept federal assistance in cleaning up the areas that the kids play at, but no. She can only show up when it comes to protecting the status quo of lawlessness that she's created. It's just interesting how places like Reddit will parrot those talking points, where basically this lady wrote a poem about how the parks in LA are seemingly empty now, as the ICE raids have made certain people afraid to come out.
And I wonder if anyone else who looks like me noticed. I wonder when they will and what they will do when they notice that there are no birthday parties in the park anymore.
Where the top replies echo the absence of barbecues and picnics at the parks. How this person provides party services. The fires hurt their business, but the raids are even worse. Even going as far to say, this is purposely destroying California's economy, conveniently ignoring the state's economy was already running a $12 billion deficit. So maybe these ICE raids aren't destroying your economy, as I somehow doubt the tax dollars from bouncy castles and food stands offset the $16 billion estimated for just Medicaid spending alone. No, those social media posts...
Did I say 16 billion? $16.2 billion. Holy shit.
Spending alone, no. Those social media posts pointing at empty spots at the park are no different than when Mayor Karen shows up to scold the cops while facing the cameras. But the most interesting aspect about all of this is these ICE raids have only increased. And there are local residents that are protesting this.
But this is some breaking news out of Los Angeles as a federal immigration enforcement operation is...
Damn you, YouTube.
Is currently underway. You see a large crowd right there. LA Mayor Karen Bass is at the center of this large crowd. Is Mayor Bass right there demanding that...
Do you guys think they're going to vote for her again? I don't think she'll get voted for again.
The raids stop, and you can see that it's getting a little physical right there as the crowd is kind of pushing towards this police vehicle.
But there's really not that many of them anymore.
It's the other. He's camera
You guys know in some countries across the world, you're not allowed to wear a mask while you protest? I think America should do that. I think America, it should be illegal to wear a mask when you protest. I don't think you should be allowed to hide your identity while you protest. That's just my hot take.
Where Julio Rosa shows us maybe 3 of them are actually angry.
We are American citizens. This does not feel safe. I'm an American citizen.
They never used to until COVID came around. I don't know. I feel like even during the BLM protests and stuff like that, that's when they started wearing masks. Because that happened in a city I live close to, and everyone was wearing masks and all that stuff, and it was wild. But I also think that was around the same time. I'm unsure about that. I could be wrong.
Press? What press are you from? Who are you from? Where are you on that side? What?
while weeks ago they had basically an army of activists, incredibly well coordinated and aligned with other riots all across the country. But as we discussed a couple days ago, once the IRS stated they were going to look into who's funding the riots, alongside USAID being completely dismantled, suddenly they struggle to bring together even 100 activists, which really makes you wonder how organic this anti-ICE movement really was, as they successfully burned and looted Los Angeles, but didn't actually accomplish anything.
We're going double down, triple down in sanctuary cities. Why? Not because you're a blue.
The only reason to wear a mask in a protest is if you know you're going to do something potentially illegal. Yeah, that's my thing. Like, peaceful protesting would be like on the sidewalk, marching around, saying your piece, doing your thing, not bothering anyone, not illegally blocking traffic on a highway, which is illegal in the state of California. Like, we as Americans have lost completely, like, all ideology about what it means to be American, and we've twisted and contorted the rules to try and be in our favor. And I don't agree with that. I told my wife that I am genuinely scared of being a Jewish person in this country now. I'm genuinely scared. I shouldn't feel that way. If someone destroys my property while they're rioting, I will be throwing hands. Dude, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all, Giants. I don't. You should have the right to protect your property. Like, if someone came to my house and started throwing bricks through it because of the ICE stuff, I would be so pissed. I would be so mad. And I bet I would be like a 1980s dad that grabs them by the wrist, and I don't care where their parents are. I would grab them by the wrist and be like, you're fucking paying for that window. You're paying for it. I don't care what money you got in your pocket. You're staying right here until the cops get here, and I'm not letting you go. You can cry that I'm holding you hostage. You busted my window, and you're paying for it. Your friend's car got fucked up in a riot. See, no, that's not okay.
A blue city or blue state.
They probably weren't even they didn't even have anything to do with it either.
Because we know that's where the problem is. We know they're releasing public safety threats and national security threats to the streets every day because they don't honor our detainers. We know that. We don't have that problem like in Florida, where every sheriff in the state's working with us. So where we're going to send our assets, we're going to send them where the problem is. Sanctuary cities. So I've said it before, we'll flood the zone of sanctuary cities. If they don't let us arrest a bad guy in the county jail, they're going to arrest him in the community. We're going to arrest them at a work site. And for those that say 3,000 a day is too much, I want to remind them, do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 every single day for the remainder of this administration just to catch the ones Biden released in the nation.
Imagine being one of those unpaid activists in LA that idly stood by while your city was burned and looted in solidarity with Stop and ICE, only to see 100 federal agents stomp through your city on horseback, carrying the American flag like Mel Gibson in The Patriot. So I really...
Goddamn. They were inside at work. Then the riot happens and his car windows were smashed just because it was nearby. No. Nope. Not okay. I'm not okay with that. That's not peacefully protesting. You're not, no. You're not doing that. I'm not okay with that. That's not how you get your point across. That's not how you do things in this country. Like, my family is a military family, right? My family fought for the Constitution and our rights to peacefully protest, speak our mind, freedom of speech, all that stuff. This stuff, like, you are acting like little kids. You are acting like children at kindergarten when you got told that you can't eat the Play-Doh. When you got told that you can't eat the glue, and you're throwing a fit, and you're throwing your shoes, and you're throwing all the toys and all the stuff in the classroom everywhere. You're acting like a child. That's how I see it.
We wonder if they're just accepting defeat, as Alligator Alcatraz is officially open and accepting detainees.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims they're keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here, to be honest.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here. That son of a...
I think it's kind of funny that that looks like some of those what is it? Like the prisons in Brazil or other countries like that where they're just so full. That's better AC than my job in the past week. That's better AC than any prison has. That's better than some military barracks.
And even CNN admits this is what Americans want.
So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no arguing with these.
That is literally what everyone voted for. That was how he won. That's how he won.
Different numbers because they're all essentially the same across 4 different pollsters.
So either they finally learned that destroying your own city does absolutely nothing for accomplishing social justice, or like I believe, their funding finally dried up and the masses don't organically destroy their own city. So if you appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Guys, make sure you go subscribe to Decoy Voice. Their YouTube videos are in the Starbound bulletin.
With all these ICE raids and anti-ICE protests, someone is going to get very seriously hurt, but it's probably not going to be the feds. As in San Francisco, masked ICE agents are making an arrest, while masked citizens try to stop them.
Heck yeah. Please tell me how this is peaceful.
Now obviously they couldn't successfully stop this arrest, but for some reason, they thought they could stop the feds' vehicle from leaving, eventually climbing on top of their van. And when they finally sped off, one of them fell off the side, with another still clinging on the hood, with local posts in the San Francisco Reddit calling it an ICE abduction from several camera angles, even titling it ICE running over a group of people, with only one response saying, literally no one got run over, but replies from Redditors with access to the same series of videos saying, no, they did. So just remember, whenever you're arguing with anybody online, there's a good chance they can literally be given several videos all showing the same exact scene, but then they'll believe the headline that most aligns with their talking points over evidence they can literally see with their own eyes.
This would be like going to court and showing the judge evidence, and then you're like the other person just saying, no, that's not how it happened. Like, there's video recording, audio recording, and then the other person just says, no, that's not how it happened. Are you kidding me, bro? The internet's cooked. No, no. Oh, God, no. Oh, shit, we're cooked. You're not stopping a 40,000-pound moving beast, especially if you're not stopping it if federal agents move forward. They want to move forward, they're going to move forward.
The scary part being, this isn't just idiots interacting with bots in an echo chamber. This is an echo chamber of bots activating real-life idiots. As someone could have been injured, but
that was so well said. That was so well said. It's crazy. Like, could you guys imagine if Americans went into Canada illegally and then Canada said, no, you're not allowed to be here. You need to do it the right way. and then everyone in Canada saying that's bad, we should let them in. I don't think Canada would let them in. Like, I don't think Japan, I don't think England, I don't think any country would do that. Okay, I can't speak for England. They are in some shit right now too, because they're like what do they do with like migrant people? They let them in anyway, right? I guess. So we can't really say that. But like, I don't think some of the countries would allow this shit to happen.
But Reddit
Mexico's not putting up with it.
Is actually applauding the people blocking the core, saying kidnapping should be met.
A lot of European countries seem to allow illegal immigration from my experience. That was my thing. I made a bad example. That's on me. I did a bad example. England, I know definitely has been letting in a lot of illegal immigration, and it's been causing a lot of crime and a lot of other shit like that to happen. So that's on me. That was my bad. That was a bad example, bad take.
Met with resistance.
See, guys, that's how you own up for your bad takes and your bad examples when you're corrected by a person in chat who lives in that country or lives on that side of the world, and you move on and you own up like an adult. No, wait, I might no, double down like Thor. That's fucking crazy. Actually, Morn, you're wrong. Since you live there, you're wrong. You know, you wouldn't know, right? I would know as an American because I know all, right? Did I do a good Thor impersonation? That was my best impersonation of Thor that I could do, actually. With that, I can't help but laugh. That was funny. Oh shit.
There isn't enough resistance. San Francisco should resist ICE as they outnumber them. And insanely, but becoming a common theme, is encouraging white people to the front lines, as it really seems they're following orders from Reddit, as this is a separate instance in San Francisco where they're doing exactly as requested. Now one, this is incredibly dangerous for everybody involved, from the feds to the activists to even the average resident just crossing the street while the police are forced to speed away. And two, as we have countless examples of these so-called protesters with nothing better to do on a weekday afternoon have never actually impacted the feds' ability to enforce the law. But sadly, I don't think it's actually about stopping a single arrest. I think they're just trying to make a martyr, as an ICE equivalent of BLM,
that's a good one.
as every activist is doing this behind their cell phone to post on social media.
Well, they're all fucking farm. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to farm this event. They're trying to farm everything that's going on for social media likes, so that way they can be on the quote unquote right side of everything that's going on, right? I don't. It's stupid. What the hell? Like, what the hell happened? Did we all eat bad fish? What happened? Is there mercury in the water that people are drinking and they're just like getting brained? What is going on?
Shaming them, creating a more chaotic situation.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's gonna work. This is like the fucking thing from... What is it? The Monty Python, where they're like, they ring a bell and they just yell shame. Like the shame bell. Ding, shame.
And then applying captions like, ICE arresting a girl having a seizure, where I won't play the video here. But most everybody online didn't think this was actually what they claimed. And just like those original Reddit posts, it's not about sharing what's happening, it's about creating a narrative to make the masses as emotional as possible, as for whatever reason they believe our legal system should be decided by whoever can paint the saddest scene. As in the San Francisco subreddit about that second Fed van they tried to stop, they titled it, ICE van used to detain a person who showed up for immigration court, with the replies reiterating ICE is abducting people simply showing up to court. As the top commenters are saying, they're trying to do the right thing, but this disincentivizes them, so Trump is
mass rage bait. Exactly. It's stupid. It's so stupid.
A fascist, with only one lowly post stating, why are you always conveniently omitting the verdict from their case? Is it possible they received their due process but resulted in deportation orders? As that's what they all seem to not understand. For far too long in sanctuary cities, people could lose their immigration cases, but for some reason just be let back into the community. Unlike in criminal court, as soon as you lose your case, you're immediately sent to jail, not creating the unnecessary...
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You go to jail if you don't get your verdict.
risk of releasing and rearresting them somewhere in the community. But as the ICE director states, this dangerous scenario is by the Democrats' design.
Sanctuary cities. If they don't let us arrest a bad guy in the county jail, they're going to arrest him in the community. We're going to arrest him at a work site. So we're going to increase community operation. We're going to increase worksite enforcement operation. We're going to get the bad guys. So if they don't want to help, get out of the way. We're coming to do it.
So they're angry when they make worksite arrests. They're angry when they make arrests outside the courthouse. And as Freedom News shows us, they're angry when they make arrests inside the courthouse. Again, proving that the only thing that would satisfy their side is completely ignoring the law. But unfortunately for them, in the world of democracy, the majority of Americans voted and still support the deportation of every single individual illegally here. The scary part being, is with this rhetoric of kidnapping and masked secret fascist police, the fringe minority is on the attack, as they're actually out there disturbing hotels that ICE agents are allegedly at, putting their pathetic parenting on display, teaching their kids to attack feds, and then in Los Angeles, actually attacking their vehicles with improvised spike strips and now facing federal prison time. These idiots are about to get a civics lesson at the worst possible time, as of course liberal DAs in deep blue Los Angeles have tolerated this stuff in the last several riots, but it's a completely different situation facing a federal judge with a federal prison sentence. But the most insane aspect about this is they were arrested with this CHI-RLA bag, and Mayor Karen Bass just posted this speech about pulling together this group.
The fact that there's so many people behind me, and by the way, this was pulled together in a very, very short amount of time, I think is an example of the urgency and the outrage
Bro, I hope she gets out of there so fast.
that we all feel.
Standing in front of a guy also wearing a CHI-RLA hat. It's almost like they're acting exactly as ordered as pretty much their paramilitary branch, as Bass has agreed to the kidnapping rhetoric.
I can be dressed as a cop
Exactly.
and just go kidnap people.
Other Democrats parrot the same talking points.
You send the U.S. Marines into spaces they should not be. You send the National Guard in. You kidnap people off of the streets and pretend that's normal.
Also pushing this narrative of terror.
And the masked, secret police that are terrorizing our communities.
As California's saddest sobbing senator also says they're terrorizing the kids. And at face value, if for whatever reason you forgot everything they said during the lockdowns or about the shots, you just believe everything that political party tells you, you would probably be pretty terrified and might actually act upon what they claim is happening to your community, as it's no accident that the Democrats are using this specific rhetoric, as since 2016 they've shrieked over Trump dog whistling his base into extreme actions, but now it's their people that are listening and reacting exactly.
Yeah, saying it's kidnapping is crazy when they've already told you what's going to happen.
Exactly how you'd expect.
They're gonna go to the work sites. They're gonna go wherever they can, and they're gonna make sure that they do their job.
As in Texas, they're trying to ambush ICE.
With at least 10 people, all dressed in what investigators describe as black military-style clothing, shooting fireworks at the Prairie Detention Center. Around 10 minutes later, one or two of them broke off from the main group and began spray painting the facility and vehicles parked there with words like traitor and other slogans. A police officer arrived responding to a 911 call, and at that point, one of the group, who had apparently hidden in trees near the facility, opened fire, hitting the officer in the neck, while another attacker, also across the street, fired dozens of rounds at officers from the facility.
They are lucky that they didn't get shot. There's so many trigger-happy police officers out there that would just like immediately think their life is in danger and just would have shot them.
Not to be mistaken with the other instance.
Video shows a door officers say was hit during the exchange.
Border Patrol and local police say they returned fire, killing that man. Reports say he was carrying multiple weapons, including an assault rifle.
A couple of Border Patrol officers were injured, according to the authorities. One McAllen police officer who was involved got shot in the knee.
Even if you're keeping up with recent events, you very easily could have mistaken that first ICE attack in Texas with a second attack in Texas that occurred a couple days after. But you won't see a single Democrat denounce what those individuals did. But it only gets worse, as at least one of them was one of Biden's newcomers.
We are now reporting.
I'm currently on my final step of immigrating to the U.S. the legal and correct way, and I have no problem with getting rid of people who do it the illegal route. I am very proud of you. Morn, I'm so proud of you. We're gonna have a big cake and ice cream day for Morn. Been working on this since 2003. Doing it the right way takes a lot of time and money. Yeah. Well, I bet it does, to be honest. I bet it does. I'm proud of you for actually doing it the right way and wanting to be here in the right way. Right? Morn used to play Phasmo. I think Morn still has the game. I don't know, Morn, are you still in the US or are you back across the pond, as the Brits say? I'm about to send in 2 government forms. It's going to cost $1,500, $500. Ooh, yeah, it's big money. Currently in the US, and I do still have Phasmo. Oh, we might have to get a Phasmo game in then. Phasmo party. I don't know. Morn, have you played the new update?
The guy who was arrested in the Alvarado, Texas incident for tampering with the evidence was a green card recipient under the Biden administration and a prior DACA recipient. What do you think of that?
It's
oh, you haven't played in over a year. Oh, yeah, you haven't played the new update, the Horror 2.0 type update.
very sad. It's very bad. 21 million people came in. Many of them are criminals. Many of them are murderers. 11,888 is what they say.
So in their effort to stop federal law enforcement, they're only reminding the public how necessary this is. And now, ICE is only going to double or triple down their efforts in sanctuary cities. The American public is shoving more support for ICE, and the left has 14 people facing federal prison, and another one is gone, accomplishing absolutely nothing. All in an effort to placate idiots that know less than nothing. As remember, these protests started in San Diego, where the city rose up against the feds, arresting a wanted criminal, and then a week later they destroyed their entire city in Los Angeles over what was initially a Fed investigation into money laundering. But now they're freaking out over on Reddit, saying ICE got $150 billion with serious skull cracking in mind, as others are actually afraid that US citizens are going to be deported to a concentration camp, as they're likely referring to Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. Oh no, that was Obama's holding facility. This is Alligator Alcatraz, that if anything has more amenities. But no, they're now claiming Trump is sending them to be eaten by elephant-sized mosquitoes.
Liam Izquierdo on the phone describing what it's like inside the so-called Alligator Alcatraz. Says he's been at the detention facility out in the Everglades since Friday. The mosquitoes, he says, are the size of elephants.
And again, if you took this at face value, this would be absurdly cruel. But just like everything else, they're simply just hoping you're stupid enough to believe it.
Izquierdo's partner, Katia, says he's a permanent resident who was arrested last week.
Good morning, sir. You speak English?
No.
You're charged with aggravated assault with deadly weapon and battery.
The police report says it all has to do with a violent dispute with a tow company worker who was trying to repossess a jet ski.
As Reddit would make you think US citizens are at risk of being sent there, when this guy was only sent there after violently attacking.
What? 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 That's crazy.
Attacking a repo guy. So if anything, his story on the news, told in Spanish, is just an advertisement for self-deportation. As instead of seeing elephant-sized mosquitoes, he could have simply scheduled his flight home and received $1,000 every single time they.
Wait, you get $1,000? I'll self. Send me back. Do I get $1,000 if I was like, I just want $1,000 for real.
They try to villainize Trump or his popular immigration.
They literally offer you money to self-deport.
Policies. They just remind the public it's not only necessary, it's working. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Oh man, that's crazy. All right, we're gonna switch topics and we're gonna hop into this pirate software issue again. Okay, so these guys, they are well versed in coding, they understand the situation at hand, and yeah, Sweden has started offering money for people to go back home too, but what's likely going to happen is they take the money to leave and then come right back. I could actually see that. What is happening with my YouTube?
Pirate Software just admitted that he's wrong, and he has no idea. This is Editor Connor letting you know that this was pulled from a live stream, if you can't tell already, and I'm just giving you a heads up because usually when I end up live streaming, I get really amped up and very excitable, and it's very clear that I do, and I do worry that in these moments, I kind of lose my ability to stay as level-headed as I usually do if I'm recording and taking my time for it. So if you notice a bit more of that leniency, that's why. And I just want you to know it going in so that you take what I'm saying with a bit more of a grain of salt, because I think that you should. And of course, in the last 10 seconds, if you're new here, end up enjoying the video, consider subscribing. We hit our end of year milestone 60,000, so I guess I'm going to shoot for 70,000 now. But thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the video. Brief little introduction. I'm sure you guys are going to recognize this. You saw my previous videos if you've seen those. This bad boy right here. Specifically, we need to be taking a look at this right here. So Mr. Daniel's blog. Pirate included this on the bottom. Now, I distinctly, in a previous live stream, I had looked at this and it was like, you know, I don't really want, I didn't cover it fully in detail. I was like, I don't have the brain power. I'm going to check back on it later. Well, someone did some digging. Someone did that digging, and I completely forgot about this, and they made a very interesting discovery. So Pirate Software, we could all assume, yes, chat, we can go nod our heads, yes, that if he's including this with the lines, and for those that don't understand why I put out the videos in the first place, you might want to give this a read. We could assume that he's co-signing on this shit, right? That'll be important later. Let's get back to where we're going here. So this is the gentleman, Harmful Opinions. This man did some research, and this man
I didn't check into it.
Found something very interesting in regard to Daniel's blog and some of Pirate Software's previous very public admissions about how he views the Stop Killing Games initiative. So I went ahead and went through and timestamped some of the clips that he shows about Pirate Software. So let's just go ahead and jump to some of those because it tells a very interesting story. And by the way, again, this opinion that I'm having, this thing that I'm showing you guys, this is not original to me. Harmful Opinions figured this out. Highly recommend you check his detailed thing about it, but I want to, you know, go through this with you guys as well.
I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their...
Hang on, is that linked? Yes, so we're going to open that in a new tab. We should pause it because it's going to play immediately.
As far as live service game, stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants.
Well, I mean, they weren't going to stay online forever. We understand this. Stop Killing Games initiative. Yes.
That. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
He also brings up Vietnam, which was a bit jarring.
You want the government to get involved in video games? Vietnam is now a cautionary tale for leave government out of games, please.
Now, believe it or not, just so we're all in this.
What was that take? What does that have to do with anything about the Stop Killing Games initiative?
Same page. He is not talking about the vicious proxy war between North and South Vietnam that the US and Russia engaged in, you know, during that terrible time, the Vietnam War that we somehow took the W in. He's not talking about that. He's talking about, and I actually pulled up an article just to show you guys what we're talking about here. Steam was banned in Vietnam. Primary reason is related to regulatory compliance issues. So he's referencing that government overreach had caused Steam to be banned because they have these really strict criteria for censoring content. Don't get too tripped up by Pirate referencing Vietnam and that being a government overreach, because somehow it has happened twice. But moving on, okay, we've got that out of the way. So we're just trying to set the backdrop that yes, okay, Pirate is not super okay with the government getting into video games. He doesn't like video games getting impacted by the government because the government is going to do what? A shitty job.
If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough. Legitimately. That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video games is a terrible goddamn idea.
Out of curiosity for everyone here, what can we assess? What would you guys assume is Pirate Software's belief about how much the government is impacting video games right now? Based on the clips you have seen, what are your thoughts about how Pirate Software...
So I don't think the government has anything to do with video games, at least in America. Besides like labeling, right? They've forced like to maturely rate video games and like put ratings on games that are okay for kids and like make sure that there's a mature rating like 18 plus, 17 plus, violence rated. Like they've been doing that with shows for years.
Software is viewing government. Are they really into video games right now? Or would you say based off of what he's saying, his assumption is that the government is not really in video games right now? They haven't really set up a lot. I may be leading you to the watering hole here. There's more. He's implying, and this is the point that Harmful Opinions is making. It is very clear based off of what he's talked about. Again, this is not an original thought. Harmful Opinions came up with this. He is not, based off of these clips, he's assuming that there is not a lot of government involvement with video games, and that's the issue, right? Because the initiative is so vague, that can create a lot of issues when you're setting precedent. You'll remember that. It's going to be in a clip later. But that's the important part. That is the foundation for Pirate Software's arguments. So all the clips that I just showed you, those were before the Stop Killing Games initiative went live. The Stop Killing Games initiative goes live back in August, right? And then this is one of the clips that I just referenced.
It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games.
It's incredibly vague. You guys were typing that in chat, remember?
It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games.
It will damage all live service games because it's setting that precedent. Do we remember it's setting the precedent? Well, let's just jump right to that clip here at 5 minutes in his video here.
To say like, oh, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry.
You would ascertain based off of how he is described.
So wait. Hang on. So not only does he not understand the movement and what it's about, he's trying to spew misinformation about not wanting government to be a part of video games because it's already ruined the fact that Steam was banned in Vietnam, in the country Vietnam. So he wants less regulations on video games because he thinks that's going to save video games?
Describing this and how he is talking about it.
Let's get to the point together.
Expecting that the Stop Killing Games initiative would be setting the precedent, that nothing else lay in its path. We are setting the groundwork. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. This will be cut down into a video. If you disagree with me, do it in the comments. I am so willing to have the argument. I know I'm kind of doing it a bit more as a show right now, but let's keep going. The government is incompetent, and this precedent means a lot because they're incompetent. Let's also jump to where he agrees with Ross about the law being unclear. And this is all of the evidence that Harmful Opinions is using to support his argument that we're about to hit. Stop Killing Games. So this is Europeans Can Save Gaming. That was the original video that he put out, remember?
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway.
And that's dangerous. If we're going to be setting precedent, which could change the way that law works all the way down the road, then we need to be sending the right message.
So right there, he's agreeing with Ross. This is the only time you'll ever see it. He's agreeing with Ross. He is engaging in the conversation on the presupposition, on the pretense that he is talking to him about the same thing, being that it is unclear right now, being that the way that government has addressed.
So he agrees that it is a very unclear law, but he doesn't want the laws to get set in stone.
This part of video games is unclear. This is literally all of the evidence building up to it. And now let's show that tweet again. You guys remember Daniel's blog? It's specifically here. Let's pop back to it. So, and for those that don't understand why I put out the video in the first place, you might want to give this a read. And now we have Daniel's blog. The first thing that I had noticed when I had first watched this is free to play the cherry on top. And this guy bitching about free-to-play games being included in the thing. And I was like, that's dumb. That doesn't make sense. I understand he's talking a bit about the microtransactions, but it was the way that this guy was setting it up, saying the EU Consumer Protection has already published principles requiring, you know, these things. He's acting like there's already precedent set and acting like that's enough when we're like saying, hey, that's not enough. That's not okay. But regardless, that was just my first glimpse at it, okay? This is the part that Harmful Opinions really dug into. Ross Scott's undefined law delusion. The most maddening aspect from Mr. Daniel here of this campaign is Ross Scott's central claim that the law wasn't written for the situation and that laws are undefined or contradictory. This is complete nonsense. The laws are not undefined. They're comprehensive and they clearly favor publishers. The EU Information Society Directive explicitly protects DRM system. Consumer protection laws require disclosure. Copyright law establishes clear hierarchies where intellectual property protection takes precedent over consumer convenience. Now, does this sound like an argument that was just being made that you just heard in four or five separate clips? That Pirate was agreeing that the laws were undefined, that the laws were unclear. That doesn't sound like the argument Pirate was making. This actually sounds like a completely different argument altogether, but it's on the same side as Pirate. So suddenly we're on the same side. So suddenly, yeah, that's what I was saying this entire time. No, it wasn't. This man posts a blog that is making an opposite argument, that is calling the argument that Pirate was making delusion. The one thing that Pirate agrees with Ross on, talking about how unclear the laws are.
Okay, so now not only does he double, triple down for his ego's sake, is he can't read. He can't read and he doesn't have reading comprehension skills. Oh no. The laws are not undefined, they're comprehensive, and they clearly favor publishers. The EU Information Society Directive, it explicitly protects DRM services systems. So, to me, this makes me think that the Pirate software game that he has been working on since 2018 that was supposed to come out the day before Christmas in 2018 that is still in early access, that still hasn't been finished because of shitty code, might be a DRM system. And that's why he wants to be against this, because he wants to be able to just pull his game offline and then no one will be able to play it ever again after they buy it. I think we're on to why he doesn't want this initiative to go through. I think his game is a DRM system, and he doesn't want this to go through because then that means that people will be able to take his shitty code and put it wherever they want to, and they'll be able to keep the game forever.
Is referred to as delusion in a blog post that Pirate put out on his own Twitter to direct people to his perspective on the movement. I didn't read it. At least I said I didn't read it. At least I didn't co-sign a blog post that contradicts, I would argue, one of the central points of an argument that I have. Harmful Opinions, like he covers it. He's like, yeah, you look a bit silly. He's making fun of people because they're not reading things. He's like arguing people with like coding Jesus and making fun of them in his Discord. There's actually a little bit more that we're going to look over here too, but it's not just this. Scott's argument boils down to traditional expectations are that games last indefinitely, which is legally irrelevant. Consumer expectations don't override explicit contractual terms that meet disclosure requirements. Scott is arguing and created an initiative to push back and potentially have policy change. I don't think that this guy understands that quite necessarily, but yeah, that's the fucking point of the initiative, is to see change. I don't know if you guys know this either. Maybe some old heads out there that know what Coney 2012 was, or that lived through that time. I was like 11. Do you guys remember playing on the PlayStation 2? There's no copyright infringement if you're gonna go and boot up Crash Bandicoot on the PlayStation. Is someone here getting shot on site when they boot up an old Jak and Dexter? Is that happening to you guys? Or do we think that maybe as time has progressed and we move to more online, storefront, they changed the policy? They made it so that you could grab a copyright license for something and only have to use it for 10 years because you could get away with shutting down your game and losing that opportunity as a consumer to be able to keep that product. And now it's cheaper for corporations. Do you think that maybe, perchance, with something like the Stop Killing Games initiative, we could open that door back up and have a conversation and get it to a place where, people that are selling these copyright licenses might have to go and start doing what they did in the first place, which is give those licenses indefinitely so that the expectation exists like it used to, that when you purchase a game, you own it and you get to play it until your fucking PlayStation breaks, until the CD stops working. Maybe that's the goal. This is my favorite part. So the argument that Pirate is making, it goes completely against the Daniel blog post, right? Let's see the other point that he makes immediately after that.
I hope you get everything you asked for and nothing you wanted. Enjoy your genie, dude. Government's going to want to talk to you about it now.
Government's going to want to talk to you about it now. This is the same day that he posts and references Daniel's blog. The government's going to want to talk to you, except the other side of the coin, the blog that he posted, is someone going into vicious detail that there's already been precedent set, that it's already done. So Pirate's like, oh, the government's going to want to talk to you. The argument that's being made in the blog is that there won't even be a conversation because there's already policy in place that is essentially gridlocking us from doing anything further. If you want to have the...
We need an initiative to get devs to start making the little booklets that you used to get with older games. I miss reading through those before playing the game. Yeah, that was nice, right? You get those little booklets and it tells you like a little bit of lore and it tells you how to play the game and it gives you like a little bit of a breakdown of the game. I do miss those. I also miss what was it, like Nintendo Power and like those the manuals, the playthrough manuals that were published. And the magazines, I do miss those, but those days are long gone right now with the state of the internet and stuff, right? We're not going to be able to have magazines anymore like that. I do miss those days.
The argument, like, that's totally fine. But to have that up on your Twitter as like, oh, this is why, and that contradicts even what you're saying in the same day? What? Maybe I'm reading it wrong. That doesn't make sense. That's what was probably the most frustrating for me after like watches, like, holy shit. Yeah. Like literally blatantly contradicting himself. This is the last part of this story. The last part of this comes from some clips and screenshots that were taken at the end. So technically this is alleged. I tried to do some researching myself from people that I talked to. They weren't able to get these either. It looks like that Pirate deleted these. For those who don't know, he had a Stop Killing Games initiative, part of his Discord from what I've heard. He said he was nuking it in 72 hours. Some of this stuff was from that, but we got screenshots. I'm sure you guys remember, have you guys heard that Video Games Europe, which is a collection of those big video game companies, they made a response to the Stop Killing Games initiative. So they had a PDF too. I didn't see this PDF, but I found it very interesting. So
oh yeah, this is the PDF I was mentioning.
Tell me this is fake. But supposedly, in response to someone saying the VGE statement more or less paraphrased Thor's video, he said, yep.
So my favorite part was the VGE statement that more or less paraphrased said video. Yep, because I know what I'm talking about and always have. Okay, let's take a look at what the Video Game Europe, what it opens up with. This is that PDF, okay? Remember, because he's never been wrong,
this is
right?
a PDF.
Well, let's take a look. So this is the first part that we're talking about, player safety. So this is the issue that Video Game Europe has, right? You guys ready for this? So we remember Pirate Software, right? His issue is that government getting into this bad. Government doesn't know what they're doing bad.
Hero VT, and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
Europe has, right? You guys ready for this? So we remember Pirate Software, right? His issue is that government getting into this bad. Government doesn't know what they're doing bad, okay? We don't want government in our video games. Just gonna read you the first part. So this is player safety. So these are the issues that they have with the Stop Killing Games initiative. Reduced or no player protection. Requiring games to run on private servers would result in the inability for game companies to continue to protect players from illegal or harmful content or conduct, as their moderation in player safety teams would no longer.
These issues can be solved without government. At this point, I don't know. I don't know, because it seems like that the Video Game Europe, or whatever this group is collectively trying to go against what is already set in place for companies to follow. So I don't know now. I don't know, right? I honestly don't know. I don't live in Europe, so I don't understand the EU digital service or anything like that. So I genuinely don't know. But when we come back from ads, we're going to learn more about this, guys, because we don't want anyone missing out on the content. Corporations have too much power. Way to make them stop is forcing them to stop through consumer right laws. I mean, that's fair, and you have to kind of do that through government means, right? You kind of have to petition and have the government set boundaries on corporations, so that way they can stop doing their bullshit, like bricking Nintendo Switch 2s. And doing all that dumb stuff in their terms of service. All right, we'll be RB gamers.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
I think that would have worked well if I tried to bucket clutch with a hopper, huh? Would not have worked well at all. Get out of the trash. I can hear you getting in the trash.
Bro, yes, you are. I got a Joja Cola out of it.
You.
Slurp. I have plus 13 energy. Do you?
I mean, I could eat this melon.
But you gotta deliver it to someone.
Well, if I can find. I prefer Rush E. That's my favorite song to goon to. I try to goon to the tempo of the song. It's like the ultimate edge, the ultimate edging device. You know, it starts off real slow, gets real fast, and then it slows back down. It really pulls you back into the gear.
You start with Seabat, and then you go to Rush E. Like Seabat is like level 1, and then the Rush E is like the highest level of goon you could possibly reach.
You know what's weird, guys?
No treating the rope. I want to feel that burn. I want to feel each individual fiber cut into my body when you tighten it up.
You don't have to give them anything expensive. They won't know the difference anyways. But this is something small that you can do that will make their day. And this has to do with the whole moniker that people say every month or every time Men's Health Awareness Month comes up, where there's the sad fact that most men will never receive flowers until the day of their funeral.
I just fucking said that. I haven't watched this video. Do it. They will literally remember it forever.
I think that's a very sad fact and something that can be a really nice gesture to do during this month. Okay, so now that we got that and all the fluff out of the way.
Yellow jackets are the Enderman of IRL bugs. You look at a yellow jacket and it just starts screaming and stings you. Yeah, put me on a leash, daddy.
Specialty activates Ender Creeper for 6 points.
Oh god.
Oh god. Group of Blaze for 6 points. Specialty activates Fire Creeper for 6 points.
No.
Activates Self Explosion for 6 points. Session Gaming activates clear inventory and kill for 6 points.
And I just come back to die again.
Mouthful of burrito. Okay, hold on. I got the truck loaded.
Mouthful of burrito.
Whoa, hey, do not take that out of context. No promises.
Whose dog are you? Are you my dog? You are my dog. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Where have you been? Here. Oh my gosh. Oh, we have armor for you. No, we don't. I'll make armor for you.
182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Of course.
I'm excited. I can't wait then. Right, Mr. Fishy? We're so excited. We can't wait. We can't wait. Mr. Fishy. It's exciting. Look happy. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought the fish should be a little more happy about it.
That's what I'm gonna start calling. That's what I'm gonna start calling all my subscribers are Princess Commanders.
Princess Commander.
All my subscribers are now known as Princess Commanders.
Commander Princess at your service.
Whoa, whoa.
Wait. No shame.
Yeah, put me on a leash, Daddy.
I'm back, Goliath. I must escort you for things so I can buy stuff to sell for gold. I love gold. I love gold.
Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Are you worried about your highlight reels being taken away? Because Twitch wants to enforce 100 hours of highlights? Well, there is a solution. Since you are being a little irresponsible with your data, you can get something called the Twitch Downloader. It is a very helpful tool that will mass download your VODs clips, and there's even a website that will allow you to turn all your highlights into a URL, and you can take that URL, plug it right into Twitch Downloader, and it'll get all your highlights for you and download them. Then you can take them, put them on YouTube, TikTok, wherever you want.
And of course, we forgot to leave this in there. All right, that was weird. Prefer Rush E. That's my favorite song to goon to. I try to goon to the tempo of the song. It's like the ultimate edge, the ultimate edging device. You know, it starts off real slow, gets real fast, and then it slows back down. It really pulls you back into the gear.
You start with Seabat, and then you go to Rush E.
I return and I have a peanut butter and jelly. Let's get into this. Okay. The timing that was impeccable. The government threw that. Get out of here. Oh, I missed some combo. You guys had a combo. Kind of like if we compare food in EU to US grocery stores, there's a lot of things on the shelves in the US that are illegal in EU. And that's why there's so much unhealthy shit. Corporations don't care if it harms you, but our laws in EU protect the consumers by banning some of the harmful ingredients, using government enforcement to fix issues that we agree our problem is much different than allowing the government to regulate video games in any way they want. Oh, Charizard. Okay. Couldn't find the button. Oh no. It's okay. It says skill different. We're talking skill. I already have one. This is my 9th. Yeah, I don't think they should be able to regulate video games any way they want, but I don't see it as a bad thing to implement some laws to make it harder for devs to outright screw over consumers. This one base edition of Shadowless abilities, special abilities, and stat points. Yes, so many issues with the way the online debate is going back and forth is that no one is bothered to define exactly what the role of government getting involved would be. Government involved equals everything and anything bad. Government involved equals so we can fix some serious issues and get the gaming experience we deserve good. Oh, I see. You put bad as in, okay, I see your reference there. The government is always late. That's funny. That's funny shit. So from my understanding of this whole initiative is they want to have the government put more control so that way, like Morn said, that the devs can't just outright pull the rug out from us. Because the big issue was the game Crew, where I think they pulled it out after like being out for 3 months. And they expected everyone to just delete and get rid of all the shit that they had based on that game. And now that's like a big stink issue because there's people who invested money in games and they really want to put more they want to hold the devs accountable to have just like end of life things for games. I'm not an expert on the law, but since Stop Killing Games is an EU initiative, I imagine the goal is to implement regulations within the European Union that developers have to follow if they want to release their games in Europe, which will indirectly affect releases in other parts of the world too, since they wouldn't bother developing different versions for EU, US, Asia, etc. That's also my understanding is they want it to be a little more controlled. It's not going to affect us in the US at all, right? It's going to affect more of the European Union. And they just want to have like an end of life thing in the games, or to let people know that if their game isn't online anymore and it's player base, that they'll have a warning, or they'll be able to be warned about the possibilities, like you could be hacked or you could there's risks involved and things like that. So they just want to be able to have like old games live on after you've bought the game and you own the game, because a lot of them you can't play anymore. So like, for example, let's say Pirate Software has his game in EU. Well, he can't just pull it out from people and say, all right, you're done, that's it. You can't play it anymore. You can't play it anymore. I've taken it off online. You no longer own this game, and nothing like that. That's my understanding so far.
Longer be involved. In particular, cheating could become rampant without proper enforcement. Reporting systems designed to allow players to flag problematic content and behavior to game companies would no longer operate as intended, or would have to be disabled entirely. This is my favorite. While simultaneously frustrating the ability for EU digital services coordinators to act against such content. It sounds like they're scared that on a government side of things, they won't be able to get in touch. They won't be able to stop these things. Frustrating the ability for EU digital service coordinators to act against such content. Wow, almost like if the Stop Killing Games initiative happens, in that process, like end of life care, in that process of the end of life functional playable state, it will be less hands-on. It won't allow the government overreach. They're scared of that, and they're framing that as a security risk. Think like plutonium. If you guys have heard of that, it's a Call of Duty Black Ops like service thing that they set up, because if you tried to run the actual servers from Black Ops 2, like the Activision ones, your computer could get hacked into. Plutonium was created. It was a community created thing, which Activision or Treyarch, one of the two, tried to cancel, that essentially had a new, anti-cheat system, had a new anti-hack system to actually safeguard the players of the games, because the developer gave up on it, because they stopped securing it. Just to clarify, right? The thing that
Well, right there kind of answer your question, Pyro. Games that require servers like Black Ops 2. There was a server-based program, Plutonium, that was player ran that stopped people from getting hacked, right? So this initiative would allow people to run their own servers, and it would just be a standard across the board, like Morn is saying. It would just allow people to have their own server and allow protection for players in that way, so that way there's no one can get hacked. If they stop doing maintenance, like I said, then hacks can happen as well. Yeah, but well, usually player servers, they try to keep up on that, because I know there's a few games in America where people have ran their own servers and they are very much against hacks, and they immediately ban accounts that are hacking anyway.
that we were just shown, where Pirate is saying, yep, because I know what I'm talking about and always have, in regard to the VGE statement paraphrasing his video. It didn't paraphrase his video. Matter of fact, the first line in it, talking about the safety, is directly combative to Thor's argument, being that government should be kept out. They're actually disagreeing with that, and they're scared of it. Isn't the most charitable take on what PS is saying, the issue isn't that you don't own your games, it's actually that the game devs don't own them.
Back in the day, games didn't even have the kind of live service servers like modern games like Overwatch has. Old multiplayer games all included dedicated servers you'd host yourself. Yeah, in the PS2 days, you physically had to like plug in your internet, and you had to make sure that your PlayStation would be able to project over the server, and sometimes it was a server that was hosted from the PlayStation to itself. Older games are simpler and take up much less resources on a PC to host a server. That's true, but I'll have to agree with Morn, like MMOs have a lot of stuff. Like if someone tried to take over the Guild Wars 2 server and run a server for Guild Wars 2 players, that would be a ton of resources.
The games. That is an argument that he's never made, but I think is a great argument.
You've hosted an MMO from your PC? I'm surprised it's still alive.
I think that's a great point. I think that's been addressed a couple of times though too. Yes, Artemis, that is spot on. That is something that's been talked about where we're assuming. Matter of fact, we actually talked about it with Jack Vania. You guys can check out the interview that I had with him. It's probably like, I don't know, 8 videos ago. I had an interview with Jack Vania. We talked about that we're assuming that the free market is going to have to step in regard to, so let's say these regulations go into play for the Stop Killing Games initiative. These copyright licenses that, game developers have been able to use, let's say for a car game, like The Crew or like Need for Speed, they purchase a license for 10 years because they expect that they don't have to do an end of life. And so they only have to do the 10 years. Well, now let's say Stop Killing Games initiative is in effect. They're like, hey, we need to purchase these licenses. And at the end of at the end of its life, we need to leave the game in a functional playable state. There may be a copyright person that's like, we are not in line with the Stop Killing Games initiative. We're not in line with those policies. So we can't offer that. What is going to stop someone else from saying, we are going to allow that. We will take your money, because there is money in video games. Just because this might change that on the back end doesn't mean that they aren't going to adapt. They're saying like, oh, it's going to be so
takes up less resources than you'd imagine. It's mostly just data being transferred, but you don't need the PC to render anything like the game client does. It's not a standard to allow people to host their own games for MMOs. Yeah, I don't think it's like a standard, but I still think a lot of people would do it anyway, right? If there's someone that loves the game, they would do it anyway. Oh, excuse me.
Hard, it's going to be so tough. They have the money to do it. Like it's not like a question of that, especially like if we're talking about indie developers by and far are not going to be the people that are going to be purchasing licenses for like a Ferrari in their car, in their game. And maybe that's actually painting broad strokes. I might be out of my depth here saying that. I can't speak to how many, like how often indie developers are purchasing licenses that are on a deadline. I just don't hear it very often. Usually it's AAA because they're working with.
And yet most PCs can't run a 12-person Minecraft server, it would crash. Yeah, I mean, that's just because they aren't set up like a server, right? A server's made to take in more data and put out more data than a computer is, or at least a personal computer.
With actual brands. My favorite part is like, as this comes to a close, again, Harmful Opinions, if he doesn't like script his videos, they're just really fucking well done. I feel like I'm nowhere close to this guy's storytelling. This is how he closes out this video.
Yeah, the world generation does take a ton of processing power. There's a few servers that I was a part of that they actually would do world generation, and it would take like 4 days to do world gen, like fully generate the world. That's what takes a lot of the power, right? So if you like take the time to like set up your server and then you fully generate the world, then you'll be good. That's not something the end user can do anything about. I mean, you can fully generate the world so that way it doesn't take as much resources when everyone joins in and starts loading in chunks. 12 people running in different directions is what's causing it to lag because it's generating the world for 12. Yes, yeah. And you want anyone to be able to do that? I mean, I could do it right now. It just, like I said, it takes a long time for your personal computer to process that, right? Like wherever, like when I use Pebblehost, I could fully generate the world and have it done way faster because obviously servers can handle more power. Whereas like if Link does it from his personal computer, it takes about 3 to 4 days. I agree with Morn. I would want people to be able to do that if they want to do that. You know, we all have choices. We're humans. We have a choice. And if we want the choice to be able to do that, then I think people should be able to have the choice to be able to do that with any game they want to. Even if you want to create a multiplayer server for Crash Bandicoot, I want you to be able to do that. And if they don't have a PC for them to do that, then that's kind of on them to not understand how it works as far as like processing power and like running a server, right? That's totally on them for not doing the research, to be honest with you.
Right?
Please keep the government away from video games. Over there, doing whatever it is that they're doing over there, away from video games.
Don't you think that the Stop Killing Games initiative is literally an attempt to restrict the government and prevent them from doing what they have been doing? Like you guys saw the screenshot of the Blizzard rules where like they can, for any reason or no reason at all, take away your access to a game. The government's already here. They've already stuck their dirty ass fingers and haven't washed them in years into our sweet, sweet video games and our ability to keep those video games. Stop Killing Games initiative is saying, hey, let's reel that back. Wash.
Yeah, Blizzard could literally take away my Diablo games that I've purchased anytime they want to for any reason. Like they could be in our stream right now with us watching it, and they could say, hey, find that dude's account, find that guy's IP, and make sure that you take away his access to all the games. They can do that right now. In America, they can do that to us right now. They probably aren't. I'm so little and not on the radar that it doesn't matter. Like they don't care because I genuinely just don't play their games anymore anyway, even though I still have Diablo, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4. I still owned those. I've bought them, right? But they could literally just take that away whenever they want. And the Stop Killing Games movement basically wants them to be like, hey, that's not okay for you to be able to do that, right? The government has already been involved in giving corporations that power, and they want to take that back. They kind of want to give the power back to the gamers.
Your fucking hands.
Which I agree
Let's
with.
actually get back some of what we had already had, you know, even just like 10, 20 years ago. And that brings us to a close for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Tomorrow we're going to be going over the legal argument that some people are saying that maybe Pirate Software can get sued. We'll look forward to that for the next upload, and I'll see you guys later. Adios. Peace.
We'll
Bye.
look forward to that, actually. That's the video that he referenced. We can watch that if you guys want to. We got this one. This is new. This is 4 hours old because we've been going for a while, but so this is a guy by the name of Coding Jesus who has reviewed Pirate Software's code and basically broke it down and tore it apart and said how trash it is, and he's not even coding the right way.
What is up, guys? Coding
if
Jesus
he is
here.
coding.
Guys, in today's video, I want to review the
What is going on? I don't know what the solution is for keeping old games running, but there are definitely going to be some issues with being able to host. I suppose it would be on the end user to figure that out. Maybe they could add some performance metrics you have to hit in order to be able to host a game, or at least use it as caution. I feel like that those people aren't like, they're not dumb when it comes to that stuff, right? So if they understand that they're going to run a server, they're probably going to know what kind of power they're going to need to host that server. Yeah. I wouldn't imagine that like some random church in Utah is going to be like, you know what, our preacher really loves Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Let's run our own server for it with the PC that we use at the front desk. Like I don't think that that's gonna happen. Genuinely, I feel like the people that are gonna do it are gonna be the people that have an understanding of what kind of power that they're gonna need and what kind of machine they will need to run it, right? Like I don't know. I see a lot of kids trying to play games that obviously their systems can't handle, and that's their fault for not understanding. Like that is on people not teaching them properly that their machine can't run this game, and they don't know what their machine even has, right? That like their parents probably bought them a computer, the cheapest one from Walmart, and said, here you go, have fun, play games, and that system can't run that game. That's literally on the normie base side of things, right? That's really not like anything I can control, except like people should educate themselves when it comes to PC gaming, especially if they're transferring over from a console world, right? Like when you buy a console, you obviously have the understanding and idea that you know this console will play this game regardless of how detailed or advanced the game is as far as graphics are concerned, because that system is built for it, right? And when it comes to PC gaming, not a lot of people understand the kind of performance that your PC needs for certain games, like some of the new ones too, like Black Myth Wukong is one that has amazing graphics and amazing overall gameplay and crazy generation and all this other stuff, but you need a pretty good graphics card for that. Not a lot of people know that, right? Like if they bought Black Myth Wukong for a console, then the console obviously has the specs to run that game, right? It's already in the dev's best interest to develop server code that performs well, or they would have to spend way more money on keeping the servers running on some supercomputer. They need it to be able to run well, even on their end, without making it accessible to end users. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's up to them to write the code so that way it performs well, no matter what the device is. And that's another thing too, is like if they write the code well enough, then people could easily, like Pluton was saying earlier, they could reverse engineer the code and just start making their own servers. There are tons of people out there that are smart enough. What is up, guys? Coding Jesus here.
Guys, in today's video, I want to review the top contentions that not only Pirate Software had, but a lot of his fanboys had with my video yesterday, in which I reviewed the code that he wrote for his game Heartbound. Now, while the video was a stunning success in terms of engagement, there was a couple of themes that kept repeating from detractors that I think are worth addressing in a separate video. So let's get into it. The first claim that I saw time and time again is that your code quality shouldn't matter if you're a solo game dev, and that code quality only somehow matters if you work in a team. Now, you'd think that if you're working on a passion project, you'd be interested in holding yourself to the highest possible standard, since you can make your own decisions, free of any corporate timeline, and not subject to demands of other employees. You know, they say this with such confidence, as if poor code is not going to hold you back in your own development process and you're somehow impervious to the effects of your poor decisions as long as you make those bad decisions yourself. Usually when you work with a team, you can get away with poorer code because you won't need to deal with the consequences of that code as you pawn it off to somebody else and work on something totally separate. But as a solo developer, you need to deal with and contend directly with all the trade-offs that you make as you make those decisions while you code your game or your project or your whatever. In other words, every decision you make will either make life easier for you or harder for you down the line.
See, then that's very true. Like poor coding decisions today will hurt your future self trying to read your old code. Yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly. So I've been actually trying to teach myself C# coding, and I've learned a little bit of Python coding, not much, but a little bit. And like the way I look at learning coding is I want to do this the right way. So that way, like Morn said, if I make poor code and I try to look at it later in life, I don't want to be like, what the fuck was I thinking? I want to look at it and be like, oh, I know exactly where I messed up. Line 38 with this syntax and all this stuff, right? That would seem logical unless you're starting out and still learning how to do better code. I don't think Pirate Software is in that situation, though. Let's be honest. Like, I don't think he's in that situation. He did security for Blizzard. Like he knows a bunch of hackers. He was in the hacking community. You'd think he would understand code, right? You would think that he would understand how to code and have an understanding of how to write good code a little bit.
As technical debt accumulates, you bear the entire burden of that debt, which slows down development. Now, for those of you who aren't technical debt is a term that refers to the extra work you're going to need to put in down the line because you currently made a decision that was not ideal. So you are delivering something faster today, only to slow down future delivery tomorrow, the day after, the week after, the month after, etc. It's kind of like a ball and chain that's tied around your leg, and every step you take forward, that ball grows and grows and grows, which decreases the velocity of your development.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the fact that Heartbound has taken over 8 years to development and is still in early access, despite the fact that the game took inspiration from Undertale, which took less time to make and provided more content, is a reflection of the fact that code quality is important.
Yes,
and it will stifle your development if you do not take it seriously. And it's kind of ironic because the same people that are trying to make excuses for poor code are the same people that actually play the game and are expecting features to be delivered. I don't care if his code's poor in the sense that it doesn't impact me directly. Yeah, I might care from a technical perspective to try to reconcile his game development experience or his game industry experience with who he claims to be and what he produces, but I'm not going to play his game. I don't care for his game. And the same people that do care for his game are the same people that say that it's okay for the game code to be slop, when in fact they're waiting on those same features.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think I would want a game that is well coded and has good development, and that like actually would only need minor bug fixes because we all know that some games will develop bugs, some games get bugs just based on updating certain features, and I would rather have good coding that would actually work and allow the game to come out and allow the game to be played, and then you do patches later, right? Like if I was working on a game, granted I have minimal code knowledge, I would be asking ChatGPT a lot of questions to be honest, because I don't have that kind of code knowledge. So I'm sure my code would be sloppy and it would be very bad, and it would probably have tons of bugs that just wouldn't allow the game to function properly. And if players got a hold of it, then it would just get bad reviews.
That require the game code to be clean in order to develop and do so quickly. Now, I think that my views here can really be summarized in a dialogue that I had with Quintio when I jumped on his stream yesterday and talked a bit more about the video. The practices that he's employed so far are practices that I'd expect from somebody that watched Khan Academy for a week, not somebody that's been working on a project for 8 years, claims to, worked at Blizzard and been around game devs, or at some certain points claimed that he's a game dev. If he just came and said, this is what I produced, I learned game dev for 1 or 2 weeks, Khan Academy, I spent an hour or two every day, I'd say that's actually good progress. But to come and claim that you're some authority in the space, this is the code you've produced, to me, there is a massive disconnect between what you say you're capable of based off your background and what you've produced. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I think that really comes down to the heart of this critique or that claim, and that is that Pirate Software is constantly portraying himself as this sort of expert authority on everything that's wrong about nothing, and uses all this hyperbolic language and associations when in reality, what he's tangibly produced is below what you'd expect from a junior developer or even an intern.
I wonder if we could get Coding Jesus on the stream to sit down and teach me how to code better than Pirate Software in 5 hours. Is that how long we've been live? Yeah, about 5 hours. Do you guys think Coding Jesus could teach me how to code better than Pirate Software in 5 hours? I'll send out the email tomorrow.
People call me the Bob Ross of programming, which I think is a pretty big honor because I like Bob Ross's stuff.
Here, for example, he didn't say directly, I'm Bob Ross. He said, everybody thinks.
I've tried asking ChatGPT to write code, and while it's good in certain ways for learning purposes, I also keep having to tell it that it's doing certain things wrong. See, so you guys know I use StreamerBot. I'm very big on StreamerBot. I love StreamerBot and how it's changed my streams. And it has a C# function. Right? And I was using ChatGPT to help me write C# functions that wouldn't even compile properly. So StreamerBot would be like, no, this code won't work. It's not written properly. I don't know. Do you think he could teach us code at all in 5 hours? I think he could. I think he could teach us some code in 5 hours. Now, granted, I don't know if he'll hop on our stream since we're so small, but it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to ask. It would be content, right? It would be content and learning how to do things. And it would be something that could go viral,
I'm Bob Ross of programming. What does that mean? It's trying to paint the picture that there's a broad consensus that you are the best developer out there and you are the go-to guy for anything related to game programming, which is his niche.
You're a hacker. That's where you kind of started.
An actual hacker.
An actual hacker.
Yes,
not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual hacker. You won.
Like an actual hacker. Yeah. My last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of Energy.
So dude walks in with a laptop and a suit.
He was never a game developer for Blizzard. He worked security detail. He never did game development, ever. He's not a script kid. He's like a hacker. He should know coding, right?
And you lean over to, who's that guy? Oh, that's the hacker from the
Yeah,
government.
that's the hacker.
It's even worse 'cause we go in like 3 to 4 man teams, man. So like we've got a team of
Oh, you
dudes
had a
looking
fleet.
like
You had
this.
like a team of
Yeah.
dudes in
It
suits
wasn't just
holding
me.
laptops,
Yeah,
walking into
exactly.
restricted areas. Okay.
When he says things like this, what he's trying to paint in your mind as a viewer is that he's some sort of Unit 8200 Mossad agent writing zero-day exploits on USBs that are snuck into Iranian nuclear facilities and that
What a
infest and
comparison.
shut down the entire technical operation of that nuclear power plant. When in reality, if you look at his LinkedIn and reconcile it against his skill set, what he did was social engineering. He wrote phishing emails and tried to gain access to credentials and user systems that way. And so all this really culminates in the disconnect between who Thor plays himself up to be and then what he can produce. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that his GitHub is also totally empty. It's empty because he has nothing to show for his 20 years of experience as a veteran in the space. Now, Pirate himself also responded, and he got a bit...
Yeah, you have to tell ChatGPT exactly what you want it to do and tell it how it should be coded. Then when ChatGPT says something wrong, you have to tell it exactly what went wrong and how to fix it. And it is, yeah, I can attest that it is very hard for someone who doesn't know coding when ChatGPT does something wrong. And all I can really do is give ChatGPT the error message and hope that it finds its fix itself. That's really all I can do on my end. I've been trying to do like courses every once in a while to do like C# coding, but I have no clue what I'm doing when it comes to C# coding at all. Like I managed to write something in Python with ChatGPT that would use Windows Task Scheduler to run the code and post something in Discord via a webhook. That's like the closest thing I've ever gotten ChatGPT to do. Even professional coders use Google on a daily basis. Yeah, even so, Nutty actually used to be, that was his job before he went full-time streaming. He wrote code and he went to university for coding. And even in his job, like the reason he got hired was because he was so resourceful to find answers and was able to pinpoint the issue and find out where the issue was and used his resources wisely.
It hung up on the fact that my mouse had some variable highlighted, despite the fact that I never talked about that variable. It's actually quite funny because I refer to every variable other than the one that he referred to in his reply. But skipping over that, he makes the claim that you can't define a Boolean in GameMaker because GameMaker itself doesn't have a native Boolean type in its scripting language. In other words, it interprets reals as Booleans. Now, to reconcile the fact that he used a Boolean in his code with what he said, I decided to do what any developer would do, and that is I consulted the documentation. So if you go to data types in GameMaker, oh, look at that. You are also provided with constants, true and false, which can always be used in your code to prevent any issues, should the native Boolean type be defined later. So GML defines constants true.
Right here, it even just said that it allows you to use Booleans and it wants you to use the true and false.
True as 1 and false as 0. And the documentation itself even recommends that you use true and false instead of reals in case that association between a Boolean and a real ever gets changed to a Boolean and some other native definition of a Boolean. So in other words, if they ever replace the aliasing of bools for reals with bools for actual bools, they recommend that you use true and false. But we know he's not going to concede on this point or admit the fact that he was wrong, given his track record. So let's move on to the next claim. Another comment that I've seen is that you've never worked with GameMaker, so you must not know what you're talking about. Another equally absurd variant of this is what he's writing is not C++, or anybody who has worked with technology or more than one programming language understands that languages are just toolkits. Each toolkit is uniquely positioned to solve a given problem. Now, while there might be unique features in every toolkit, essentially there's a lot of overlap. Okay? An integer in one language is going to be very similar to an integer in another.
There is a lot of overlap between a lot of coding languages because like Booleans are existent pretty much all over any coding language, right? Like true false is always there for almost every coding language that I've tried to learn.
Every language is going to have for loops, etc., etc. So while the actual toolkit might be different, the same principles, patterns, and design decisions should apply in large part to any problem that you're trying to solve. The only difference is the tools that you use to solve that problem are going to be a little different. What does that look like in practice? Take that code snippet alarm 0 equals 0, alarm 1 equals 0, alarm 2 equals 0. You don't need to copy and paste that code every single time. I'd expect an intern or somebody learning code in Khan Academy to copy and paste. You can simply replace that all with a for loop. So what does it say about somebody that they haven't even considered to use a for loop for something as simple as this? If there's something that I regret, it's not being able to provide more substantive feedback. If you look at plenty of my other videos where I do a code review, I go into line by line the GitHub repository and break it down for my viewers, both saying what went well and what didn't go well and how can it be improved. But Thor didn't give me, or really anybody, the chance to do that with his code because all he does is share snippets and screenshots. You also shouldn't be representing an entire entity made up of health, position, maybe whether they're dead or alive, their ID, their inventory, as a number or an index into some array. That's not how you present character models or entities in game design. And I don't even need to be a game developer to understand that. I just watch 1 or 2 videos of the Cherno and I already know that's the case. So hopefully you guys found this video informative or interesting. I'm going to now move on to other news. So unless anything new comes out that I think I can bring my unique perspective to, I'm going to put Pirate Software behind me and just keep moving forward. Thanks for watching this video, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Why would they why would they use arrays? My cat just stepped on me. For characters. I don't understand that. All right, we can watch this video. I need to go to the bathroom, so we're gonna BRB, guys. I'm sorry, I have to. We're gonna be right back. I have to go potty. I'm sorry, I have to go potty.
(182nd) ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
Oh, it works. No, don't fall in the lap. Oh boy. An amethyst geode already? What?
I was gonna try to. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat.
Did I say ooh?
I heard an
I don't remember
ooh.
saying ooh.
I don't know if Rain said an ooh.
I don't remember saying it, but
I'm glad you're doing well,
Jackals.
Jackals.
If you think you heard it.
Yeah, if you think you heard it, clip it for proof. You won't. You won't. You're doing good. I'm doing well. I had a busy morning. Tried to get everything ready for...
Oh my gosh, holy zombies coming after me. Oh, let's take our 4 stacks of wheat and get the heck out of here. Holy zombies. There's so many of them. So many of them. Look at all of them just scattering. They're all just a scattering.
Oh, holy cow, I'm crying. Oh, that's funny. I think we did. Loading. Just me freaking out. Are they not coming in now?
No treating the rope. I want to feel that burn. I want to feel each individual fiber cut into my body when you tighten it up.
Oh, they're thinking of you, Archmage.
Good.
I hope they all wet the bed tonight.
Angry bees. Piece of me, angry bees. I'm a PvP master. Okay. You're not mad at me? Are you mad at me now? You just... Okay. How old are you? Are you here? Are you French? Are you French bread pizza? Are you applesauce? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you far? Are you near? Where are you? Is this Brittany, bitch? And of course, we forgot to leave this in there. All right, that was weird.
Oh, holy cow, I'm crying. Oh, that's funny. I think we did. Loading. This is me freaking out. Are they not coming in now? Love that emote. Love it. Goals. Goals. Anyway. No, I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys, what? What do you mean? I didn't. Well, I didn't say goals. I didn't say that. I said what a nice emote. I said what a nice emote.
Hi, Dad. I didn't come back with milk. I'll be back later. No.
Blame Rain. Rain's not even here. Rain's asleep. What are you talking about? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Slid down a hill and I took fall damage.
At least the guy didn't burn himself. What do you mean? Last time I had sex on a jacuzzi, my body got so hot the guy almost burned his dick.
What? Yeah, put me on a leash, Daddy.
Oh God.
I'm back, Goliath. Must escort you for things so I can buy stuff to sell for gold. I love gold. I love gold. Get out of the trash. I can hear you getting in the trash.
Bro, yes, you are. I got a Joja Cola.
Okay, we're back. Are you guys talking code? I see. What you could have done is name the index of the array using a constant. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know anything about coding. I felt like that was just a weird thing that he did.
Stop Killing Games and the initiative goes.
So now
Pirate
we're gonna
software
watch this
is now
video.
all but totally irrelevant. People who really matter have stuck their heads up out of the trenches. Credit where it's due. My specific issues with how he did certain things aside, and ignoring some other matters entirely, coming out like he did does require some measure of bravery. He gets 1 pirate coin for that. On a fundamental level, I have some respect for that. But, as we've seen, the guy got the opposite of what he wanted, and now he doesn't matter. Not even to the people he stuck his neck out for. Not really. What have they done for him? Has EA even sent him a fruit basket? It's sad. However, Pirate Software continues to act in exactly the way that is catnip to me. To give you a
My cat scratched me and it's burning.
peek behind my channel's curtain, threadbare as it is, when I upload something here, it's normally a result of me seeing something and getting possessed by the spirit of autism that will not let me rest until I've made a video. Sometimes I run across something that stokes the coals a little bit, but isn't enough to start a fire. A pertinent example being this tweet. There were some things I could say, but I didn't feel strongly enough. Recently though, Pirate's been beefing with a programming YouTuber and his viewers, because the guy took a dump on his programming. Are they
This is the longest I've paid attention to any news. Well, congratulations. That makes me feel like I'm doing a good job giving news. What is it? Theater news. We're portraying the news in a fun way.
right? Is he right? Frankly, I have no idea. I don't know. But I do know that he said this about them. My God, they can't read either, and I love to see a good stone thrown in a glass house. Let's talk about reading, shall we?
My God, I love a good stone being thrown in a glass house. That's beautiful.
I like to
news,
think
I like it. That's what we do here.
I can do it. And a few days ago when he suggested,
For those that don't understand why I put out the video in the first place, you might want to give this a read.
that those who want to
that's talking
understand
about the
why he
blog
put
that we
out
talked
his
about earlier.
anti-SKG videos in the first place, read a blog post. I did, and I recognized 2 things immediately. That blog post is an infinitely better attack on Stop Killing Games than Pirate Software has ever made, and it cannot actually illuminate his motivations for making the videos he did, because it fundamentally contradicts his position. Before we get into the details, let me analogize the problem. 2 people can be against something for different reasons. Let's say some crazy guy is trying to get the government to force literally everyone to eat a teaspoonful of peanut butter every week. One guy comes out against it and says, we can't do that because peanut butter doesn't exist. He gets torn apart for being even nuttier than the guy suggesting this change. Later down the road, another guy makes a statement and says,
You hear that, chat? One spoonful of peanut butter every day, or once a week. 1 spoonful of peanut butter once a week. You have to do it, or you're banned. No, it doesn't exist. Peanut butter's not real. It
says,
can't
that
hurt
would
me.
kill people. Some of us have allergies. Guy 1 jumps in and says, see, now you get why I said that, don't you? But that can't be true, can it? Because this guy doesn't even think peanut butter exists. Just because you're on the same side doesn't mean every argument made is yours as well. In fact, if Mr. Peanut Butter doesn't exist agrees with the allergies argument, I'd say he's sort of acknowledging that what he said before was totally wrong. Ludicrous hypothetical, but you get what I'm saying. Let's bring it back to reality. Pirate Software has consistently fearmongered about impacts. Since April of last year, he has over and over and over again harped on his point that the government won't do things right, that it's a slippery slope, that it's dangerous. In April, he cautioned against ever-increasing regulation.
This is the real one. I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this,
What do you mean no
you're
one wants
generally
that?
moving in that direction.
I looked at Pirate Software code, and my God, it hurts my head. Like, okay, this is all I'm gonna say. I actually have watched Pirate Software's streams where he does dev streams, and he has this code on screen, right? Not once, not one single time did I ever see that man change, scroll, do anything, at all with the code. He just pulls it up and yaps his face off. He'll check his subscriber count on YouTube, and I just don't think he knows what he's doing, to be 100% honest with you.
A month later, he stated the danger of any
Sounds
government
like a Sith
involvement because
Lord.
they're incompetent.
And you want the government to get involved?
See, look right there. He does nothing but this, and he just leaves it up and he talks to his chat. At most changing values, you've seen more than what I've seen, Morn. I've never seen him change a value or do anything besides maybe click on the side here through some of these things and open up these different things on the side, and that's it. That's all I've ever seen. I've never seen him write code on stream. My 13-year-old sister knows more about code than this man. Tell your sister to make a game. I will play it. I will play it on stream.
Involved in video games?
And then we'll make a YouTube
Vietnam is
video
now a
that
cautionary
says,
tale for leave
We'll make a YouTube video that said this game was made by a 13-year-old and Pirate Software has been making a game for 8 years and is still not out of early release.
Government out of games, please. Please. Please keep the government away from video games. Over there, doing whatever it is that they're doing.
Bro, you worked for the government. You worked for the government doing social engineering.
Over there, away from video games.
To be clear, the example he's citing is Vietnam banning Steam. He's not talking about the war. He doesn't think AAA is going to get napalmed. Now, there is an exception.
I mean, maybe he does think AAAs are going to get napalmed. I don't know.
In 2023,
we don't know
he
anymore.
did beg for China to regulate video games.
These are some of the most predatory dog shit business things I've ever seen in games. And it feels weird, but I agree with you, China.
The government needs to get on this game to actually get it working. It's crazy. Yeah, Pirate Software, the government needs you to get your game done. Finish it. Get it out of early release.
Please get rid of this shit.
But he used to work at Blizzard, and I guess old habits die hard. This take is an old outlier, and his recent approach to SKG is clear. Any government in games, bad. More government, more bad. They will do the wrong thing.
If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough. Legitimately. That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video games is a terrible goddamn idea.
With the apparent implication that they're not already heavily involved. Jump forward to August in the European initiative, and he continues to fearmonger about just what and how much the government will do. He warns of damage if the initiative is considered.
It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games.
His previous total anti-government position has been abandoned here, as I've gone over before, but he still warns of incompetence and claims precedent will be set.
And it's really easy to say, like, oh, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry.
Near the end of his first video, he concurs with Ross Scott's statement that law is unclear and states that's exactly why it's so dangerous.
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway.
And that's dangerous. If we're going to be setting precedent, which could change the way that law works all the way down the road, then we need to be sending the right message.
I think a fair overview of his commentary is that he mostly lays out the ways he thinks damage could be done, and the foundation of everything he says is that he thinks government involvement is dangerous, they're incompetent, or at least ignorant, and he agrees certain things are unclear, so this would be setting precedent. He's literally said as much. Skip forward to July 4th. He shares a blog post from someone else who's against Stop Killing Games as a resource to help us understand why he made those videos. Let me read you something from it. Ross Scott's Undefined Law Delusion. The most maddening aspect of this campaign is Ross Scott's central claim that the law wasn't written for this situation and that laws are undefined or contradictory. This is complete nonsense. The laws are not undefined, they're comprehensive, and they clearly favor publishers. The entire point of this blog post is that the government is already heavily involved in video games, and as a result of that, the initiative doesn't have a chance of getting anything. For months, Pirate Software has been warning that the government's gonna go crazy, man. If this gets through, everything could be destroyed. But the blog post you've shared and told us is the reason you made your videos is arguing that there is 0% chance of any effect because the government is competent, their involvement is deep, and all that will happen is the European Commission will explain why they're dumb. Thor, buddy, you're the guy who was saying peanut butter doesn't exist, pointing months later to someone who totally contradicts you to say, see, that's what I was saying, just because he's on your side. Remember that story from earlier? I was feeling creative today. Funniest part is, of the few things you and this guy do agree with, one of them is that Ross Scott is totally ignorant. But the thing this guy says he's ignorant about is what you agreed with Ross on.
EU law is already...
I made a game in 4 months for a grade in my game design class in high school that I had to world build and code myself. Dang, giants. Do you know C# coding? Do you want to build redeems with StreamerBot with C# code? Because I need some help with that. Apparently, if you use C# code, you can actually build a lot of stuff as far as like redeems for like green team and purple team, and I'm not sure about the red team per se, but StreamerBot, you can build a lot of stuff with C# code, and if you are really good at it, you can do a lot of things with all the variables that are out there for it.
Pretty unclear on a lot of this practice.
I tend to start game projects and never finish them. Sadly, I know Python, Java, and a good amount of C++. I know a little bit of Python, but not much. Not much at all. You guys are more competent than I am when it comes to coding. You tend to start game projects and never finish them. No, more and finish them. We want to play your game more.
And that's dangerous.
Thor, you shared a blog post that says your position is delusional to explain why you took that position. And now you're telling other people they can't read. It bears repeating. Pirate Software, for months, was sounding the alarm at the impact this will have. On the same day, he posted this blog to explain why he says what he says. He said this:
I hope you get everything you asked for, and nothing you wanted. Enjoy your genie, dude. Government's gonna want to talk to you about it now.
We love the monkey's paw here.
Yep. The same day he said this, to try to support himself, he linked to a blog that says that view is retarded, and SKG's just gonna get brushed off. Like, we're not talking about some tiny nugget hidden in this guy's post. His opening shot is to explain that SKG is actually countering existing...
Wait, what is his game even about? Boy and his dog? Heartbound? I'm not genuinely sure. I never looked into it, to be honest.
Existing government involvement in games. First argument he makes is the case that existing protection for the use of always online DRM and legal protections against circumvention means SKG's claim to want copyright stuff to stay the same makes their ask impossible. If games are required to be playable without any publisher involvement...
Yeah, I don't know the plot either. I just know it's about a boy and his dog. 2D RPG. It's based on Undertale. It's heavily based on Undertale.
They'd have to forego their established right to protect their IP with always online DRM, or be forced to maintain that part at least, forever. Way more sophisticated point than anything I've ever heard Pirate Software say about it. Closest I've heard is his bumblefuck point about preventing monetization of private servers. And while the author of the blog argues that this means it would never get anywhere legally, the alternative will be that the initiative leads to legislative change that weakens government protection of the right to use always online DRM to protect their intellectual property, by at least carving out a little exception, you know. If you're going to destroy the damn game, you have to let go of that bit. Which, I don't know, sounds incredibly based to me. Maybe SKG should have been saying they wanted change to copyright law. There are some statements in that blog post, particularly about ownership and licenses, that I think can be challenged, but I ain't a lawyer. Though I should point out before we move on that the author of this blog doesn't appear to be either, and he's spent a few years working at Yuzu, a games company best known for flooding the world with dog shit. So while the arguments in form are much better than Pirate Software's, I don't have a great deal of faith in the accuracy of the legal analysis underpinning them. Additionally, Mr. I used to work at Yuzu likes to do a lot of weaseling. He'll tell us that the regulatory framework already addresses the actual problems. He tells us the movement is asking for rights that don't exist while ignoring the extensive protections that already do. Oh, so when you said it was extensive and comprehensive, you meant within the boundaries of what you think should be addressed. Okay, buddy. We all see what you've done. And I am certainly not sympathetic to the take of, no, you shouldn't be fighting this. They already won before you. They ran to government first, and now they're allowed to put shock collars on you and delete all your stuff. Nah, with that out of the way, we've got one last silly morsel to look at. I was shown that a screen cap from your Discord was posted on Kiwi Farms. Now, I can't go and verify for myself because apparently the SKG section of Pyro Software's Discord has been nuked. Feel free to tell me this is fake. But supposedly, in response to someone saying the VGE statement more or less paraphrased Thor's video, he said, yep, because I know what I'm talking about, and always have. So I assume you must have read the statement. Did you like the part where they argued that private servers are bad because they're a barrier to government involvement? Yeah, that's basically what you were saying, right?
Please keep the government away from video games. Over there, doing whatever it is that they're doing over there away.
Fighting in Heartbound takes at most 30 lines of code, 10 minutes worth of work. Wow. Wow. At this point, Giants, I feel like you could code a better game than Pyro Software.
Away from video games.
Did you read the whole thing, or did you just skim for the bits that do line up with you? Did you consider as...
I feel like Pyro Software is just like those fucking Karen people that search on Google and they just like look for one thing and they're like, this fits my argument and it means I'm right. Honestly, in that screenshot, I don't know why he's making a comment for every single line of code. I don't know either. There's one that is literally worse than asteroids. You click asteroids and they disappear. Oh. One of those lines was just image speed equals 0. And he had to explain what it means in the code. Why?
Well, who this is coming from. I get it. I like to isolate little bits and pieces to focus on. But when you do that, you got to make sure you're aware of the big picture so you don't end up looking like a jackass. Like you said.
It is not a difficult thing to not put your whole ass in your mouth live on the internet.
Yeah, man, I just hate government involvement in games. By the way, the group that exists to enmesh the industry with government and shape government involvement, but certainly government involvement in games. By the way, the
thing.
So we got tarot cards. That do things. Okay. And I'm assuming this is combat. These lines are combat bases. Cost, heal, damage, radius, duration, mode type, ability 1. Under abilities. Require level class 45, two-handed true, hide enchants true, disable smithing true, disable enchanting true, material book, ear color, corruption. Okay, so it looks like he's working on some kind of spell book. I'm assuming. Yeah, spellcraft durability true. Unbreaking 3, type corruption, right click, blah, 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 blah.
To live on the internet.
Yeah, man, I just hate government involvement in games. By the way, the group that exists to enmesh the industry with government and shape government involvement, but certainly not get rid of it, begs for it even if it involves getting public funding. They said some of the things I said, so, as you can see, I'm never wrong.
All right, that was actually a good breakdown. All right, this is new. This came out 5 hours ago. So Let's check out what Rev has to
Here.
say again.
So if you've been following me on Twitter, you know why today was such a mess, and we're dealing with stuff that I probably will address tomorrow. But anyways, today we're talking about Hassan Piker. Why are we talking about Hassan Piker? Well, it's due to his affiliation with Ludwig. Now, Ludwig is one of his biggest defenders, someone who accidentally criticized him a few months ago, and Hassan said, hey, fix your commentary about me. And Ludwig complied and altered his video, and after that said, I'll never make drama videos again. Now, recently, Ludwig has been in a lot of controversy, mainly involving this event right here. His Burial Cart event that he hosted, where this was a drinking event where he invited an individual, a content creator by the name of Mango, who is a known alcoholic. He invited this guy to the event and said, go ahead, participate, and finding out that Mango had a 0.32 blood alcohol rating, Ludwig said, let's up those numbers.
Mango is like an alcoholic. Mango can drink 30 beers and act the same he does off no beers. He's a machine of a man.
He said he had 7 beers already today.
If you ask him how many beers he's had lifetime, it's probably above 10,000.
Jesus.
Is that enabling him?
He's the 2-time champion. He's never lost.
We gotta do PB! Guys, Mango just blew a .25!
Jesus.
Mango just blew a .32.
That is my go. Hey, everybody! Mango just blew a .32!
1.32?
That is dangerous. That's not good. That's not good. That's dangerous.
That's very dangerous. That's poisoning levels. Like stomach pumped, operating table dangerous. What the fuck?
Let's up those numbers!
No.
Yeah, so basically, in response, Ludwig would...
The only numbers we need to up, chat, is those subscriber numbers. So let's up those numbers.
Say his biggest mistake in handling the Mango situation was basically inviting him and encouraging him and saying that he didn't feel any guilt after what happened, because Mango was acting inappropriately towards women at this event while he was drunk. But again, as a reasonable person would view the situation, Mango shouldn't have been invited in the first place. Ludwig knew he was an alcoholic. He should not have invited him to a situation, an event, where alcohol was basically a requirement. And you can see on Reddit, even on Reddit, he's got 0 likes, 76 comments mocking his supposed apology. Now, going to Twitter, Creator Clash 3 has been canceled. Now, what's going on with this? What is the connection? Well, Ludwig did discuss what's going on with Creator Clash 3 and said it was the right call to cancel it. And even said Ethan Klein is not the reason this was canceled, which is a fair take. The best take from this fence setter we have seen in ages, right? But, of course, a lot of people were very angry about his mild take on this situation. So, another account posted basically the same clip we just saw. And Sean DeBlack, don't worry guys, I'm Rev DeWhite. He said, I have a lot of thoughts on this being a Lud watcher, but for now, I'll stick to just expressing how disappointing this is. Don't worry, Sean DeBlack expressed his opinion a couple months ago.
Why would you not talk about the people and this is crazy, this would not apply to anywhere else. This would not apply anywhere else. Anywhere else. Only applies to Ethan. Ethan is the only person who gets a pass for torpedoing his own admission, torpedoing a charity event. Why are we giving Ethan a pass for...
How did Ethan torpedo the charity event that iDubbbz and Anissa skimmed 38% of the money before it went to charity? And then never paid the fighters who invested money into training and boxing coaches and all this other stuff and never paid them a cent. How? How does that work?
Saying he wants
We're a part of an echo chamber.
the charity event to fail, effectively getting the charity event to fail and to postpone, and for the original creators to divest from it. I feel like, and this is weird, right? I feel like that's shit Ludwig would talk about. If any other creator made it their mission to be like, there's a charity event going on, I'm going to fucking torpedo it. I'm going to make it my fucking mission to make sure that event fails. I feel like that would be a little bit of something that like people would talk about. But no, for some reason, everybody wants to talk about how bad and mean iDubbbz is for responding to Ethan Klein. Responding, implying that Ethan said shit first, which he did.
What?
Right? Pressuring his employee to drop out of the event and like going out of his way to say that he wants it to fail.
What?
But no, nobody talks
This
about
dude
that.
has no grasp.
The smoke is only for Ian and Anissa, who was putting the event on in the first place. I'm not even saying you can't criticize them, but is that not crazy? Is that not insane to cover a charity event failing and not talk about a multi-fucking millionaire with a multi-fucking million subscriber channel with tens of thousands of concurrent viewers who is on his live stream saying that he wants the event to fail?
So here's some more quote retweets
What?
on that deleted post. This person saying,
What? I feel like, oh no, I feel like they've gone all stupid. Oh God. The Hassan orbit is crazy and it hurts my brain. Oh no, what is happening? Oh dear. What is going on?
You hosted an event
crazy.
last week where you let a known alcoholic sexually harass multiple women. I don't want to hear anything about PR from you. Here's another one saying, so why does he just kind of keep having really weird comments recently? Like, bro, I'm trying to have an open mind, but saying it's Ian's fault when Ethan Klein is doing hate campaigns daily on the event and saying we don't like the event because we are Hassan fans makes no sense. Here's another one saying,
What
maybe
is
someone
happening?
that shut down.
I found an old early game beta of my game. I sent Discord pixel portions. Very early game beta. The model is a ball while I do tests. Oh, okay. I'll check it out in
live
an after
events
stream,
company
actually.
less than a
After
year
this
ago
video will end.
isn't the guy to tell anyone about it. So a lot of people are really upset, including Hassan Orbiters, which is really funny because this guy tried so desperately, Ludwig tried so desperately to suck up to Hassan and his Orbiters and his fans. And here's some more quotes on the now suspended account that shared the original video. This person saying Ludwig is so tone deaf and is not the good guy that everyone makes him out to be. I'm genuinely so tired of MFs like this getting respect from everyone. Here's another one saying, as a die-hard Ludwig fan, it's super disappointing that he's spineless because he doesn't want to rock the boat. Oh, they're figuring it out. Genuinely think this white dude rocks, and it irks me that he sees everything content pilled and can't take a stand to save his life.
They're seeing it.
Is this what it's like to see the leopards like eating your own face, right? Here's another one saying, been a fan of Lud longer than Hassan, but this take disappoints me. Critter Clash viewers weren't a specific boxing loving audience. It was from all over the internet. Fans wanting to see their faves. I think someone harassing iDubbbz and bringing in CC did more damage than one video. Well, You know one person who's got a Ludwig no matter what.
I am for real.
As long as he
alright, nice.
edits his videos to support his views. But Hassan defends Ludwig. This is a post from July 3rd where Hassan says, "I will never understand why someone can hate on an online content creator this much, especially one with a deliberately inoffensive output." Let's see a clip.
Of this industry, especially for an extended period of time, you're just going to have a shitload of haters. Everyone's time comes inevitably. No one has actually stayed above.
That's how I know I've made it, chat, is when I have a ton of haters. That's how I know I've made it.
No one, like, there are very few content creators on the YouTube side or on the Twitch side, especially, that have basically maintained like a level of prominence and a level of steady love without any sort of haters whatsoever. I mean, people hate Ludwig, dude. Think about that. This man is a fucking golden retriever. He is mathematically crafting takes that are the most kind, empathetic, and inoffensive you can possibly be, right?
Wow.
And there are still people who fucking despise this man. Think about that. Think about how crazy that is. Some examples I will give you of people who have don't have like a lot of haters would be Markiplier on the YouTube side, Germa on the Twitch side, Northern Lion is another one, and maybe like Lyric, right?
And the calling out gets worse. So you have this person saying, "No one cares about your opinion, Ethan. You're just a conservative now." Let's see the conservative opinion of Ethan Klein, the liberal Jew, by the way. Sam Cedar has lost the last shred of dignity he had. It's not that he had Hassan on. It's this pathetic photo of him fawning over him. Bro, you're 58 years old, man. You look this photo is terrible.
Yeah, that's not a very good
No
photo.
self-respecting man would make this photo. There's so many jokes I can make. I'm going to hold them back because I'm going to be the better person. Okay? I'm going to be the better person.
I would make it to where he's looking down on him.
What is this, man? Anyways, so there's some more crying online, as pointed out by Yeet, where he says Hassan is a lolcow. No one needs your backing. That hurts way more at this point than it helps. Also, make sure to thank Night Media next time. Never seen you give them credit. So he's crying about the fact that he's a spoiled child of America. And people are focusing on him. Well, that's the least... I guess, you know what? Actually,
wow.
The most self-aware communist take I've seen in a bit. And he also celebrates being on Time Magazine. And, there was a German fellow who was on Time Magazine at some point, so I wouldn't be too happy about that cameo. But anyways, we have this clip too, where Hassan compares his reputation online to the mainstream media and says, well, despite all these fluff pieces, he could do better.
It's just fake outrage, though. So I don't know. I need to do more PR. And like by that I mean not PR in like the real media space, because like in mainstream media I have a pretty decent I have a tremendous number of articles that people write about me, and it's awesome and it's great, shouts out the mainstream news.
Wow.
But I need to do PR in the internet space.
Wow.
Because there are a lot of like random content creators who just get all of their information from like Reddit. So if you were to just look at Reddit, or if you were to look at just like controversy, I feel like the way I'm perceived in this in the sphere of influencers is like dramatically different than the way I'm perceived in the adult politics world, right?
Yeah, they look at you as a laughing stock.
It almost feels like these are two alternative realities. Now, obviously, for my audience, like Mainstream news is way more important. But it does annoy me sometimes when I have like this this notion. Did he see these already? Oh, I haven't seen these yet. The idea of like how I'm perceived by adults who in the political world versus how I'm perceived by like my immediate fucking peers in the Twitch sphere that only look at like only associate my content with like drama that other people are trying to constantly create around me is fucking annoying.
That's
also,
so
while
weird.
we're here, let's check in on
Ad
the
break in 1 minute. Want to
Hassan
watch it free?
orbiters facing the
Subscribe to
lawsuit
Artmage
from
_Hero
Ethan
VT
Klein,
and don't forget to
the
use
main
that
component,
Prime sub
Denims,
baby.
who
No,
is doing
we have
horrible.
a minute left.
Do I do the bit?
Do the bit.
Do I do the bit, chat?
Do the bit.
She's raised about $100 in the last week. Super chat, thanks. Super thanks, whatever it's called. Guys? My enablers? Can we do it again? We did it again 2 days ago. Okay. I won't push it anymore. But anyways, things are not going well. She's trying to fight.
What the fuck? All right. So Rev did a bit where he was like, we can raise more than she did on her GoFundMe for her lawsuit. What?
She's trying to fight the copyright infringement lawsuit by just like, by her own words.
What?
I won't say it. She's saying it. This is a picture of Hitler. What are we doing? What are we
the
doing?
hell is happening?
I'm losing my mind, man.
What is
It's
that?
been a long day.
Hey, Automod is
It's been a
censored.
long day for reasons
Clanker
I will
upstairs,
cover
huh?
tomorrow.
Yeah. What
but
are we watching?
I'm sorry if I'm a bit what's the word, like
all out
jumbled in the brain. There's a lot going on. Okay? And like
what the hell was that? What is she thinking? Like, what is she thinking right now? That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen when you're about to get sued for copyright. How did you not get auto-modded? It did. I had to allow it. Because it had a bad word in it. I can't hear you, bro. Turn down the whatever in the back. Whatever.
I said,
we're watching the news. If you don't like the news, deal with it. Sorry.
Cover it tomorrow, but I can't believe some of the things going on right now. Not just with this video, but beyond that. But anyways, that's gonna do it for today's video. As always,
well, that was good.
Feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoy the video. And I'll see you next time.
What the actual hell was that? What did we just see? What was on my screen? I'm probably going to get banned for that. I'm probably going to get banned. Oh my god, what an idiot. You're getting sued for copyright, for breaking copyright laws. And you post that on your Twitter? Because what now? Are you trying to make money? That way? Is that how you're trying to make money? That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Get the TV off screen. Jesus. What the heck was that? All right. What a crazy news day. Absolutely crazy news day. Absolutely wild news day, guys. That was insane. That was absolutely insane. I will never understand that. What an idiot. All right, well, we learned a bunch of stuff. Pirate software is bad at code. We learned that America is in turmoil. Mexico is also mad about illegal immigrants being there, i.e. Americans. We learned that Hassan's orbiters are completely nutty in the head and they can't raise money for their GoFundMes because they suck. And what a wonderful day. right? Let's see who we can send you guys to on the purple team. Green team, red team. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. We learned that we might be forced to eat peanut butter. You will be forced to eat peanut butter. You will. 1 spoonful per week, chat, or you're banned forever. Banned. I'm kidding. I would never do that. That's the stupidest rule I've ever heard in my life. Oh, man. Oh, Hot Wheels is on. Let's go say hi to Hot Wheels. Let's go ask Hot Wheels what their favorite...
Ad break in 1 minute.
No.
Want to watch it free? Subscribe to ArtMage_Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
No. All right, we're gonna go ask Hot Wheels what their favorite flavor. Actually, let's ask them if they like crunchy or creamy peanut butter. Crunchy or creamy? Okay. So Hot Wheels is live. That'll be good. They're playing Outer Wilds right now. Make sure you guys go say hi. How are you? What's your favorite kind of peanut butter? Do you like crunchy or creamy? And drop a follow. They make some pretty fun content. They like to yap too, so let's go over there. Let's get a little view here. That way you guys can see. They're playing some Outer Wild. Oh, that's a different model. They got a pixel model. That's cute. I like those pixel models. What do you guys think? I should get a Pixel Hero? Should we get Pixel Hero? Maybe we'll let Omega out of the box one day. You guys only got a little bit of a taste of Omega during the Donathon. Get 1 pixel. Pixels is go to movie. I have yet to watch that actually. She's clearly invested. All right, guys. Make sure you tune in next week. We're going to redo our schedule to make sure that Phasma Weeklies actually reset on Sundays. And if they don't, then we're going to have to redo our schedule all around again. So you guys know the outro, right? Bye-bye. Good night. Jane.
User commands received for 10 minutes. All systems entering sleep. Wait, I wanted to read that. I'm on the fucking sun station?